Welcome back, Troy.
Thought you were rid of me already, huh?
Yeah, I was hoping.
Got bad news for you. Now I'm here with you and Helena, so hello. Good to see
She stuck around.
Yeah, she did.
She wanted to hang out with you.
With me?
I did.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to hang out with me. That's silly.
I heard you were super excited and very eager to participate in Where Are We? And you did pretty well according to the voice in my head.
I'm good at cities and their skylines, I guess.
Troy, there's something wrong with the...
Oh, yeah, there is, huh?
I don't think there's enough sand.
We should fix that.
Make it sand.
Yeah.
Make it... yes. That's
There we
much
go.
better. I like that
Yeah.
more. I love sand. It's
inviting.
coarse and it gets everywhere.
That is true.
That was the first joke today about that, so it's allowed. One is allowed. One sand joke.
I hate sand. It's so sandy. No.
No.
I even hated that one, so you got that one going.
How has your
It didn't
PDXCon
work.
been, Helena? How has it been? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, so far so good. It's been really, this is my first PDXCon, and so that already in itself is an exciting thing. And then to be part of the community team that is so, active with the community as they're experiencing PDXCon, it's been really cool to see the excitement and the wild speculation and the the camaraderie that is very, very present among fans of Paradox and City Skylines and all the other games that we represent.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, you feel that
I
being
do
on the
feel
community
it.
team?
I'm feeling it in my heart and soul. I love this community. That's actually why I started working for this company, was seeing how much dedication, devotion, passion was driven into this entire company. Not
Yeah.
just one title, but every title that we put out.
For sure.
So I bribed my way into the company. It's definitely not based on merit.
How many donuts did it cost? How many donuts?
So many donuts. I actually probably could have, not got the job and saved money.
Oh, yeah,
But-
that's true. That's true.
Here we are. Spent tons of money on donuts.
I'm suddenly I'm very excited now that my desk is next to yours, Troy. If you're a
should be.
donut a donut briber, I'm excited about that.
Well, what you missed while the whole pandemic was going on is your desk was covered in coffee and chocolates and candies for
Yep.
like 3 weeks. Sorry about it.
You got to head back
Oh,
to the
bummer.
office, I think. You got to long for it even more now.
Yeah, exactly.
Soon.
Soon.
So soon. I miss you.
Yeah.
Yep. In person.
I miss you too.
Can you imagine meeting people in person?
That's witchcraft. Unthinkable, unheard of.
It's really weird. I watch movies nowadays, and I'm like, suddenly there's a crowd, and I cringe a little. Like my
Yeah.
insides are just like, oh, they should be wearing masks, and they should be, ooh,
Yep. Well, we've been playing a lot of a game that we're not going to talk about, but it's set in Japan.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, you'll see people with masks. I'm like, see, they have masks on. And I'm like, right. It's a cultural thing. It has nothing to do with the current health situation worldwide.
Yeah.
So it's really jarring for me to walk back outside and be like, oh, right. The game has more masks than my neighborhood does.
Okay, this is not going to turn into like a COVID criticizing.
Not at
stream.
all. It's weird to like go from a video game and you're like, oh, this feels normal with all
Yeah,
these masks, and
yeah.
you walk outside.
Suddenly,
You're
the
like, oh.
sparse crowds of some open world games are like, yeah, this feels good.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah, exactly. And you walk
how it
outside and
should
there's actually people, and you're like, what is happening? This is weird.
Yeah.
Not that I'm a nerd and stay inside playing video games all day or anything.
I mean.
We're not going to talk about it, all right?
Not going to talk about it. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. So yeah, the next segment, we can talk about it a little. This is the part 2. Helena talked a little bit about it right
Yes.
before we went to the home studio, but
Right.
it's part 2 of our sort of panel table. What do you call it? Like round table discussion. Just about what makes a city builder want to build, and just like what interests a city builder, and as a huge city builder myself, that like
Really?
it really interests me. Yeah.
Really? A huge city builder? Almost
Yes,
like you've
Troy.
been bragging about how many hours you've had in it all day today.
Twice,
Even though,
okay? The
even
one
though
time it
you
was
didn't
pulled
know,
out of me.
even though you didn't know about the ski jumpers, which
I didn't.
I'm just
See,
gonna, I'll
you
be
keep
over
learning
here.
New things.
I'll just be over here.
You keep learning new things.
That was an interesting moment for me as well, to recognize that there was something that Madi was not familiar with immediately. She is my go-to guru on all things city skylines, and for Jan to have to step in with very obvious information that she should have known was like mind blown.
I'm not perfect.
So, that
I'm like
was
99.
a highlight for
I know.
my day.
I
You're not
know
perfect,
how
but
they made it. I know how they made it. Like the technical aspect. I just gotta do it now.
Would you like your shovel to keep digging this hole that you started digging? Just digging yourself into a
I'm
hole.
only 6 feet. I'm only 6 feet down.
Keep going.
You
Keep
can almost
going.
bury me in there.
Look, oil. Just keep digging, man.
I dig through the whole planet, just get to the other side
Yeah.
of it, the whole thing.
What is? I know where home, the opposite side of home is. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what the exact opposite side of the globe from here is.
New Zealand, maybe?
Close.
I'm trying to, I don't know.
Sri Lanka, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Somewhere down there.
It's hard to name. Hard to
Yeah.
globe.
Oh, we'll have to look that up later.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, because it has to be like South America, I think, right? Because like we're in the Eastern Hemisphere now.
I think we're going down a hole
I
now.
would
Now
guess
we're going down
an
a rabbit
ocean
hole.
somewhere.
Probably ocean. Ocean would be my guess.
Very,
which sounds
very-
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ocean.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
next segment is going to be exciting.
Yes.
I caught the first half. I was really excited to see the
Oh,
second
yeah.
half. So I'm glad we get this continuation and this nice little ribbon to tie around it
Yeah.
from PDXCon. With some of my favorite peoples to talk to.
Yeah.
How long until the announcement show, Troy?
I don't actually know what time it is. So
It's 6:42.
I'm just here being an incandescent ball of energy and hype for everyone. So I don't pay attention to time.
An hour and 20 minutes. How long is it until the
An
announcement
hour.
show, Troy?
Yeah.
An hour, a little over an hour, everyone, until the announcement show. You're welcome.
Yeah, time,
that's-
time,
that's
Time is
really-
a construct in the desert void.
Yeah.
Like weird philosophy nuggets dropping in my ear when I'm in an interview. We're like, oh yeah, it's an hour until the announcement show, and in our ear we hear time is a construct,
It's
especially
fine,
in the desert
Anders.
reality.
I know you don't want to sit in these chairs, but, you got to let go of the jokes if you're not.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you guys,
He's gonna whip your
man,
hair, dude.
you guys missed a joke. I don't know if I want to call it a joke, but he tried like 4 times the other day for a joke, and he finally nailed it. And like the people he nailed it in front of were like, "Oh, I don't get it." And then one of them was like, "Oh no, I got the joke, and I didn't want to." It was beautiful.
It's the best one. It's
It
the
is.
best one. All right, Ghost Voice. We hear you. We hear you.
Ghost Voice enjoyed their own joke.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ghost Voice enjoyed
Yeah.
their own joke.
We should get the Ghost Voice subtitles.
We should.
Yeah.
That'd be the most disconcerting, disjointed thing ever. What do you think, Helena?
I don't know how I feel about that.
Right? Just random subtitles popping up. The worst part is it wouldn't even be like on a screen. It was just in your life every
Yeah.
time he spoke. Normal. Totally normal.
Totally normal. Totally.
No.
No.
Sounds really disturbing.
Yeah. Really disturbing.
But Helena, you were talking about some other segments that are happening. Also next up, but also tomorrow.
Yes.
what's Crack-a-lackin'?
We at 3:45 CEST, so very early in the morning where we are right now. We have the 5 Builders, 1 City panel hosted by 5 really excellent community members. And then we have the workshop tomorrow and the Global Build-Off finale. And the award show is tomorrow, so we will be honoring an exceptional member of our community as well tomorrow. So we've got lots planned.
Oh yeah, the Chirpy Award. I think Biffa won that last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
in 2019. Yes.
Oh yeah, it was 2 years ago.
Hey, you remember Berlin? Do you remember Berlin?
It feels like yesterday, Troy.
The terrible Wi-Fi signal everywhere. Good luck.
The like 6 foot thick walls in that place.
It was amazing though. It was such a weird.
The ambiance was great. The Wi-Fi signal, not so much.
Yeah. I liked all the booths we had.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, the award show is going to be really rad. I'm really excited. Of course, I have a little bit of bias.
Yeah. Is CK giving out a prize, an award? What's the award?
It's called the Royal Award.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ghost voice, get out of our ears, all right?
Yeah.
Get out of our ears.
Who's hosting the award show?
Thank you for the ghost voice to the screen.
We're not getting pushed over by the ghost voice. If he wants to say something, he gets to come in here.
Ghost voice would like us to tell you about our hosts for the award show, which is going to be Paula, myself, and Daria. So it's going to be super cool. I'm really biased because I'm in it, but what can you do, right?
Well, you should be biased for yourself. Yeah. It's good. Self-confidence, I
don't know about that, but...
Well... All right. What do we shill now? The Discord? Do you want to shill the Discord?
We do need to talk about the Discord.
Yes. Yeah. If you haven't joined the Discord, you totally should. It's if you're like wanting to like just chat with other people about PDXCon in a more organized forum than just one giant thing of text, you should go to the Discord. It has tons of channels where you can read just about your favorite game, or keep a track with multiple ones if you can have that many chats open at the same time.
More than one layer of attention.
Yeah.
Got it.
I am a very one layer person.
Ask her about how many hours she has in cities.
I'm not even answering it now because you teased me about it earlier.
It's going to keep happening.
But yes, you can also set alerts so you can get announcements from your favorite games. So you can pick and choose what games you want alerts for. There's also quizzes and games and giveaways.
I'm just gonna let you keep spitballing here. It's fantastic.
What else is on the Discord? You can look at cats. You can look at PC setups.
Too.
There's a lot of animal pictures. It's really great.
And memes.
What about Troy? You chilled the extension. Come on.
Yeah, if you guys haven't checked out the extension, we're doing death matches on the extension. We're doing trivia on the extension. And there's badges for you to earn based on how long you've been in the chat, how much you participate, and what you get into. You can refer friends. You can register your email and make sure you get those badges because they're for a limited time only through that extension. It is in the top left of the screen. For you guys that haven't seen it, is a clickable button. All you need to do is log in with your Paradox account.
Yes.
Right?
Simple as that. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Anything else, Helena, that you want to add right at the end here?
Keep watching. Keep being awesome, community, because you are, and pop some popcorn because we've got the Talk Cities to Me Too, and then later on the announcement show. Woo! Lots of fun stuff.
Thank you, Alina.
Thank you,
Bye.
Troy.
And thank you for having me.
All right. Talk Cities to Me is coming up next.
We'll see you there.
Hello and welcome to PDXCON Remixed and Talk Cities to Me Part 2. In this discussion, we will continue on the series that unfortunately was cut short due to COVID last year. And here we let our creators talk about city design and their own inspiration when building cities in real life and in game. So this time, based on your feedback, we traveled across the world through the speed of internet to find 3 different creators from 3 different time zones in pretty vastly different areas of the world as well. So we have Imperial Jedi from Canada. Hello. And then we have Reputation O from China.
Hello.
And then we have Palpatine 001 from New Zealand. Hello.
Kia ora and good evening, everyone.
Nice. I hope you're well. We are super excited to have you on board. My biggest concern is how is the Jedi and the Sith coming along in this group?
We're working together nicely, I hope. I think we're maybe on the same side in this case.
All right. Yeah. Good to hear. Yeah. I'm not going to take up too much of your time here. The floor is yours, obviously. But I would love to start this whole conversation and discussion by getting to know you guys a bit better, you know, what you do in the community and what cities you are from each region. So maybe you can start, Jedi?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm Imperial Jedi, a bit of a Star Wars fan. My name's Will. I'm a Canadian. And so I used to live in Toronto, Canada, which is one of the bigger cities. And just last month, I actually moved to little old Langford on Vancouver Island. And where I used to live was 2 million plus people. And where I live now is like 30,000 people. So the difference, absolutely wild when it comes to city stuff. And then in regards to city stuff for the community, I do a weekly stream. And I do a lot of tutorial and like starter style city stuff for City Skylines over on YouTube.
Cool. That's awesome. And what about you, Ben? Palpatine?
So I'm Ben, or Palpatine 001, or as I'm quite affectionately known in the community, the Senate for short.
The Senate.
The Senate himself. So I've been an avid urban simulator player since the days of SimCity 2000, so going right back and all the way through to City Skylines. I use City Skylines today. I Twitch Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays my time here in Auckland, New Zealand, but I use City Skylines as a work tool in my line of work. So I'm an urban planner in real life here in Auckland, and so I can use it as a communication tool, but I also use it in Twitch as just casual playthrough, but also to teach people the concepts of urban planning. And the one thing that hangs them up always, left-hand traffic.
Oh yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Yep. But hey, Jedi, if I can get couple of you guys using roundabouts, I've achieved my mission.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Cool. And what about you, Henry?
Yep. I'm like Chinese for like I live in Beijing for all the times, but like this year I'm going to move to New York because like I get admissions to NYU. So like so nice. I was like that is my dream place. A lot of buildings, a lot of tall buildings, you know, the architecture there is very fantastic. I've been making like city skyline videos for about like 2 years almost, and I just create some videos about like mainly about Chinese cities and Japanese cities, stuff like that. So yeah, and I also create some workshop content, some apartment stuff like that. That's
nice.
all. That's all. Yep.
Nice. So, you know, you coming from so different kind of areas in the world, you know, can you see a trend where you live, for example, in Japan and China? Do you have like any specific kind of trends you see in the city planning, how that looks there?
So the trends, I guess, is like to cities like the thing is getting closer and closer, you know. A lot of things are adding together for usually in the past, like for example, the commercial zones, residential zones, or even the industrial zone is separated in the different part of the cities. But today's like mainly in China and Japan, I can see the trends that like, for example, the commercial zone, the malls, and some apartment stuff like that is coming together, is to integrating into the one
it's a mixed use zoning.
So yeah, it's a mixed use zone. So this is like, I guess, a trend now for some eastern cities. Yeah.
What about you guys, Ben?
So planning and city building in New Zealand's going through a bit of a renaissance period at the moment. Since the 1960s, we followed North America of where you've got your small city centre and then all your single-use suburbs with your big box shopping malls and that connected by, your 4 and 6 lane highways going everywhere. Over the last decade or so, we're finding this doesn't work. So we're going through a bit of a rebirth, as Henry said, going back towards mixed use, back more to compact living, and just trying to find our feet again with things that doesn't revolve around the car. And of course, you have that friction there between what we've been used to and what we're trying to achieve now, especially in the days of the Paris Accords kicking through.
Yeah, I feel like going forward, walkability score is so important these days.
And transit as well. And this is where I use City Skylines to teach my fellow peers about aspects of urban planning where they can see it visually. So I might say traffic or transit hierarchy now might seem double Dutch or gobbledygook, but when I run through it in a standard stream, people understand this is why you don't put residential on a big 6-lane road, and this is why you don't put your trucks down a little tiny road, and they can understand. It's one of the great things about cities is it's just a great communication tool.
Yep.
You will.
Yeah, so it's so interesting. Like the difference in the cities where I live now is so mind-boggling. And like where I live in the Pacific Northwest now is an earthquake zone. So we have an entirely different set of like rules for height, densities, like spacing. Yeah. Over here, there's so many more hills. We have older trees. So it's kind of weird. There's a lot of bureaucratic red tape as a result of where I am. And then in Toronto before, it was just like wide open flatness. You had fields you could just buy and build a whole new suburb. So
yeah. You're pretty much
very, very different.
You're pretty much like our capital in Wellington, which is in the center of the country. It's very earthquake prone, so they're very strictly regulated by regulations because they're all predicting one day the big one will hit the city.
Oh yeah, that's what they're saying here. Everyone jokes about it.
Yeah. So same situation with the capital.
Yeah, as a result of this, though, on the island itself, like getting a house is very, very challenging, and so the vacancy rate is usually less than 10%.
Yeah, the housing crisis, as we call it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see like any effects of natural disasters in your city planning, Henry, like in Japan or China?
Some troubles, like I think the trouble is like some of the trend in China, I mean, currently is like the overpopulation has caused the problems of pollutions. A lot of factories just open up in the near part of the city. But yeah, it's not been solved for. Yes, we have the solutions, but the problem still goes on, and we want to move all the factories away from the cities and to the isolated part to stuff like that. But
yeah, it's tricky though, because like you can relocate them and then the city can kind of grow and then catch up, and then like would you do that all over again almost? Like
Yep.
Yeah, like China like to have the problem like used to we have a lot of kind of hazies, like the kind of dust and
yeah
just flow around the city, and that's just suffocated, and people just get like the cancer rate just grew up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think the green environmental impacts definitely forefront these days.
Yeah. So when we're talking about your areas in comparison to maybe other similar areas or not similar areas, what makes your area, for example, where you live, stand out when you compare it to something else? For example, here where I live in a city in Sweden, we have a very very suburban kind of way of living, and but nothing that really stands out. Every city looks pretty much the same except for maybe some historical features somewhere. Do you have like similar things around your area, for example, Ben?
So with Auckland, we're on an isthmus. So we've got the Tasman Sea on one side and the Pacific Ocean on the other, and our narrowest point's only 1 kilometre apart. Do you imagine trying to funnel all your people and all your goods between that little narrow strip? But the one thing that stands out is Auckland actually sits on 48 volcanoes. 2 of them are deemed active.
48? Holy
so
dude.
we've got
Wow.
So we've got 48 volcanoes in the city. 2 of them are deemed active or dormant, and so you can imagine our civil defense planning around if one of those two go back up, what will happen to the city. So it's one of the unique features Auckland has is all our volcanoes. Wonderful places to stand on, not so wonderful if one of them goes back up.
Yeah.
But we don't suffer from quakes. But the two main natural disasters we have to watch is tsunamis. We had a major risk last month from the big one, and hurricanes. So we do still capture tropical cyclones that drop out of Fiji and the South Pacific tropics.
Yeah. Do you have that as well, Will?
Yeah, so we're in like a tsunami zone. We have to have like evacuation plans. I know where like my high ground is, so it's kind of like scary. Like hope it doesn't happen too often or anything, but kind of nerve wracking because like definitely where I lived before, like none of this was an issue. The only scary thing was like a nuclear power plant nearby, and then that would never be an issue, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, it feels completely surreal to me to have something like that. Like in Sweden, we don't have those kind of issues at all. So do you have something similar, Henry, or how's it in your area?
I guess like, yep. So the trend is like pretty similar. I think it's pretty same as like the Sweden. Like all the city in China look the same. You know, things like because like the open up policies like currently by some special policies, economics policies. So all the cities are built in the like 10s or 20 years in this time zone. So it's
similar feel to them.
Pretty much the same. Yeah, like all the things grow up very fast, but like you can see it's like the same fashion, same style. All the skyscrapers and some apartment buildings just look the same. Except some special traditional culture stuff like that. But yeah, it still looks same.
Yeah, I feel like where I live, a lot of it, like the city Langford is only 30 years old. We've had one mayor the whole time, which is very interesting. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's just kind of like a ground up built city. It was built originally around a military base. So it's kind of like a small community that started that way. But it feels like any like BC town. It's kind of wild how that happens. And it's very distinctly different than Victoria, which is the capital city.
Yeah. So a lot of cookie cutter development.
And like it's so funny because the BC style is so unique. Like compared to Ontario, it's wild. If I was playing GeoGuessr, I would know now. You know.
Good old GeoGuessr.
Yeah. Do you have something similar around your area, Ben, where you live, that characterizes your area, except for other areas in New Zealand?
So Auckland is quite unique. Before we became a unitary authority 11 years ago, we were made up of what were called 5 cities and 2 districts. And then in 2010, we unified under one council with all the divisions underneath that. So I live in the sub-region called South Auckland, so south of the city centre. And we're the biggest and the fastest growing region in Auckland and New Zealand. And the reason why South Auckland was born post-war was all the industry. So all the industry was located out our way. And so the urban form that also followed it was the cookie cutter, suburban style, low density, detached housing. And it was just plopped down the motorway and down the railway line, and then it spread out in each direction.
Oh, do you guys still use a railway line?
So we still use heavy rail for our passenger and freight. We've got light rail on the cards, but bus is the main form of transport.
Yeah, we're both from one end.
Yeah, so that's where we are. But if you go to the central city, or what we call the Isthmus, you will see a very unique style. You will see Victorian and Edward era architecture. But that's different again. If you go down to Napier and Hawke's Bay, you will see all the Art Deco buildings. And the reason why that is...
Oh, I love that.
And the reason why Napier is extremely different is I think it was 1931, the city got entirely flattened by a very large earthquake. Nothing was left standing. So they decided in the rebuild to do all Art Deco. So
I think I heard that actually somewhere. Yeah. Not too recently.
Napier, Hawke's Bay is just all Art Deco, whereas Auckland is a hodgepodge of everything around the world. Depending on what the flavour of the month, depending on what the urban designers think the flavour of the month is.
Do you have an Art Deco around you, Will?
Just a little bit. No, I wish we had more. The housing here is nothing too crazy. Like like back in like Ontario and Toronto, a lot of old nice brick houses, whereas here they're not quite as nice. Not to say that impolitely, but if you go into Victoria though, which is the older city, you get some really cool stuff there. And Victoria actually has Canada's oldest Chinatown, which is interesting.
Oh wow,
Nice.
pretty cool. How old is it? Do you know?
I have no idea. It's old
Very
though.
old.
Quick Google.
I mean, in
Google.
the grand scheme, like old is, you know, I should Google this, but no, Canada, we're only 1867s. We're not even that old to begin with, right? So
18. Wait, you're younger than New Zealand? Wow.
yeah, we're new. Holy smokes!
you're-
And our
you're
last
new.
province only hopped on board in like the 40s or something. Yeah, we're newly unified in that scene or that
Oh,
sense.
you're a baby. You're just a baby.
Mhm.
With everything looking the same in your area, Henry, do you have any Art Deco around your neighborhood?
Like in China, like some, I can say some Art Decos. Yeah, we have it, but like it's most in some special areas, some art zones. But like all these designs you can see on the street, it's like we actually it's not that artistic because like government don't want. Not like don't want you to have those kind of so much kind of artistic stuff. They don't think that could have some functions. So we have the arts, but like in art zones, museums, some part, we have a lot of arts, but daily life you cannot see it on like, some residential buildings or something like that. Which is
That's frustrating.
Some part in big city. I think big city have this kind of problems. Maybe in China,
you lose like a little bit of the culture, a little bit of the becomes kind of like a concrete jungle. You kind of lose that like
it's like all skyscrapers boxes.
yeah dystopian future.
Blade Runner.
So you guys prefer the suburbs more than skyscrapers?
That's for sure.
They have their place.
I think they both kind of serve their own purpose, right?
Yeah. But that said, skyscrapers are limited to only 10 places in Auckland. So the city centre and what we call our 10 metropolitan centres, they're the only places you can do the so-called high-rises. Anything else has to be below 8 stories, which is mid-rise in our books. So yeah, it's limited. So you couldn't do a whole big map. You couldn't put it this way. You can't go Coruscant level of skyscraper level. Our planning would forbid it quite quickly.
In my city, I think the tallest building is 6 stories. So it's we're tiny in terms of density. We're spread out. We have a lot of hills, but it's not very tall buildings.
Yeah, ours is the
China. Yeah, in China, I guess like we have a lot of population, so there's a lot of tall residential buildings, like apartment line up in the city.
Dude, the amount of cities in China that have over 1 million people—that is mind-blowingly cool.
Yeah, that's too much.
Maybe, but
yeah.
Yeah, speaking of population, by the way, do you see, how that affects we were talking about, transportation before, like buses. I guess buses isn't really the thing you use maybe in China. Do you have maybe other transportation that are more common?
So in the past, like the time we don't have that, we are not that. People don't have that kind of money. They don't have the money to buy the car. But nowadays, people are buying a lot of cars, just like in the U.S., North America. But but also the high-speed railway in China is also grow very fast. So
dude, it's amazing
because they
love to travel.
It's amazing. Just like
very jealous of that. Very jealous.
People now just could like. It's very fast to go anywhere, every part of the China. Like I can say 80% could be reached in maybe like 6 to 7 or 8 hours. So it's very fast.
Dude. Wow.
It's very fast and it's very comfortable and stuff like that.
Yeah, is it always on time? Because we always have problems with trains in Sweden. Every train is always late. it's like a joke here. Are you always on time in China, or how does that look?
Train typically say train is on time. It's not like plane just delayed every time. Train is still like punctuated.
Wow.
In China, yeah.
That's
I
cool.
wish we had that, and I wish we had that in Tokyo.
We have no train
style of efficiency.
Yeah, they let the rails deteriorate, and there's just no more trains running on the island now.
Really?
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, it same with the light rail. They let that just kind of go. There was I don't know all the specifics of it, but there was a bridge collapse in the early 1900s, and a tram fell into the water, and then they scrapped the light rail in Victoria, and so the island is just buses. And to
Really?
deal with the rising population, they've been introducing double-decker buses, which is kind of
Oh yeah.
Ah.
Know that.
Oh, do you
Yeah,
have that
they-
in New Zealand as well?
We've got double decker buses here in Auckland and Wellington, but before that we used to have the bendy buses or the articulated buses, or what we used to call the bendy boys.
Yeah, we got the
And
bendy boys too. I love those things, man.
And when you're a school kid, the bendy boys were the best buses to sit on because you either sat in the middle,
in the middle,
or sit at the back, and the driver would just go around just fast enough to make the back swing out, and it was just like a good roller coaster ride. But
yeah, we used to do that, and we would try not to hold on, just to surf the whole time.
Yeah, the bendy buses were fun, and then someone in the Ministry of Transport thought it was a good idea to take them away, and so the fun ended.
Boom.
So now we're stuck with double deckers.
We actually have the bendy
double
boys
deckers are
here in
cool.
Sweden.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't see much of the bendy.
Probably where they went, eh?
Yeah, they all went to Sweden.
However,
Actually,
ironically,
so interesting, funny. I don't want to cut you off here. I have a random super thought. It's weird that Canada is not a left-hand drive because we're a Commonwealth like you guys. So I just thought about that because the buses would have been left-hand, right?
Your proximity to the United States would have done that away. Otherwise, you could, because you share a common system.
You know, we were like enemies with them at the time or something, weren't we? Like, you think we'd have that British influence? But I don't know. I feel like most colonies were they drive on the left. I feel like we're the odd one out.
Yes, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, most of the Pacific Islands, Japan, although not a Commonwealth country. Japan's left-hand traffic because it was influenced by Britain pre-war. Yeah, and that's what makes City Skylines so fun. So if I'm streaming when the North Americans are awake and watching, I can guarantee I can automatically confuse them with left-hand traffic. Put in a couple of roundabouts.
Oh, dude, the
and then
times I try it, oh my, I confuse myself, man. It's not even that complicated, but my brain just can't get it. I've never driven it in real life. I've never done a vehicle where the steering wheel's on the other side. I can't do it. I can't compute it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but going back to bendy buses, we're having to bring the bendies back, and it's a funny reason why. So we've just opened up 2 airport transit lines going into our airport, one from my sub-region and one will be coming in from the city centre. Now the airport doesn't allow double deckers, and the reason for that is the bendy buses have to fit underneath the wing of the larger aircraft. Now a double decker can't do that. A bendy bus can, so we have to bring the bendies back to service the airport. They have to yeah, but a nostalgia. So, school kids, you get to ride what your parents used to go on.
I miss those 1960s fishbowl buses when I was a kid back in Toronto.
Yeah, I remember you showing us those.
Cool. I mean, it's also different, everything from trains on time to bendy boys and double deckers. I think a lot of us think about when we talk about double deckers only about England or very iconic transportation things. But they're everywhere. They're multiplying.
Yep.
But talking about, we've been talking a lot about the real world and everything that city looks like in the real world. But we also, of course, want to talk about your creations. What you do in City Skylines. But when it comes to architecture and city planning, both in real life, but also when you create cities yourself, what do you get inspired by when you create something, and what doesn't inspire you at all? If you want to start, Henry, that would be super interesting to hear.
Yeah, so I mean, like Chinese cities, and I just make my cities compared to the main Japanese cities. So like like city in Japan is very what I kind of say, it's close to each other.
Yeah, like densely packed,
stick to each other. It's very high densities. So you can see that they can build the things on like, for example, they can build a mall on subway stations where they can build something.
The use of space is so smart,
so efficient. So
it's efficient. That's the good word, efficient.
I heard they can. The word is called TOD, the transported oriented development. So
Big thing in Tokyo, and it's a big inspiration in my line of work.
Yeah, so it's
TODs.
very high efficient. The city is high efficient. So I really want to like the cities in my countries, in my games could be built like that. Yeah. This is some main inspirations, I guess.
Yeah, Japanese infrastructure is so wild because like you have these insanely old cities and then just brand new infrastructure plopped in like these minute little spaces where it's going to fit, hopefully.
Yeah,
and they just seem to somehow make all that work, and then there's just so much more vertical space being utilized.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and that is like, can you apply that to your cities when you create in City Skylines as well?
Yeah, you can apply it, but like it takes up a lot of kind of time, and a lot of mods to do like move it like stuff like, and it's hard to.
Nobody plays cities in a hurry.
City Skyline.
That is very true. So when it comes to like non-inspiration, like what do you stay away from when you create something? What doesn't makes you tick?
I think it's the waste of land. Just is compared to the what I said above. Is the creative city. You see, there's a kind of wasteland. There's a blank in the middle part of the city. Is like you're annoying because why these things like we can build things that is functional in this here, so we can operate cities in the great efficiencies, and also we can build something. We can plant some trees here, make our city looks more beautiful. So I mean, I just hate there's a blanket. There's a blanks in my middle part of the city. And I would just be annoyed.
Plazas, right? They're doing nothing.
Yeah.
So plazas are not your thing.
Unless they have trees. That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
What about you, Will? What inspires you?
I feel like a lot of like what I see and what I like drive on and experience daily influences me. I'd say like my cities definitely have like a North American feel to them. And whenever I try to deviate, like every few months I'll try to make a British city or something. And my God, man, I just fail so epically. It's always a fun learning process, especially trying to tackle the left-hand drive. But hopefully it makes for good viewing.
It makes for very good view. It's quite funny watching those who are native to right-hand traffic trying to do left-hand, so trying to replicate the Commonwealth. And it can either be very amusing to watch or very painful to watch, depending.
I've done the Swindon Magic Roundabout successfully a few times now, which is a 5-point magic roundabout thing.
It got a certain YouTuber's attention too for good work. Yep. So well done.
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more of an eye when it came to building like European style, especially older cities. Like Canada, we're so new of a country that everything's just more like planned, and we don't run into the same kind of like spacing problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have that same issue that Henry has, like with a blank space that could be functions.
No, there are definitely some parts in some urban centers where like space is not utilized properly, or there's some like political stuff. People are holding on to like empty lots, hoping the price goes up, right? So you have these eyesores. But I feel like for the most part, we have a good cultural like melange happening here. We have some good architecture, especially in Toronto. Toronto was a fun mix of everything. And like 2 million plus people, you had all the food, all the culture, all the different zones working together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then where I live now, it's like a little eensy weensy 1% small, a little bit of that.
Has your move affected your creation somehow?
Oh God, so much so. Yeah. So where I live now, so much more hills, and it's all like small town vibes. So that's entirely transformed. Before I was doing like big grid cities, and I had an issue doing the smaller stuff because I just had no like actual concept on how it really worked.
Yeah. But now that you've seen it like in real life, you can actually apply
that. Oh yeah, so much easier too. Yeah. And then to get here too, it's 4,500 kilometers in between the cities. And so I saw like just the whole country, everything in between. So a lot of influence, which is cool.
And Canada is a very, stretched out country. How many time zones do you have in the country?
Like 4, maybe?
That's insane.
'Cause I'm 3 hours behind when I used to be.
Yeah. So like if we compare,
and then the province of Ontario, where Toronto's located, it's 1 day's drive just to get out of that province.
That is insane. That is insane.
So it took me about a week to get here, which is crazy.
That's insane. But like talking about, the difference if we're talking about a city on the West Coast and then talking about a city on the East Coast, do you see how they differ as well?
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like architecturally planning, because the West Coast, because of the tsunamis and the earthquake zone, you can't have the tall buildings, can't have the same density. And just in terms of the hills and the geography and stuff, there's so many more restrictions here. So you just might not be able to build what you want because you've got this super massive boulder in the way.
Yeah. Going back to inspiration. So what doesn't inspire you at all? What do you stay away from when you create something?
That's I find that when you do stuff to be like totally picture perfect and like overly symmetrical, I feel like it starts to look a little bit fake and you kind of lose that organic kind of growth kind of feel.
Brazil.
So I tend to stay away from areas that are like too perfectly planned, especially like city centers. I like when things kind of have a bit of a chaotic kind of vibe almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you say Brazil?
And then finding
Henry?
like the balance and the harmony and the chaos.
Yeah, that is a good point as well. Did you say Brazil, Henry?
I mean, there's like very symmetrical city in Brazil. Is that Brasilia? I guess,
Brasilia, it's the capital.
Brasilia. Yeah, Brasilia. A very symmetrical one.
Yo, also huge city, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a big one, but yeah, she's very, very master planned, very symmetrical, and very particular. And that's it. And there's whole geography papers on purpose-built capital cities like that and why they don't work.
No, they run into traffic problems, I think, the most often, don't they?
It's also, if you look at how cities have been since the dawn of civilization, cities are pretty much organic. There's four things a city will form around: industry, trade, industry, or military. So if your cities are not founded around one of those, it's very hard
Wait,
to
hold on.
work.
You said industry twice there. Hold on. Say it again.
I would say that. So industry, trade, so transport, defense.
Oh,
So
that's the one. Yeah, defense.
Yeah, defense, sorry. And the other one, academia or science. Yeah, so the four, and that's the reason why a city will often be founded. So you look at these artificial capital cities that are bit like they do, and it's like they're not around one of those four concepts. And so, yeah, as you would have pointed out, they struggle quite a bit. Canberra is another one.
That makes sense.
In Australia.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that's like that perfectly planned city, that one, yeah.
Yep. So,
sometimes China want to create this kind of cities, but it's not working.
No.
Yeah.
So why isn't it working for those who don't know?
It's just not working now, but I'm not sure like in the future it will work.
Yeah. So Will, you don't want perfect. You want something more suburban, more relaxed, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Yeah. Definitely when I'm doing my big cities, though, I'll have like perfectly planned grids and like I want to say smart looking layouts, but I'm really enjoying the kind of the willy-nilly, make a street any direction you want, work with the hills, have some fun.
Right.
And wonder why your traffic meter's at 60%.
Listen, don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about that. That's a challenge for late game, right?
I mean, that depends on what you're building, right? If you're building like the most efficient traffic situation, maybe that's not the way.
Everyone's gonna walk then if that's the case, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What about you, Ben? What inspires you when you create? I mean, this is super interesting for you as well, since this is actually what you do for a living.
So as a spatial planner, my line of work is I influence the actors, so private and public sectors. So I influence their behaviors, which then influences the spatial form. So the spatial form being what the city will look like, and vice versa, using the spatial form to influence behavior. So if I am trying to get a lot of mixed use in one area, the behavior I'm trying to influence is everyone will walk or bike everywhere rather than use the car as they might have done 20 years ago, where you had your housing here, your mall here, your work here, and the only way you could get to it was a motorway. So what inspires me, so when I do my City Skylines playthroughs, I do mixed reality. So I blend the virtual and real world together into Twitch and YouTube videos. So I blend the best and worst of both worlds.
No, your stuff's good, man. You got a good organic look to your cities.
Yeah, so this goes right back to the SimCity 4 days, the Simtropolis days. you had two.
Oh my God, Centropolis! I have not heard that, dude, in ages. Sorry.
And that's where my name comes from. So this name's 18 years old.
No
my
way.
screen name. It's an old name. So there was two lines of thought. Ploppable, where you plopped everything down in perfection. Or organic, where you just used the zones, and it was basically one step away from absolute utter chaos, which is what most cities are. And that transferred through into City Skyline. So when I load the map and it's modded, I'll have a basic idea of what I want, a basic end goal, and then I'll work my way towards it. But there are 5 common themes that I will always run through any of my city builds. First one is left-hand traffic. Second one is I do what's called the urban island geography, which I'll cover in a minute. The third one is the rush hour mod, or the real-time mod is enabled. So the real-time mod means it simulates the 2 peak hours, it simulates the weekend, and it simulates nighttime. So
I'm sure your CPU just loves that.
Yeah, my CPU just dies every time I mention it. So what happens there, as we know with the base game, you just basically see the days, the months, and the years roll by. Real time drops it down to hourly. It drops it right down to real time. And so I've got to factor in with my building and planning, okay, I've got 2 peak hours, I've got weekends, I've got shopping, I've got events, and I've got a nighttime economy. And for example,
do you also use the no despawning with the traffic president?
No, because otherwise my rig will literally.
Goodness.
If you think Fukushima was bad, my rig will do Chernobyl. It's pretty intensive.
Oh my goodness.
But and I've said it in my videos more than once, it's not uncommon for my transit system to be more busy at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday morning than at 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. It's a strong nighttime economy. So that's I think it's the third or fourth one. I do a 24/7 economy.
Nice.
And then the last one I do is transit orientated developments, as Henry mentioned earlier. And I always use the European themes as the base mode. So I put all that together, and it creates for some very organic, but also some very rich and chaotic play, which is how most cities are.
It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things. And my land use can be efficient. Some days it's not efficient. So between industry and the main city, you'll see a lot of blank land, just as you do in real cities, because you have that's often an area in transition. So
sure, yeah.
So that happens. So that's translated out. But the one thing that does not inspire me is I can be lazy with interchanges and motorways. You'll see other streamers and content creators who will spend literally a week.
Love them highways. Love them.
Who will do these massive 8 to 12 lane highways.
Oh yes, give it to
me. A week on their stream.
Collectors, Express, all of it. Let's go.
Yep. And what do? I click the roundabout tool. I select the 3-lane roundabout, plop it down, 4 ramps done. 30 seconds later. I'm sorry, I could be. I call it efficiency. Others call it vandalism. So. Yeah, mixed reality inspires me. Interchanges and 12-lane highways do not, because I always focus around transit-orientated developments, so
that's a winning plan in the long run, anyway.
Yeah, and so what an urban island is you have your city center, and then you use the City Skylines district tool to create all these semi-independent islands that you can do your local stuff in, and then it's all connected up with the transit system, so you can still move from one side to the other.
Yeah, it's like a series of self-sufficient neighborhoods almost.
Semi-self-sufficient, so you're still reliant on industry, and you're still reliant on, say, a city centre or a metro centre. And for those who are wondering, yes, the highways are still there. It's just not a dominant feature in my playthrough. So the intercity highway will always be there, but the main roads are my 4-laners with bus lanes and light rail.
Right. Cool.
Yep.
I mean, it's so interesting to hear you guys talk about all these different kinds of areas in the world and how you know, what you get inspired by. And I assume that it's a lot about, getting inspired by where you are, obviously, as you will.
Yeah, I feel like regional geography plays a huge role.
Exactly. So super interesting. We're actually running out of time right now. It's been so quick, I know. But maybe we can do a follow-up but with this someday, because it's super interesting. And obviously, we're probably going to have questions, from the audience after this. So feel free to answer any questions that might pop up from the audience.
I'll preempt one question right now. Roundabouts are your friends. That is all.
They are. Fundamentally, they are.
They are your friends.
The game is strong on the island. They're definitely converting a lot, so I'm on board with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We'll end on that. Roundabouts is your friend. Thank you, everyone.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Thank you, Will, and thank you, Ben, for joining. And this has
Thank
been
you for having us.
Talk Cities Part 2. All right, over to you, Mother. Oh my God! Yeah.
Good job, guys. Good job. That could have gone on for another hour.
Oh my God, Troy.
I know, another segment with me. I know you're tired of me.
I was more oh my godding the fact that the next thing up is the announcement show.
Is that exciting? Are we supposed to be excited for that?
I mean, I guess.
Are we announcing stuff?
Why would it be called the announcement show if we weren't announcing things?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes sense. Nothing big or important, though. Definitely no games or anything.
Totally.
I mean, it's not like we teased stuff at Paradox Insider or anything.
Right. What was it you said then?
I don't know. Something about some kind
PDS
of
Studios
game from PDS.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. No idea what it could be.
Yeah. Could be anything.
It's a mystery. A grand mystery. Yeah. I mean,
so what do we talk about now for like 30 minutes while people go crazy about speculations? Yeah.
30 entire minutes?
It doesn't go live until 8.
You mean 30 minutes where everyone at home gets to sit and suffer and deal with us talking before the announcement show?
I can see right now all of the resident sleepers in chat.
I could see the chat. I can literally, it's burned into my retinas how wild the chat is going right now. Somebody's probably saying, who cares? Somebody's probably saying, I don't want to see these people. Somebody's probably
Start the announcement show now, all caps, get timed out by Moobot.
Timed out. I'm gonna bet, I'm gonna take a wager here. How many chats do you think got timed out by Moobot as soon as this segment started and it wasn't announcements?
A lot. Like at least 2.
I'm saying at least 50.
Like from the about 2 to a million.
2 to a million? Somewhere
it's in there somewhere.
Nice tight window there we got going on.
No.
No.
As big as possible. I always want to be right, and if it's one of those numbers, that I'm right.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
This is torture for me. I want to see the announcement show too.
So we started off today.
Yes.
PDXCon. Mm-hmm. We talked to EBA. We talked to HR.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about making careers in games.
Yes.
You had to deal with me yammering at my buddies from the team, which was fun. Got some good influencers.
Yeah.
We saw Daniel doing an absolute just bang up job.
They did too well. They finished too early.
They did. It was amazing. They did a stellar job.
They did really, really good.
What was after that?
Surviving the Aftermath.
No, we skipped one.
Did we?
Yeah, Surviving Mars recap and Surviving the Aftermath recaps. Mm-hmm. There's 2 of them. We got to talk to the guys at all of our other studios.
Yeah.
Got some good FaceTime with them and Elizabeth.
Yeah, and then the art panel.
The art panel was surviving the aftermath. Exactly.
I learned art.
That was
stuff.
fantastic. I really loved seeing all those.
Yeah.
You got to see entirely too much of me.
Yes.
Yep. See what else? We had Empire of Sin. Mm-hmm. We had...
Two Empire of Sin.
Two Empire of Sin, so I was going to say. And then we had the cosplay and dressing for the 1930s.
Right.
That was really fun.
Yeah, and if you haven't... pause.
Oh, pausing.
Pause.
Pinning
Time
it.
out. If you haven't, you should totally check out the contest that Empire of Sin are currently holding for their cosplay.
Yeah.
You can win $8,000 worth of Razer peripherals, which is... I don't even know how big that shipment would be. It sounds ginormous.
At least 2 boxes.
At least
boxes.
one mouth.
At least one box. Maybe bordering on 3 boxes.
Yeah. That's basically just make your best sort of 1920s, little jazzy cosplay.
Yeah.
And you submit it to them by June 14th.
Yep. We also got to see CC on her birthday.
Yes, that's true.
We had Machier in here, and Machier was very nervous about his panels, but I think he did really well.
You can't tell.
No,
it's like the people that say like, "Oh, I'm super nervous. I'm super scared. I'm gonna do terrible." They do well.
It's a really good rule that the more nervous somebody is, the better they're going to do.
Yeah, and I know that CC's in there right now, and I can.
Yeah. Probably gonna get yelled at by Unders about this
probably,
right now. So
probably.
I'm ready for it. And then what else did we have? We had the cities.
Yes.
Yeah.
The city stuff.
We had the continuation of the roundtable discussion.
Yes.
That was really fun.
It's always interesting to hear like how different people think about, like everybody knows the one concept, but you can think about it from like different point of view. You can like a thing varying amounts depending on like how you do stuff.
Everyone is a subject expert in a certain subject matter.
Yes.
And it's always interesting to see when those disciplines overlap, especially with like cities, because there's so much that goes into the making of City Skylines.
Yeah.
And there's so much content that's put out every single time we have an update, every time there's a pack of anything, anytime there's the slightest glimmer of there might be something new for cities, the entire community just comes together and just knocks it out of the park. So it's always interesting to see those community content creators step up, because cities, I like to... Are you having issues over there?
My ear falling off.
Oh no, your ear's falling.
I got it.
Oh,
My ears are very small and it doesn't fit.
That's true. You just got to stick it through your glasses. I keep telling you.
I know. I need more tape.
I obviously think that the CK3 community is the best community because we are, but
because we are.
Because
all right.
we
All right,
are.
I'll fight you on it.
I mean,
You would throw me out a window.
I'm still waiting on that Mario Kart match. Right?
Yeah, that's true. We'll do it after. We'll do it
Done.
after this.
We'll do it after this.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think every one of our communities definitely has the most dedicated community in Paradox. And it's weird to say that every community has the most dedicated community, but I really mean it. Like, there's certain aspects of every community that just take it to 11, take it to 12, like step over the line. And like, you're expecting 100 mods. Yeah. And you log in and there's 5,000 and each of them is so unique and diverse. And it's like, I never would have imagined this content. You guys have done things that I had not even contemplated being real. And so to see that every single community within Paradox has this knowledge around their specific piece of the puzzle is fantastic. There's no single community out there that any of our mods and any of our community can point to and be like, oh, we don't think they're passionate. We don't think these people believe in the game. Every single one of our games has a passionate community driving them. Yeah. It's super rad.
There's always a nerd for every game.
Yeah.
And a game for every nerd.
Exactly.
My God, that was a really good saying.
Whoa,
I should
Captain
put that on a
Poetic.
t-shirt. Oh well. It's
Maybe get it.
now.
Maybe get it on a placard at your desk.
Yes. This is the
Maddie 2021.
PDXCon 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
There you go. For every game nerd and every nerd a game.
Oh no, that's so good.
It's your political platform now for the company. That's gonna happen now.
I only think of these big brain things when I'm not trying.
Right.
As soon as I actually try to brainstorm like good ideas,
It's because I'm here.
Nothing happens. Oh yeah, are you the lucky charm
I am.
or the cause?
I am the lucky charm.
Oh okay, yeah, that does sound better.
My mother always joked that I'm the luckiest man alive. It's just never good luck. Yeah.
That's true because you didn't think of it. I did. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It works.
I'm super lucky that I'm in the same room while you think of this. You know.
Well, okay. Yeah, all right.
See?
Sure.
Still bad shoes, but somehow they're still alive.
Well.
But I'm lucky enough to witness the purple alien shoes today. So.
Yes. Oh wow, so cool.
Just checking the angle in the camera. I like it.
This is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we got the close up.
Oh,
We got the
my
close
aliens.
up on the purple
Look at
alien shoes.
Oh yeah.
Watch out.
This is content. This is what we do instead of doing the announcement show. We're showing off my shoes.
We're shoeing off.
I'm leaving. I'm quitting.
Sorry, I just sneakered that one in there. That was good. That was a good throw, actually. I'm not even mad at it.
Here. No.
Man. But yeah, announcement show is going to be good.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of
so
announcements.
much.
There's
A whole
so much
hour
jam-packed in there.
Stuff.
Yeah, and I actually feel like an hour is not enough time for all the stuff that we have to announce.
Yeah,
You
it is
know?
pretty squished in there.
Yeah.
Back to back.
And not an hour is not enough, but I feel like every single piece of content in there deserves its own block of time to just really dig into it and analyze it. And like, I'm sure that all the teams involved and all the communities involved with that content will, in fact, dive into their content
Later.
individually. But for now, we only have an hour to discuss it in the announcement show. So that's no pressure.
It's more like, here is the stuff. And then if you wait till tomorrow, you can see what it is, what it actually is.
Really grab into it and dig into it.
Yeah.
But you know where the best place to find all that information is?
What is it, Troy?
That's right. It's on our Discord. We're gonna keep plugging it, man. Just gonna keep plugging that Discord.
Yep.
Like,
plug it.
yeah. I've said it like 6 times today. I love our mods.
Yes.
I love all of our CAs.
Yep.
I love all the people that work on our projects. And you know what? They've put in so much time and effort and work and like moderating chats, moderating the Discord, handling our forums, handling our social medias.
Yeah.
Just there's so much work and so many moving parts that go into PDXCon, and without them I would be lost, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like
entirely.
I've been handling so much high level stuff for the past 2.5 weeks that like I really feel bad that like my ambassadors, my poor Lenny and my poor Fawn, my rock stars, my rocks, my little potatoes, they've really just stepped up, you know, and handled my, and it's not even slack. It's like I'm just so high level right now, handling all of PDXCon that like the day-to-day stuff that's necessary, brutally necessary, they handle, and it's just without them I'd be lost. Yeah. And I know it's the same for every game. Yeah. Every one of our CAs has just stepped up and knocked it out of the park. And like 2019, we flew all the CAs out to PDXCon.
That was so fun. Because I was a CA at the time, and it was so much fun.
And it was deserved.
Yeah,
it was definitely deserved. Like you guys don't realize how much the day-to-day operations, everybody out in the community, not you obviously, but like everybody out in the community, definitely doesn't really realize that we have our ambassadors that literally carry us on their backs. Community managers and community developers are handling all this high level, putting the pins in place, but like actually picking the entire weight of the game up and moving it forward as those ambassadors. Yeah. And I can't wait. As much as I've loved PDX and PDXCon, and as much as I've loved all these conversations, taking vacation, then I'm getting back and I can really tear the game apart and dig into that content with my guys and gals and really get back to the work that I love. Because that's why we're here, is because we love our jobs. I don't think I know a single person at Paradox that's like, who cares what I do? Everyone here is really just like, this is what I want to do and where I want to be. That's how you feel.
I feel like I should shed a tear now.
Right?
I feel inspired and motivated and all that.
Live content would be nowhere without you.
Live content wouldn't be nowhere without you.
Ridiculous.
Just self-appreciation
and
day.
Anders and Jimmy, I guess. Yeah. Whatever. And Nurgle, the Rock.
You're welcome, God Voice.
Yeah, Ghost Voice has said thank you, and we are very much grateful for Ghost Voice.
Yes.
But no, really, it's that's how you chew up a half an hour of content, is by thanking all the people that literally fill the gaps in your life. Because there you go.
Yeah.
Are we doing an announcement show or something at some point?
I think I think it's on my calendar.
We're doing an announcement show.
Yeah.
And we're announcing things for a game company.
Yeah, what game company is it?
I don't know. Some game company.
The Paradox, maybe?
Hold on, let me read my own jacket here. PDXCon.
Yes.
Got it.
What? So we did. Okay, so
Oh, you even have the backs of your. There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Bang. Look at that. Look at that branding. Look at that branding.
Yeah, we gosh, I want to tease it. I want to joke about it. I want to
It. I like how you say it like there's one thing you want to tease.
I mean, it
about.
as like the announcement show.
There's like 30 things I want to make terrible jokes about right now.
There are so many things that I want to meme.
Like, do you have any idea how hard it is and how hard it's killing me to not be able to make puns about what we're putting into the announcements?
I know how many puns you make, and I can tell by the amount of puns that, like the low amount of puns that you've made in the past 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Like how many are just in it's waiting to burst.
It's painful.
Waiting to leave.
Painful. It's heralding my doom, is what it is. That's right. As soon as the announcement show's done, just a floodgate's going to open of terrible puns.
I am scared.
Yeah. I have to keep myself from making jokes because I'm like, oh, I can make this joke about. Nope. That would be a direct nod at what's going to happen. Nope, not going to do that.
But afterwards,
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Not to mention tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Sunday.
Tomorrow,
oh my gosh.
Where we could talk 2 full days about what has been announced.
Yeah.
And really deep dive into all the content. Holy smokes! I have so much good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
we can try. Easy stuff this weekend. It's a home run knocked out of the park.
Yeah.
2 full days.
We're gonna be fine. We're gonna have so many more 15 minutes to just whiz off of.
Yeah.
And it's gonna flow by. It's gonna go so easy.
Oh man, tomorrow, my panels that I have tomorrow.
Yeah, what panels do you have tomorrow?
I don't want to talk about it because I will. I can't trust myself right now. Can't trust myself. Yeah. But there's gonna be so much of me tomorrow. Oh, you're gonna hate it. It's gonna be terrible, but it's okay because tomorrow I'm bringing Pokemon Snap.
Oh,
and
great.
we can play Snap and take pictures of cute animals tomorrow.
I don't play Pokemon. I only play one game, Troy. You know this.
That's true. Well, I have Mario Kart.
Well, yes.
Don't forget.
Fine. Yeah, right. It's a good.
All right.
It's a good game too.
We're gonna pull out the switches and battle. Duel. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic.
Yep. Announcement show.
Announcement show. Hey guys. Hey everybody at home. Are you excited? Have you activated your extension on Twitch? Because the announcement show is one of our big panels that you'll get an activation badge for on the extension. Yeah. So if you haven't already activated your extension, now is the time to do it. Literally, we're in the final hour before the announcement show. So you should go out and do it right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Click over there above Troy's little, over there.
Right.
That's good. That's
right.
good. That's pretty good.
There we go. Right there.
Yeah. Click there. Connect it with your Paradox account, and earn badges to earn keys to earn just stuff.
Badges? We don't need no badges. No, we do need badges. I love
badges. You can get badges, and then you can unlock things, and you can brag about them, and yeah.
So, to cover, tune in for the announcement show.
Yep.
Then we have the late show.
Yes.
And then you need to activate your extension.
Yep.
Head over to Discord.
Yep.
Follow us on social media.
Correct.
And make sure you're not spamming chat too hard because spamming chat too hard will
boop you. It'll boop you.
It'll be terrible. You'll get booped. We don't want any of you out in chat to be booped. We want you all there enjoying the chat, talking, discussing, and participating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many people lost.
Yep.
So there's what, 5 panels after the announcements?
I think it's 4, yeah.
4? One of mine.
Yes.
I think I have a panel this evening, though.
Yeah. And then there's also secret one.
The secret one. The secret panel.
Right after the announcement.
Ooh, buddy.
Woo-wee.
Well, not right after. I'll be back right after.
True. We'll be back.
Talking to you. And then the secret panel.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit like my stomach is getting a little bit butterfly.
You got them butterflies?
Yeah, I want to go out there and see what the chat is saying.
Yeah, chat's probably exploding right now. Chat's actually probably having a full-blown aneurysm right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah. My favorite game is being talked about in chat,
Yeah?
apparently.
What game is that?
Sengoku.
Yep.
I love Sengoku.
Yep.
The first one was a masterpiece. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Oh.
The only one.
Yeah.
The last one.
Yes.
No, I'm just joking. Really, it was the only Sengoku, guys. Please don't take me at face value. That was me being a jerk.
Yep.
I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry, everybody.
Moobot's gonna boop you.
No, Sengoku is rad. I love Sengoku.
Yeah.
War of the Roses. Man, can we talk about War of the Roses for a minute?
I'd love to.
No?
I love the 15th century.
You know, I actually do have.
history.
I actually do have the collector's edition War of the Roses. They had a wooden sword and a wooden shield. They really.
Oh yeah.
Still in my house in Texas, up above the fireplace.
I just right now understood that you were not actually talking about history in a game.
Yeah, I mean it's both. It can be both. You know that, right?
Yes.
Like we
I
have
do not know the game. I only know
grand
history.
strategy games. We have those.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
exist.
that's true. I mean, it's in CK.
It is. It is. It exists in our games.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. There's a lot of games that we discussed as like old favorites over the day. And Anders was very excited to think about Pizza Tycoon Remastered.
Oh yeah, they did talk about those a lot during
did.
the Surviving the Aftermath.
Yeah.
Like what games inspired them to make games.
So Anders just like, I would totally back Pizza Tycoon Remastered. And I was like, yo, if that was an option, I
Yeah.
would totally back that as well.
Right.
That's something I'm all about.
Yep.
But I don't know if that exists or will ever exist.
Do you want
we
to
can dream.
just chill stuff one more time and then go over to a timer so that
I'm
chat
down.
will know exactly how much time is left?
I'm down. Wait, I'm sorry.
Sorry, what? Go
Chat
through?
is talking about Tyranny Battle Royale. What an awful concept. I definitely want to see that made. Tyranny Battle Royale.
It's like you take two good games and then you just smush them together.
That's actually what my mouse mat is at home, is the Tyranny mouse mat.
Yeah.
I loved the color scheme in that game.
I'm just sitting here nodding because I totally know what that is.
You really? It's like red, orange, and purple.
That does sound pretty badass.
Right, with like heavy, dark comic book
Yeah.
lines drawn around everything.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of. It's like lights shining on the statuary. It's not like flesh toned. It's like purple, orange, red, and black only. Oh
Chat things of the darndest things.
yeah.
Yep.
Tyranny was great though. I loved Tyranny. That's for sure. We could also, go play Tyranny right now. We do have a computer out there with it installed already, so.
We could. Should we, you know what? Should we prioritize Tyranny over the announcement show?
We should.
We just cut the announcement show altogether and just
Let's just
stream
cut the
Tyranny?
announcement show and you and I'll just play
Yeah.
Tyranny for like an hour and a half.
That's what chat wants.
Fantastic.
Chat gets what chat wants.
We'll bring some candy bars and chips in to like get some ASMR crunchy noises going while we're playing.
God.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Yeah.
ASMR crunchy Tyranny with Nada and Troy. No, you don't like that idea?
No, not a fan. Not a fan of the crunch ASMR.
Drink some Red Bull through a straw. Or,
That's the only way to drink Fireball.
right. Well,
The
you gotta
fancy way.
keep the face in place.
Exactly.
Just drink through a straw.
Perfect.
Maybe she's born with it. Who is she?
Who is she? Yes.
Oh, man.
Okay, one last time before we go to a clock.
Yeah.
Discord. If you haven't joined our Discord, join the Discord.
Please.
Spend some time with fellow
much.
nerds.
Yeah.
Talk about your favorite games. Talk about the announcement that's about to happen.
How long do we have? It looks like 6
5
minutes.
minutes. Yeah, like
little over 5.
Yeah, 5 minutes. No stress. No stress.
No stress at all.
No nothing.
Nothing at all. No stress. None here. Not a single
sir.
bit.
Yes, and then the extension.
Yeah.
Check out the extension
Extension?
to get badges and to get cool prizes. And you can get one for watching the announcement show. So you have like 5 minutes to set it up, so you totally should.
Yep. And another one for the late night show, so stick around for that. So, like I said, my panel, we got the late night show.
Awards show.
Is awards?
Yeah, tomorrow. There's an award show tomorrow.
I'm at tonight.
Oh, tonight, not tonight.
We have my panel. We have the late show. I don't remember what else we have. I have to look at the schedule and
secret stuff.
Yell at it after the announcement. Oh, the secret panel. There's number 3.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'll yell at you after this about what we've got after that.
Yep.
Because I'll remember after this.
Yep. Yes, I mean after the announcement show, we'll go over like all of the things that also just the things afterwards, obviously, and then also we'll reveal all of the secret events because there's a few, there's a couple.
Secret panel. Secret panel. That's gonna be great. It's gonna be rad. I'm so excited. So Discord extension, 4 panels after.
Yep.
The announcement show,
and then just revealing all the stuff.
Yeah, revealing everything. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
I don't have much else for you guys at this point. Stay hydrated. Can we get everyone to stay hydrated?
Yeah.
Remember to stay hydrated.
That's good.
Like everybody at home already knows, I'm a shameless water shill. Please drink your water, everyone. For the love of all that's holy, drink your water. I can't stress this enough. Get up, stretch, walk around, take a break, go to the bathroom, come back, chug water like it's going out of style.
Yep.
Drink your electrolytes, kids.
Oh, God. That was a good grandpa voice.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like that?
Good. It was good.
Get your vitamins, your chewable vitamins in while you can. What? Come on, man.
No, just slowly. Spending more, just like every second, I think a brain cell just dies every time you make a real bad dad joke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you even here if that's
I don't know.
Case? I've made so many.
My brain is putty.
Yeah.
My
brain is punny. See what I did there?
Wait.
Oh, that was even better.
I'm really getting really good at this.
Ooh, buddy. Oh, man. What is that? Is that 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh.
3 minutes left.
Guys, are you excited? I'm excited. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting word from my sponsor that we have 1 minute 50.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no, that you got a little bit longer.
Yeah. You got a tiny little countdown.
50,
just to prepare stuff.
Yeah.
We gotta get Ebba ready.
Right. You gotta get the powder.
Yeah.
You gotta get the face on.
But it's gonna be really cool.
Not that there's any excitement in the chat.
None.
Or the community
Absolutely
at all.
none.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. Chat would never be excited about an announcement show about games. Right?
Right.
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 Right. I mean, I would say you guys to like go nuts in chat, but I'm sure you already
I don't think it needs to be prompted.
Nuts.
It's gonna happen by itself.
But if you were saving anything for the last minute, this is the last minute. This is it.
This is the final opportunity to just go to the bathroom, get a drink,
1 minute,
get some water.
1 minute left. Last minute before it.
Yep.
Please get water.
You gotta run.
Please get water.
Do you like a fun like 1 minute like stretch?
Yeah.
Just to prepare your body for the shock that is going to be the announcement.
You got to get the full body touch to the toes.
Oh, God. Oh, God. My back is actually really... I've been sitting in the chair all day.
You have been sitting in that chair a long time.
Oh, gosh. Yep.
Not excited.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm so ready, and I hope everybody at home is ready. Because, like... It's gonna be so much fun. We've worked so hard on this.
It's finally happening.
So much effort into
we can make the jokes soon, Troy.
So many jokes are gonna happen, guys. It's not even gonna be fun. And, like, we're gonna make so many jokes that are just gonna lose flavor at the end of it.
Immediately.
It's like that piece of cheap gum you get at the grocery store.
Yeah. Well, Troy, thanks for being here this last little time.
Yeah, it's been great. And we'll see you guys at the events and the announcements.
Yeah.
Have fun, everybody, and
see you on the other
side. Yeah.
I don't want to choke.
Welcome to the PDXCON Remixed announcement show. Now entering the remix is your host for the evening, the CEO of Paradox Interactive, Ebba Ljungerud.
Well, this is different. I wasn't sure what to expect from a digital PDXCon, but now when I'm here, actually maybe it's not that different. I mean, it's different in a few ways. First of all, you're not here. I miss the energy from you, the audience, but it's also different in a nice way. I get to leave my house. I get to actually put on some nice clothes, not just walk around in my ugly activewear all the time. It's certainly been a year. We launched CK3 in the middle of this. I can't believe we actually managed that. It feels like just a couple of days ago that King Henrik and I were standing on stage in Berlin announcing the game. But here we are. No matter what it takes, and no matter what virtual worlds I have to travel to make this happen, I am so proud and happy to get to host this announcement show for you. I just love that we can present everything that we have to show here today. All of us at Paradox, we've been working hard to bring you the games that you love and to make PDXCon Remixed a reality, virtual or not. This is going to be a different show for sure, but I think you will like what we have got. I'm not going to go on for too long here in the beginning. I know you're eager to get to the games, but I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for joining this new spin of PDXCon. For me, PDXCon is really about three things, and I don't want us to miss any of those. The first one is the games, which we've got here today. So don't worry, we've got that part covered. The second part, that's our teams and staff. We've been working very hard all this time to bring games out to you. I have to admit, it has been a little bit harder than usual, but I also miss seeing everyone in the office chatting around the coffee machine. So I'm very happy to have some of you here today to join and talk about what you've been working on. Most importantly, of course, number 3, you, our players. As I said, it's better to have you here in person, and you've told us that one of the main reasons you come to PDXCon is to meet with us. We feel exactly the same way, just to bounce ideas and discuss what's going on. It's so fantastic. I'm glad we're able to do this as a digital event, but I do want you all to know that my goal and my ambition is that we can go back to having a live and physical PDXCon as soon as possible. I can't wait to see you all there. So, narrator, announcement person, where are you? Are you still there?
It's physically impossible for me to leave.
Okay, that's very concerning. But let's get this show on the road. It's time to talk about what's coming next for Crusader Kings 3.
Now entering the game director for Crusader Kings 3, welcome to the remix, Alexander Altner.
Hi, Alex. Welcome to our beautiful court.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So last time when you were on PDX Insider, you talked about Northern Lords, our first flavor pack for Crusader Kings. And now you're here to announce the first expansion. Can you tell us a bit more?
Absolutely. First, to recap, we have released the Ruler Designer, free for everyone who plays CK3. And, as you mentioned, Northern Lords, where you got to experience life in Scandinavia and lots of Viking adventures. But now we are ready to announce the first major expansion that adds a new layer of gameplay and drama to the upper echelons of the ruling class.
So me being a bit of an insider, I have heard that there's a lot of both political intrigue and mysterious motivations in this expansion. And we also have a trailer to show just how involved life in court can be.
It is not enough to simply have power. One must display it. This wedding does not merely represent the union of two mighty houses. It's a show of power. Our court is a grand stage, a tribute to our might. Now the scene is set. Every player a pawn in this grandest of schemes. For when this day is over, our enemies shall taste their bitter defeat. Our revenge complete and no one will ever underestimate our bloodline again. You see, real strategy requires cunning.
Wow, that's amazing.
Indeed. So what is the most iconic image of a medieval ruler you can think of?
This room, perhaps?
Indeed. It's a ruler on their throne surrounded by vassals and courtiers. This represents the grandeur of the monarch, how powerful they are, who they can surround themselves with. So you will be able to enter your own throne room and interact with numerous systems, all to further your own political power and agenda. There will be drama between courtiers, there will be exhibitions of wealth, and you will be able to deliver justice and much more. To this end, we bring you Crusader Kings 3, The Royal Court.
The Royal Court sounds very, very good. And being able to sit in the seat of power, doling out rewards, as the ruler of your very own court, that kind of sounds like a dream come true. Is that it, or do we have even more things in this expansion?
It is certainly part of it. So kings and emperors will have their own royal court, their throne room.
Yeah.
And in that, they can decide to hold court, inviting the vassals of the realm to air their grievances and come with petitions. And this has major impacts on the realm.
Okay.
But there is more. So the royal court is the embodiment of your power and grandeur and royal majesty. You will be judged by your peers based on its grandeur. What artifacts do you have on display? How much are you spending on your court in the form of lodgings or food or clothes? And the more you spend, the more interesting guests will want to visit your court.
Okay, guests. That sounds very intriguing. Will they impact the court in very big sweeping ways, or is it more minute changes that comes from this?
So the guests will have something called an inspiration, which means that they want to do or make something. But they can't do it by themselves. They need your patronage.
Okay, and if I become a patron, how does that affect me as a ruler?
So there are different types of inspirations. For example, there are adventurers that want to go and hunt a mighty beast or find a lost artifact. But there are also smiths and weavers and scholars and many more. They all want to create something that you can either put into your inventory, your personal inventory, or into your court to further your grandeur.
Okay, very interesting guests indeed. If I understand it correctly, this expansion also contains a big overhaul of the cultural system?
Yes, I mean, what is a ruler without their subjects, after all?
True.
So this is likely the most exciting thing for a lot of players. Cultures, instead of being static, now have pillars such as language and heritage, and the traditions that set them apart from each other. They also have dynamic attitudes where happenings in the world will make cultures like or dislike each other. And as CK3 covers half a millennium of history, the cultures of old would be barely recognizable for us today.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And they changed and evolved over time. And to that end, we have introduced two new systems to represent this: divergence and hybridization.
I can't wait to get my hands on this, I have to say, and I know our community will feel the same. So is there a release date for this expansion?
Unfortunately, we cannot tell you when the Royal Court will be released.
Okay.
But know this, we're hard at work with it. First, we will finish the Azure patch.
And that's a free update?
Yes, released during this summer.
Okay.
And until the release of Royal Court, after the Azure patch, we will have lots of dev diaries detailing Royal Court feature.
All right, very exciting. Good luck with this endeavor that you're on. I know that you also have a lot of stuff planned for this weekend, the PDXCON Remixed. Is there anything in particular that you want to highlight?
Yes, two things. The Trials and Tribulations panel and the Crusade Anything Q&A. Both of them have CK3 devs, so it will be very interesting to see what you will think.
Sounds good. Thank you, as always, for being here, Alex. Very nice to chat about Crusader Kings 3.
Happy to be here.
And we hope to see all of you in the community online, and we look forward to ruling our futures together.
Now advancing hundreds of years into the future to the city of Chicago. Entering the remix is the CEO of Romero Games and the director of Empire of Sin, Brenda Romero.
Brenda, hello. Welcome to our beautiful 20s Chicago.
Well, it's wonderful to be here on the other side of this floating monitor.
Well, welcome to the remix. How have you been?
Busy. We have all been hustling lately on updates and the new stuff we've put into Empire of Sin over the last few months. So our players have responded really well to changes like combat auto-resolve and the safe house changes and all the balancing and tweaks the team has done.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned at Paradox Insider that you're working on some really major changes. I have to say, I think this is one of the coolest things with our games, that when you think they're done and you think that there won't be any more additions, then the devs come back and they've done something completely new, and it's almost a new experience.
Then if I were to tell you that we're about to make some more major updates to Empire of Sin, you'd enjoy that news?
Yeah, I think I would be okay with that, yes.
Awesome. So where do I even start? I guess, first of all, we're 100% committed to making Empire of Sin as great as it be, both to improve what's already out there and add some new exciting things that you haven't seen before. So it's great that I get to confirm both of these today. And let's take a look at our next big update for starters, because we're making some major changes in what we call the Precinct update.
Ah, nice. Tell me more.
Sure. So one of the central features of the game we're working to update in the Precinct update is Empire management. And to do this, we're introducing a new concept to Empire of Sin called, this won't be a surprise, precincts. So precincts allow you to manage your neighborhoods in large areas rather than worry about each individual building. So you can upgrade several rackets at once with global changes, and precincts also help you set up supply lines and create a defensible perimeter.
Okay, so to me that sounds like a pretty substantial addition from a strategic point of view.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this means you can cut off your rival supplies and take over a precinct or two between theirs. So we really think it's going to improve how Empire of Sin plays, both in strategy and in Empire management once your turf starts to grow. So we're also proud to announce that Empire of Sin, with the Precinct update, is going to add a feature that makes Paradox players very, very happy.
Okay, so that must be sweet and overpowered.
I don't know how you know these things. They set up an outpost in Chicago. Absolute confirmed. Actually, it is mod support.
Ah, okay. Well, that's just as good. We love mods.
In Sweden. So
In Sweden.
The Precinct update is going to open up modding for PC players, and we're eager to see how the community plans to tell their own stories and to make Empire of Sin their own.
Okay, yeah, that sounds amazing. So when are we going to be able to play this new update?
Well, we're planning on launching the Precinct update alongside something else we're excited about. And for that, I'd like to show you our newest trailer.
Okay, let's roll it.
Greed. It's the real lifeblood of Chicago. And there's always opportunities to make a buck in this town. A fixer. Need a loan or help smoothing over a little relationship problem? Want to make sure your competition leaves town quietly. In this city, you gotta take what you want. Go ahead, make a move. Just remember, you better make it count. Maya Lansky. At your service.
Yeah, so Make It Count is our first premium expansion for Empire of Sin, and it's going to bring a whiskey barrel of new content to the game. So the trailer's obviously just a tease, but soon we'll have much, much more to share with you. New missions, new items, new rackets, and more. So right now I want to introduce you to the game's new boss, Meyer Lansky. So Lansky was known as the mob's accountant. He succeeded through his financial know-how, and he even developed the criminal syndicates in Atlantic City. So you know he's as good with a gun as he is with numbers.
Very interesting. But so you mean that he's a boss that is actually better with the profits than the violence?
Well, he's definitely very good at both. He offers some new choices on how you might take over Chicago, and he wouldn't be a proper Empire of Sin boss if he didn't also have some vicious combat moves. So he's definitely got more than one way to close a deal.
Okay, Brenda, I really want to meet this guy. I also want to see the updates on all the other bosses. So tell me, when can we play this?
Make It Count and the Precinct update are both planned to debut later this year.
Okay, brilliant, Brenda. It's always a pleasure. Do you have anything else for our Empire of Sin fans that you want to share?
Yeah, actually, plenty more. So we've got all kinds of panels this weekend that the Romero Games team is helping out with, and I am especially eager to chat with our fans during our Q&A tomorrow. All the details, of course, are on the PDX Remix schedule.
They are indeed. Brenda, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to see you, and I hope to see you very soon again. There you have it, the first expansion and update coming for Empire of Sin later this year.
What use is a rifle without ammunition? And what use is ammunition in the hull of a sunken ship? A good general knows there is no strategy without logistics. For what use are 2,000 fit and well-trained soldiers if they're marching in the wrong direction? Over 5 years, millions of hours of gameplay have simulated every possible outcome of the Second World War. The tides have turned in all directions, and every capital in the world have seen a victory parade. But one thing remains consistent. Not one battle was ever won without the troops, the equipment, and the support being at the right place at the right time. On D-Day this year, we want to thank our players for 5 years of excellence. Looking ahead to future victories.
Welcome to the remix and happy anniversary to the game director of Hearts of Iron 4, Don Lind.
Wow. Yep, I can't believe it's been 5 years already, guys. It kind of feels like almost yesterday, but I guess time flies when you're having fun. I wanted to talk to you guys about basically how the game started, which was half of an email page that I sent to Johan and Fred for some feedback. And it outlined like the main things I wanted to do with Hearts of Iron 4. And for me, it was I wanted to focus on industry, and I wanted to focus on equipment. I always really liked those aspects of the war. I also wanted it to be a game where you focused a lot more on the big planning aspects rather than micromanagement and things like that. And also after the modding scene on HOI 3 didn't really take off, I wanted HOI 4 to be the Paradox game with the strongest, the best modding scene. So that was my focus. And thinking back a bit on development, I guess the only thing I really regret is the fact that we didn't get to use the whole marketing budget for Tank, because we did seriously talk about that, and I still haven't really given up hope. So maybe one day. It's been a pretty intense 5 years since release, and during that time we listened a lot, we updated a lot, and we focused on pretty much all of the aspects of World War II. So we've been expanding and updating both naval warfare, land warfare, air warfare, as well as adding new things like espionage, new alt history paths, and generally just more content. And also from a modding scene perspective, it is so big now. There's thousands of mods, there's a ton of really popular ones, and it's so great to see that, honestly. I still can't believe how big Hearts of Iron really has gotten, honestly, sometimes. Anyways, now that I'm here, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the developers who worked on the game for over years, right? There's many of us now. And I also want to thank all of the people in the community, the influencers, the modders, the players, because you are the guys who have made the game great, and it's awesome. So, in fact, to celebrate that awesomeness for the anniversary, we got a bunch of cool planned activities. So, for example, we're going to be doing a really cool competitive multiplayer match with some famous influencers to see who is really the master of war there. And here at PDXCon, we're going to be running a bunch of cool panels as well, where you're going to be finding out both about the past and the future of Hearts of Iron. So I hope that's going to be really interesting. And that's actually all from me today. Hope this was interesting, and I'll see you guys later.
Wait, really? Okay, you know this is an announcement show, right?
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, we do have one more thing, actually. Roll the clip, guys. All right, consider that a little teaser for No Step Back, the next expansion for Hearts of Iron 4. It's going to be focusing on the Soviet Union. It's going to be focusing on the Eastern Front. You're going to be able to design your own tanks. You're going to be able to modify your military in new cool ways. And it's a brand new supply system using trains and railroads as well. So if you guys want to know more about this, we actually have several panels, and we'll be telling you guys a bit more details and cool stuff. So I hope I get to see you guys there.
Joining the remix is the community manager for City Skylines, Helena Grayson.
Hi, Helena, welcome.
Hello. Thank you. The city is awesome.
I know, it looks amazing, doesn't it? Great to have you here. Tell me what's going on with the cities these days. Any surprises?
Yeah, actually, we do have some surprises. We have heard the community loud and clear. You want more content for City Skylines. So we're here to give it to you. We've reached out to two incredible content creators who have created two brand new content creator packs.
Oh, cool.
It's exciting news, I know, but why keep talking about it? Let's watch some videos.
Oh, yeah.
This is Earl Gibb, and you're listening to Sunny Breeze. Kick back or sit normally and relax.
This is Jane Ace. You're listening to Rail Hawk Radio.
Train stations and bridges and piers. Very fun. When will I be able to play?
Well, that's actually the best part. Both CCPs are available right now today on all platforms.
Very cool. Can't wait to get home and play. Tell me a bit more about what's in them.
Sure thing. For train stations, we brought on Bad Peanut, who is a longtime community creator. He's actually so talented that he's now working with Colossal Order.
Oh, okay.
He created 12 stations and 4 hubs, both elevated and underground. They're super modern and super cool.
Great. What about Bridges and Piers?
Yeah, that one was created by Andres, aka Armesto. You might remember him from our City Builder series we did a while back. He created 22 unique assets that come in a variety of styles to fit any type of city's waterfront.
Cool, cool. And then you mentioned 2 radio stations?
Absolutely. We wanted to connect the radio stations to game content. Okay. So we took our inspiration for Rail Hawk Radio from our train station, CCP, and we have Sunny Breeze radio station, which is inspired by our Bridges and Piers, CCP.
Very, very cool. I am very much looking forward to this, and it sounds great. What about the future? Any other plans?
Yes, we want the community to know we are not done with cities. We will continue supporting our fantastic community with fun and engaging events. We recently concluded the Berlin build-off with the Stadtmuseum. We just finished our the last episode of our Meet the Expert series on YouTube, which if you haven't checked it out, you should. Our creative team did an amazing job. And currently we're working on an event with Red Bull. It's going to be a little bit later this year because we are working on a new approach.
Okay, so is this the competition you were hinting about when we were preparing before?
It is. We'll be inviting some creators to participate in challenges that we came up with. It should be pretty fun and interesting.
Okay, cool, cool. We'll check it out. And what about this weekend, PDXCON Remixed? What do you have planned?
We have lots planned. I myself will be participating in our global build-off and the Where Are We live stream, but I'm also excited for the workshop on how to build assets, since we just worked on the CCPs. And I'm excited for the return of the Talk Cities to me.
Good stuff, good stuff. Anything else you want to mention?
Mostly I just want to say thank you from the entire City Skylines team. We've enjoyed working on the CCPs, celebrating our 6th anniversary in March, working on the Berlin Build-Off and the Meet the Experts series, and now working with Red Bull on an event for the community. It's been incredible, and we're looking forward to making even more memories with this amazing community. We do it all because you are awesome.
Yeah, I could not agree more. The community and you guys, that's really the reason why we're here, I think. All right, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good show.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here, and good luck with the rest of the announcement show.
Thank you very much. All right, halfway through almost. How do you guys think it's going so far? Voiceover person, what do you think?
I'm contractually obligated to find this incredible.
Okay. Why did you sign a contract saying that?
It was in Swedish.
Okay. Even more, why did you sign that? But okay, I actually think this is amazing. I think we have a fantastic set. We've been working super hard to do this digitally, never before for us. So at least let's acknowledge the fantastic work that's gone into this.
I agree wholeheartedly with the opinions expressed by the CEO of Paradox Interactive, Ebba Ljungerud.
Oh, well, at least I tried. Let's just move and remix to the next game.
Consider it remixed. And boom.
But wait, where am I now? Why am I in a desert?
This is but one environment available in our virtual set.
I know, but now why now?
Because I don't know what I'm doing.
Wait, are you controlling this as well? I thought you were the voiceover.
I can do more than one thing. Just hang on. All right.
Please, just get us to the right background.
I made a slightly different desert. Okay, look, this machine is complicated and the tutorial was vague.
Did you check the wiki? Have you checked YouTube?
I made the sand blue. That's cool. All right, look, I'm on the forums. I got a solution. This ought to do it. Okay. Nope, not fixed. 1 second.
Oh, okay, I seem to be back now. Great. You know what, voice in the sky? Everyone deserves a second chance.
Okay, first off, I know I ain't exactly been a model prisoner over the years. But that was the old me, from before all these new rehabilitation programs. Today, I feel like a new man.
about ready to live a law-abiding life. I promise. Really?
Now, breaking into the remix from Double 11, Natalie Wicks and Gaz Wright.
Welcome, Gaz and Natalie. Great to see you guys again for PDXCon.
Hey, Ebba, thank you so much for having us.
Hi, it's nice to be back with Prison Architect.
Exactly, Prison Architect. Tell us, what is Second Chances?
Yeah, so Second Chances is the 5th expansion from Paradox and Double 11, and it brings an evolution to the game's reform and rehabilitation systems. Many players in Prison Architect will play their games focusing on the inmates' low reoffending rates through their prison rehab and reform. So Second Chances introduces new rehabilitation programs, jobs, facilities to aid your prisoners' reintegration into society. But if you mess up, reoffending prisoners may now return to your prison, and when they return, they can be even more badass than before.
Ah, okay. New reform programs. Sounds good. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
Absolutely. The new programs are great. We have conflict resolution classes, which are led by former inmates who've been rehabilitated while serving time in your prison. There's also been meet and greet sessions where your inmates can meet and mingle with members of the public. And then there is my personal favourite, of course, which is animal therapy classes, where the inmates can spend quality time petting dogs.
Okay, I love the furry friends thing. Maybe if I'm lucky, my dog can be a little extra at some point. I hope so.
We'll talk about it, yeah.
Okay, about the program, how will they affect the reoffending rate?
Oh, great question. So prisoners who attend classes will see improvements in their behaviours. They'll also lose negative traits and reputations. And there's also new programs that enable prisoners to work in the new prison bakery and restaurant. Through good behaviour, prisoners can even reduce their sentence, but this now also means the reverse as well, so that if inmates commit crimes while inside, they'll see their sentences extended.
Okay, I understand. Gaz, to me this sounds like a really big change to the game's reoffending mechanics. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Every prisoner in the game has their reoffending rate, which is affected by how much you punish or provide for them as a player, and now it matters more than ever before. So once a prisoner is now released, if they reoffend on the outside, you can see them returning. But there's also rewards for wardens who release prisoners successfully. And that's not all. Second Chances will include new customizable wages for prisoners, new uniform colours, and much more.
Great. I know we have a lot of players who are going to want to get their hands on this. Do we have a release date?
Yeah, it's very soon. So on June the 16th on PC, Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and June the 29th for Nintendo Switch players. And we'll also have a free content update for players launching alongside, and this will add a new narcotics search order, wall panels to divide up your rooms, new policies, and much more.
Okay, so only about 3 weeks to go. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on this. Natalie, anything else that you guys are planning for this year's PDXCon?
Oh yeah, there's plenty more from us. Some of our amazing development team are going to be taking part in a meet and greet later on. As well, there'll also be a stream from Larry Lawton, who's an ex-jewel thief, who now runs a non-profit organisation dedicated to prison reform. He will be playing and showing off some of the amazing community-built prisons. There'll also be a host of other streams with other community members, including The Great Escape with Dre, Baron Von Games, and Blitz.
Those are some really cool names. Thank you so much, Gaz and Natalie, for joining us here today. I hope to see you soon again.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much, Ebba. Thank you.
Okay, and we actually have one more piece of exciting news for Prison Architect today. We have this. The Prison Architect Cardboard County Penitentiary game. This is, as it sounds, a cardboard game, and it's being financed through Kickstarter, so it's already live, so you can go on there if you want to check it out today.
The Remix is vast and full of wonders. Please welcome the game director for Stellaris, Daniel Moregard.
Hello everyone. A lot has happened with Stellaris in the 2 years since I last got the chance to talk to you like this. Among other things, we have announced a board game in collaboration with Academy Games, and the Kickstarter was fully funded within the first hour. So it's been really fun to see such excitement for Stellaris as a brand. We really want to thank our fans for making Stellaris bigger and better than ever. And I'm happy to announce that Stellaris has now sold more than 4 million copies on PC alone. And with the recent release of Nemesis, we also saw the biggest amount of daily active players ever, with a bit over 250,000. So again, a massive thanks to all of our community. So all right, let's talk some news. So first up, we have some news for Console Edition. We're happy to announce that Expansion Pass 4, which includes Federations and the 2.8 Butler update, will be available on June 17th. Let's check out the trailer.
For millennia, we studied the heavens. Only now is it clear. We were looking in the wrong direction.
I no longer agree to your terms. From now on, you will agree to mine.
We are born when the flesh fails and unlocks our true potential.
So, Console Edition fans, mark June 17th in your calendars right now. And on the PC side, this year marks a special occasion, as Stellaris is turning 5. It also marks a generation shift, with the recent release of Nemesis and the 3.0 update. And again, I really want to thank our fans for being such passionate and engaged people that are helping us by providing feedback so that we can make Stellaris a better experience. And now is perhaps the best time to get your friends to try the game, because it is currently free on Steam for the remainder of this weekend. On behalf of PDS Green and the entire development team, I want to invite you to celebrate Stellaris turning 5, and let's together look forward to an even brighter future. See you there.
The life I've lived, the things I've seen, sailing through the light of distant stars, to see what lies beyond the veil. To learn why we exist. What is our place in the galaxy? I've heard ancient echoes of voices long silent. I've seen creatures of completely different origin and form. And yet, it's only the beginning. For our greatest achievements lie in the stars ahead.
Now entering the remix is the product marketing manager for Surviving Mars, Liz Hirata.
Hi, Liz.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Glad to be here.
How are you doing today?
Doing really well, thank you.
And how's our game doing? How's Surviving Mars doing?
It's doing really awesome too. We're hard at work right now. If you didn't hear at PDX Insider, we announced that new content is going to be coming for Surviving Mars in 2021 from our good friends over at Abstraction.
I did hear, and that's very exciting. And we do actually have one of the devs with us today, Bart Vossen from Abstraction. Hi, Bart. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Great to be here.
Great to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit more about your studio?
Abstraction is a game development studio based in the Netherlands, and we've worked with several other studios before on games like Ark Survival Evolved and Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And now we're super excited to work with Paradox and Surviving Mars.
Very cool. So are we. We really love Surviving Mars. I do know that you've already released a bit of content for the game, right?
Yeah, we've released a tourism update in March. It's always a bit nerve-wracking right before release, but it was super cool to see the fans' reaction and especially their excitement to the announcement of more content later this year.
Okay, all right. That's really great to hear. Tell me, what's up next then with this content this year?
We've got a bunch of exciting new plans to expand the game and add cool features in the near future. We can't wait to tell the players about it, but since we're still in development, we don't want to go too deep into it just yet. Instead, we did bring you guys a cool teaser image.
Looks very, very cool. I can't wait to see what's coming next, and I look forward to the gameplay going deeper. Liz, for this weekend, what is our team planning?
We've got a lot of things planned. Well, first and foremost, if you haven't tried Surviving Mars yet, first of all, why not? But second of all, we have a free weekend going on, just like Stellaris and Cities. So you can try out Surviving Mars all weekend if you want. Besides that, we've got a lot of community activities going on. So if you want to get to know the new devs who are going to be making the new DLC that's coming out in 2021, you're more than welcome to hop into those community activities. And then we're also doing something that I'm really, really excited about. So I don't know how much you love the Surviving Mars original soundtrack.
I do.
I love it a lot. And I also really love vinyls. So I'm really excited to announce that we're going to be starting pre-orders for the Surviving Mars original soundtrack vinyl, which you can go to vinyl.survivingmars.com and you can send in your pre-order.
Great. Is it true that NASA used the music for Surviving Mars when they did the stream for the landing a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true.
No,
it's true.
That's also very exciting. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Bart. It was great having both of you on the show.
It was great being here. I can't wait to share more about Surviving Mars in the near future.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Wow, this has been quite an excitement for one show. I hope you've all enjoyed seeing all of it. From the distant past of Crusader Kings to the far future of Stellaris and everything in between. If you haven't seen everything Paradox has to offer, plenty of our games are available right now on Xbox Game Pass. This is just the beginning too. We've got a whole weekend of PDXCON Remixed to look forward to. So on behalf of all of Paradox, hey, why did you turn off the lights? I wasn't done saying thank you to everyone. Well, we might have just one more thing to share with you today.
Never before have the lives of so many changed so much, so quickly, as when the engines came to life for the very first time, with a roar that echoed over continents. In the soot and ash covering the streets, the people planted seeds of revolution. Visionaries of commerce and diplomacy electrified the world, and sparks of inspiration flew towards the sky. Up over the smokestacks, rose a promise of a grand tomorrow.
It is my profound pleasure to welcome to the remix the game director of Victoria 3, Martin Onward.
So there you have it, Victoria 3 confirmed. But what, you probably are not asking, is Victoria 3? Well, Victoria 3 is a grand strategy game that takes place between the beginning of the Victorian Age in the 1830s to the early 20th century and a world that would have been entirely unrecognizable to Lord Melbourne. The 19th century saw the expansion of railways, the invention of the telegraph, mighty steamships, new weapons of war, and, most importantly, new ways of viewing the world. The abolition of slavery and serfdom, the fight for the emancipation of women, the trade union movements, the effects of nationalism and pan-nationalism, socialism and free trade liberalism. But you, of course, you already know all that. So what can you expect from Victoria 3? Well, for one, the iconic pop system that is so core to the Victoria franchise is of course back, deeper than ever. And we've also added political interest groups and a new, robust market system. We've also made changes to how diplomacy in war works, and I look forward to telling you a lot more about that in the future. Now, we recognize that Victoria has a special place in your heart, and we promise you we are not moving away from the detailed population management that is at the core of the series. We have learned a lot over this decade, and we want to use that knowledge to build the deep and immersive society sim that you would expect and that the fans deserve. But we also want to make use of that knowledge to make the game a bit friendlier to newcomers so that they too can enjoy the Victoria series. Now, it is way too early to be talking about a release date or even a release window. But keep an eye on our social media and official forums, including Discord, as we'll be posting regular updates and information as development progresses. We also have a few panels about Victoria 3 coming up right here at PDXCON, so I hope you're all looking forward to those. It is a profound honor to have been entrusted with the development of a game that so many people have been clamoring for over the years, and I very much look forward to telling you all about it in the months to come.
Wow, Martin, this is awesome. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's so good to finally be able to talk about this after years of just sitting there and going, you have no idea.
Yeah, it has been quite a while for you. And for us, all of us, actually. I know you have quite a few things planned for the weekend. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, we actually have several panels about Victoria 3 coming up. Right after this, in fact, we're going to have a panel called Welcome to Victoria. We'll be going through the core game vision and the game's design pillars. We're also going to have a panel where our lead game designer, Mikael, will be talking about the economics of the game, the nuts and bolts of Victoria 3's economy.
Very important.
Very, very important, called Wikinomics.
Ah, good name.
And on top of all that, we're also going to have a panel that's called Together for Victoria, where me, Henrik Hansson Gruggi, and Don Lind Podcast will be talking development history of the entire Victoria series, war stories from Victoria 2, and things like that. So I think that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that all sounds amazing. I, for one, can't wait to play the game. I wish you and the team best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I never actually thought I would be standing here and being a part of the announcement of Vicky 3. I have goosebumps. Thank you again, Martin, and thank all of you for joining us for this announcement show. Definitely stay tuned here to see more about Victoria, but until then, this has been so much fun. We saw the Royal Court coming to CK3, met the new boss for Empire of Sin with Make It Count, celebrated with Hearts of Iron and Stellaris, had a quick peer at Cities, got a second chance with Prison Architect, and looked into the future with Surviving Mars. I think that's everything we've got. Voice person, anything else?
PDXCON Remixed announcement show was made possible today thanks to the help of our friends at Razer, Discord, Easy Trick, Freaks for You Gaming, Xbox, AOC, Recaro, Twitch, and Night Team 4.
A huge thanks to all of our partners. You are helping us make PDXCon what it is. And thank you, my friend in the sky. You've been quite loud.
It's my only marketable skill.
Okay, well, from all of us at Paradox, we can't wait for you to get to play these games and make some new stories. Stay tuned for more PDX content.
Oh, yikes.
I'm allowed one stupid joke. Anyway, this has been amazing. Thank you and enjoy the weekend, everyone.
Huh. That was the thing.
Yeah.
Guess it's time we can
Yeah, we
finally...
can finally.
Yep.
Can you read that? Can you
That's
read
right.
that, chat?
I've been holding this in my closet, avoiding revealing it. Man, transporting this shirt was a nightmare because I'm like, throw it in my gym bag.
Yeah.
I'll head home. And then somebody's like, oh, hey, do you have? And I'm like, oh, you can't look in that. That's a
Yeah.
trade secret.
See, adjust your shirt a little bit.
Oh,
there you go.
the shirt here? This little old thing?
That little thing?
This little old thing?
What does that say, Troy?
Does it say Victoria 3 confirmed?
Confirmed?
I
Oh
think
my
it does.
God.
I think it does.
Is this? You want to make your puns now?
Oh.
Do you have any puns that you want to make?
So many puns.
You can let the floodgates open now, Troy.
So mine, of course, was Royal Court,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm courting disaster.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm a real royal friend to have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
For days.
Yep.
Puns
Good.
for
That's
days.
good. It's good. So what did we get new, Troy? We got
We got, of course, Vicky 3.
Vicky 3.
Confirmed.
Obviously.
Wow.
Obviously.
Bam. I'm so excited about this shirt. It's
Yeah.
very comfortable, too. Very
Yep.
soft. We have Royal Court,
Yes,
which is
we
very
do.
exciting. We have
Prison Architect.
Prison Architect, yes.
Yes.
The Second Chances.
You get comfort animals, Troy.
Oh, I do. Yeah. So many animals. So many animals. I'm so excited about the animals. I'm very excited. It's so
Yes.
good. We had some cities news.
Yes. 2 CCPs.
You excited about that? Not to mention.
Good friends of mine have made these content creator packs.
Right.
CCP. And I'm so glad that they finally get to share them with the
Yeah.
world.
It was really close. It was really close earlier. We were talking about, community contributor packs, and I was like, you mean like those 2 new ones? But I didn't. I was like, over to you.
Did not say it.
Yeah.
Say it.
Not to mention Surviving Mars.
Yes, Surviving Mars as well.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we're getting new content for Surviving Mars.
Yeah.
I'm really, really excited.
Yeah.
It's such a good game.
That CCP they put out was.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see what the future holds for them.
Yes.
So it's going to be woof. And Empire of Sin.
Yes.
Man, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I love the works that the Romeros are doing right now.
I'm glad that we're getting more like money and
Yeah.
not just bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. More intrigue, more
Yes.
in-depth plot devices,
Mhm.
and character revelations. So can't wait.
I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
Yeah, we can talk. We can reveal the secrets.
Like I said, the floodgates are open. We
I
can
hope you
finally
guys-
talk about it.
I hope you guys enjoyed those announcements. We've been holding on to secrets, making sure they came out the best that they could.
Yep.
And so now they're out there. Now they're out there.
I'm expecting so many tweets tomorrow from
Yeah.
all of our coworkers. Like,
Yeah.
finally,
Yeah.
finally, we can talk about
Exactly.
it.
Well, and
It's been months,
especially,
it's been years.
you know, poor Martin. I know
Yes.
he's been bursting at the seams like.
For years, literal years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Yes.
Oh, so yeah,
we
I
did
guess-
have some secret segments.
Yeah, exactly.
And we can reveal, we're going to reveal all of them. The webpage is in production.
Yeah, so
but the next
refresh
segment.
soon if you want to see all those updates.
soon.
All the
Yeah.
secret events that were on the schedule should now be revealed as all the content that we are announcing has been put out in the wild.
Yes.
So refresh that page, make sure you put them on your agenda and get them ready to go.
They're going to be on there soon. TM.
Yeah. Especially the one that's coming up after this.
Yes, the one coming up after this is a special stream with Martin and Mikael and
Over and over and over.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Not all of the secret stuff, but
No.
a lot of the secret panels were Vicky related in
Right.
some way. So now I think people understand why they were secret.
Right. And it's really interesting to see because obviously we have certain influencers that are under NDAs that
Yep.
can't talk about it, that know that things are coming out that are helping us with things like the
Yeah.
CCP creators or people
Mhm.
that have worked on behind the scenes on like expansions or DLCs.
Yeah.
And I know they've been bursting at the seams too, trying not to say anything about like, hey, this super secret project I'm working on looks super duper cool.
I mean, I know from experience that trying to keep those secrets like from your close friends, it's exhausting
It
because
is.
you're like, do they know? Can I talk about it? Like I know all of these cool new things, and I just
Do you want to know the super cool secret?
yeah.
As soon as I found all of this news, I told my roommate all about all of them.
But wait, isn't your roommate?
My
Doesn't
roommate's
your roommate work at PDX?
My roommate is our PR manager, so he was like, "Yeah, I know," and I was like,
I've known.
"No, but I'm excited." And he's
I've
like,
done been
"Yeah,
known."
I already know." But I had somebody to talk to
Yeah.
about it, right? I
Yeah,
walk
yeah,
out in
yeah.
the living room, and I'm like, "You'll never believe." And he's like, "Yeah, I just read the press release too." And it's like, "Oh, right. I'll go."
Or, you know all those things that I've prepared for months.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Now you know.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you.
There you go. But yeah, everybody in chat that we had
chat.
suspicions, right? The chat had a little minor suspicion. Everyone had minor suspicions in chat.
Yeah. Yeah. There might have been some
One or two.
knowledge
One or
that
two.
got spread.
Yeah,
But you know, what can you do?
that's okay.
Mhm.
But remember, everything happens for a reason. Everything was planned, right?
Yep. Yes.
That's right.
And how much did you not enjoy seeing Martin in that suit?
Oh, that suit was
The top
amazing.
hat. It's like the new king outfit.
Yeah, it was so good. Last year
You
we
went all
had
out.
we had the king outfit. This year we had Martin and his regalia. Oh, imagine what next year holds.
I'm really excited actually.
Now we have to start planning a whole new set of secrets.
Yeah. There's always going to be secrets, always new
Always.
things being made,
Yeah.
and secrets being made into secrets.
Secrets made into reality.
Oh.
There you go. Always a game for a nerd. Always a nerd for a game.
Always a nerd for a game. Stop stealing my things, Troy. God.
It was so good. I couldn't help it. You know.
It's good.
Yeah. Not to mention.
What?
Now all these panels that are happening this
Yeah.
weekend, you know what's out there and you know what the content is.
Mhm.
But here's the real catch. They don't know what that content's about because it's a whole new playing field. We've revealed all these things to speculate on for people to go, what could this panel hold now that we know what it theoretically is about?
Yeah.
Not to mention, now that my panels are out there, we get to hear more about it this weekend.
Yes.
We have trailers, we have vision statements, we can actually discuss what's going up for CK3. So
I mean, I don't know this because I haven't seen all of your panels, but will you show pictures?
There may be some sneak peeks. Who knows? There may
That's
not.
very exciting.
I know, I'm very excited. But yeah, I guess it's kind of out of the bag, but our artwork was very much based on all the Royal Court stuff. So
Yeah.
if you watch any of our panels moving forward, we do have the Royal Court background. So you can see that Royal Court, at least in small part, put into the big screen behind us.
I love, oh my gosh, all the trailers. Let's talk about the trailers for a little bit.
Yes.
They were so good. Every trailer we were like, wow, like that little part there. Ugh. How like Royal Court, let's focus on it. How it like devolved.
Yeah. It starts off as this idyllic painting.
Yeah. So serene, and then suddenly, stop.
Yeah, there's a bear trying to eat someone. Somebody's falling out a window.
It's great. I love it. It was so good. It was so good.
It was. I'm really excited for all of it.
Yes.
You all right?
I'm taking it all in. I'm taking it all in.
What do we have next, though?
The Vicky panel. We got a Vicky panel coming up next. Welcome to Victoria with Martin and Michael.
Yeah.
Mikael.
But everyone, we're going to take a little bit of a break, I think, just to breathe and let everyone kind of relax, get everything ready for that panel, make sure we're ready to answer your questions and field all that knowledge that we can to you. So it's going to be a little bit longer of a break, but we will be right back. It's all intentional. We just need a little bit of a breather. After that announcement show, you know, it was so much work and so much effort into it, and it's finally paid off. All those secrets are done.
Yeah, I'm ready to go just chill and play Mario Kart now.
Done, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe eat a burger.
Oh yeah, food. Get some food.
And fruit Mario Kart.
My stomach's been just like in jitters all day.
Yeah?
Actually being able to eat after we've like, it's over. It's over.
So you're excited. Yes. And we get to do it all again tomorrow. Yes.
There's so much more content to do.
Yeah.
There's 2 whole more days.
There is.
Ridiculous.
But we're going to do it again. You know what's happening. Drink water, activate the extension, check out our Discord.
Yes.
Now that Vicky is revealed, there's a lot more content on Discord
There
because you can actually talk about that Vicky content now. So hopefully that incentivizes the few of you that didn't choose to join or choose to activate that extension already.
Yes.
Anything else?
You got a pretty hat on today.
Oh, hey, thanks. I love this hat. It's very comfortable.
Yeah.
It also absorbs sweat in this very warm studio very well.
It's really great that you're wearing a hat in this warm place.
Yeah. It's literally because it absorbs sweat. That's all. The only reason.
I am scared.
You've got the shoes. I've got the hat. Together we have the shirts and the hoodies.
Yes, it's really good. But I guess
that's it.
To the whole audience, welcome to Victoria.
Welcome to the brave new future that we have for you. And thanks for joining us. We'll see you around real soon.
I'll
We're not
see you
going
tomorrow, chat.
anywhere. Yeah.
Goodbye.
welcome to Victoria. My name is Sanna and I'm part of the community team for Victoria, and I will be your host for this lovely panel. We will be taking a closer look at the design pillars for Victoria 3. We will not be going into the nitty-gritty details because there will be other panels during this weekend as well, but we will be taking a look at the more of the vision and the broad concept of the game. And with me, I have two extraordinary guests. We have our game director, Martin Anward. Welcome, Martin. And we also have our lead game designer, Mikael Andersson. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, how does it feel to finally be able to talk about Victoria 3? Because it's huge.
Feels amazing. I've been waiting for this for several years to finally be able to talk about what I'm working about. And I'm really looking forward to all the panels, dev diaries, and everything else that we have coming about the game.
I am new to the world of Victoria, but I know the huge legacy that the brand has. And it's been such a hard secret to keep. Mikael, hasn't it been really hard to keep this secret?
Yeah, no, it's been a journey, and it feels very strange to be here, but I'm very excited.
It's so strange to not have to hide all of this. It's really, really cool. Yeah. So game pillars, Martin, can you talk a bit about what game pillars are?
Of course. So game pillars or design pillars is something we use for pretty much any game we make at PDS. Paradox Development Studio, that is. Game pillars forms the very much core vision and are often developed very early during concepting. You set down what is the game supposed to be, what are supposed to be the central themes for it, and what is it supposed to be, and more importantly, not to be. And then when you actually build a game and you design all the features and whatnot, you constantly refer back to the design pillars and you look, we have this cool idea, but does this follow the design pillars? Because you don't just want to throw every cool idea you have into the game. You have to consider what game you're trying to build and whether those ideas will work together.
Yes, of course. So the first design pillar we're talking about today is national gardening. What is national gardening?
National gardening is the principle we set out that the main experience of Victoria 3 is aimed towards the player's country and what's going on inside the player's borders. Now in Victoria 3, as in, for instance, Stellaris, you're playing a country. But in a lot of our other games, most of what's going on outside your borders can be just as important as what's going on inside your borders. And of course, we still have all of these countries, everything going on in the world, just like our other grand strategy games. But Victoria 3 is more inwards focused. What's happening with your politics, with your economy, and with your pops is more important than interactions with other states.
Mikael, Martin mentioned POPs. What are POPs?
So POPs was originally an acronym. It stands for part of population, and it's basically a demographic, right? It was introduced in the very first Victoria game and has become a beloved part of many PDS games since. In Victoria 3, we continue to use the Victoria POP system. So it's our most detailed POP simulation system yet. Actually goes even deeper than in previous titles. And this is the way that we quantify your population in your country, because having millions of people can be really hard to keep track of, and they all need to have an impact on your country. So we split them up into these demographic chunks that all have their culture and religion.
Martin, this game, you're describing it as a society builder. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. So much like in a city builder, it's all about what kind of city you want to build. Victoria 3 is all about what kind of society you're building. either because you're aiming for a specific goal, or you're just following the political currents, the movements, and the will of your population. So there's a lot of different societies that are simulated in Victoria 3, everything from agrarian feudal states to modern social democracies. And your country, of course, will end up being shaped over the course of the game by both your actions and the will of your people. And in the end, which society you end up with and how your country changes and how it looks towards the end is the most fundamental part to how this is as a society builder. And Mikael, we actually coined this concept. I'm not sure if it's been used otherwise, at least not for us, because we were trying to sort of describe what is this game ultimately about? What are you aiming to do?
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the things to consider also when we think of a city builder, usually the goal is to make the biggest city, right? And that is not really the goal here. We have to accommodate all kinds of different utopian societies and dystopian societies, for that matter, right? Because that's what this game is about. It's about setting a goal. What do I want my Britain to be, or my Brazil to be, right? And strive towards that goal. And I think the payoff really for the player is seeing like how well am I able to do that and also secure my place in the world.
Yeah, and I really think the Victoria Pop system here is something that actually very much allows us to do this because of its considerable detail and just how many different states of being for your population it can simulate.
But Martin, it sounds like it's very much about your country, not so much about the rest of the world. War is not a huge thing in this society builder.
No, and I mean, of course, I want to emphasize that all the countries in the world, of course, have this going on. And you can't just ignore everyone else all of the time. It naturally depends on your strategic situation and so on. But one of the aims we had going into this game is that we didn't want war to be the main source of enjoyment, the main source of strategic and tactical decisions. War should not be driving the gameplay. This is not a map painter. So one thing we set out to do is that you should be able to play the entire 100-year campaign, never get into armed conflict, and still have a grand old time.
For me, as a new player of GSGs overall, I think that sounds great, because I'm not that war-oriented. The whole idea of building my own society appeals much more to me, I have to say, so that makes me really happy.
Yeah, I feel like, personally, I started dipping my toes into this with Stellaris and its different ethics and so on. And for me, it is really interesting always what's going on inside the player's country, with the player's population, and the feeling that you're really shaping a unique society. So it has been a big draw for me in designing and building this game, and something I think I will, or know I personally enjoy when playing.
And that really ties in to the next game pillar that we're talking about. Mikael, can you talk a little bit about diplomatic eminence? What is that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's important to consider that just because war is not central to the enjoyment of the experience, of course, the threat of war is clearly a major theme in the era, and something that we have to simulate, right? Because power comes from the barrel of the gun, and so building up your military and using that as a means of getting your diplomatic goals through is still something that you need to be doing. So in terms of this game pillar, diplomatic eminence, the important thing is that everything that you can get from war, you should also be able to get without going to war. If you can create the right situation where you can get the right people on your side to push the balance of power in the direction you want. And diplomacy should always include these kind of standoffs between between countries and should always be tense diplomatic sort of negotiations rather than just simple interactions.
So a little bit more like, say, a game of poker or something like that.
Yeah, we have a mechanic for this called diplomatic plays, which is essentially what Mikael just described, is that it's a lead up, or rather, it's an attempt to get something from someone that can result in war, but if you play your cards right, you can get what you want, be it a state, to force someone to open their market, a port in a strategic location, or a whole host of other things without a gun ever being fired.
Do you have any great historic examples of this sort of thing? Because this feels very true to life.
Well, I just mentioned opening a market, and I think a pretty good example is the opening of Japan by the United States Admiral Perry. I think he was an admiral, and his black ships, where he essentially sailed to Japan, parked his black ships there with their big imposing guns, and said, I want you to open up the country. And of course, the US was not the only ones ended up involved in this. There were other great powers, but there was nobody really willing to back Japan against the US. So ultimately, Japan figured, okay, it's better to open my market and not be invaded.
Mikael, great powers is something that we mentioned in this section. Do you need to be a great power, or what's the end goal here for you as a player?
Sure. I mean, becoming a great power, I think, is a very common default goal for a lot of players, and advancing up the rank of prestige in the world is definitely something that you'll be spending a lot of time doing. But you don't have to be a great power in order to enjoy the game. You should be able to start as a really minor power and just try to become a locally powerful nation, for example. But then you have to contend with the fact that there are these global empires in the world that sometimes can push their weight around. And you have to decide sort of what power block do you want to be a part of if you're not able to become a great power yourself.
Moving on to the next design pillar here, and this is my favorite one, I think. Everything is political. Martin, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very edgy.
It does.
But ultimately what it's about is that politics is very core to Victoria 3. And everything in the game is supposed to in some way flow from and or tie back into politics. Your pops are supposed to have an opinion on things like whether you're at war, diplomacy, the economy, of course, very heavily ties into politics. And nothing is supposed to be, politically agnostic, because you're simulating a country full of people with opinions about everything. And they generally convey those opinions through what we call interest groups.
Okay. Michael, can you tell us a little bit about interest groups?
Sure. So managing politics in a nation of millions of people is tricky, right? So the pops lend their political strength to these sort of political avatars or factions called interest groups. So each country has about 8 of them active at any time. And they represent different interests in your country. So you might have the landowner interest groups that prefer for things to be aristocratic and conservative, or the industrialists that would prefer a more open economy, but still enjoy the stratification of society. So there are these 8 factions that can be different between different countries. But they represent the same sort of niche. And depending on the pops, how wealthy they are, what kind of job they have, where they work, things like that, they will support one or the other of these groups. And that's what determines really what the political power balance of your country is, and what the pops in your country are driving towards in terms of what kind of reforms they want to see from you.
Yeah, I mean, judging by your clothes, I think I might be more in the landowner's direction. What would you say you would belong to, Mikael?
I'm in the trade unions.
Disgusting.
But it all really boils down to pops, really, Martin, doesn't it?
Of course.
Yes.
In the end, interest groups get their political strength from pop. And of course, it's not as simple as that just every pop belongs to an interest group. It depends on things like literacy, cultural and religious discrimination, and a multitude of other factors to determine whether pops lend support to a particular interest groups or whether they get involved in politics or are allowed to be involved in politics at all.
And that is kind of steered by politics in the end.
In the end, everything is political.
It really is. What if I, as a player, dream of just having a fully unified country that just backs me up at every decision? Like, will I achieve that utopia?
I would say you would find that, I would not say impossible, because our players keep surprising us about what is and isn't impossible, but I would say it would be extremely difficult.
Also, not very realistic at all.
No. Precisely, because, you're not going to get everyone to agree. You're not going to get every single person in your country agreeing that this is the way to go. They're going to have different opinions about things, and sometimes, even though you, of course, know what's best for your pops, they might not agree. And you might have to sort of drag them kicking and screaming and fighting you all the way into the glorious future you're envisioning, while, reasonably everyone should just agree with you.
But Mikael, maybe you can tell a little bit more about this. The interest groups, what is it that really makes the power shift between them over the time as you play?
So pops gain political strength depending on how wealthy they are and what kind of voting franchise you have in your country, if any, and a number of other things. So the pops will support different interest groups with their political strength. So as an example, right, you mentioned that can you ever get this unified country? If I wanted to create like a social democratic laborer's paradise, then I need to create a lot of jobs that are well-paying jobs for people in industry, probably, and create the kind of legal expectations that they would have. As a result, I will then get rid of a lot of my aristocracy, and maybe with the right economic system, maybe even a lot of the capitalists in the country will disappear, and I will have something akin to my laborer's paradise. But there's always going to be some part of the population, right, that oppose this.
Yeah, to give an example, if you have a heavily industrialized country, but you're a repressive oligarchy, then your wealthy people, your capitalists, the ones in the upper strata, will have a lot more political power than they would in a country with universal suffrage or even a more limited voting franchise and a more equal distribution of resources. But that, of course, might backfire on you because people generally don't like being poor and starving and might expect a better life than your stratocratic oligarchy is giving them. But ultimately, this is what it comes down to when we say everything is political. There are so many factors feeding into this and the political distribution of your interest groups.
Yes, of course. Speaking of how things change over time, the next design pillar we're talking about is an era of change. And Mikael, can you tell us a little bit more about the era of change? What does that design pillar mean?
Absolutely. So one of the design challenges and also the most exciting thing about designing this game is that this was such a tremendous era of change. From 1836 to 1936, you had the industrial revolutions, you had political revolutions as well in the mid game and the late game that were absolutely transformative, right? And we had to make sure that all of this was reflected in our game mechanics, so that it didn't feel like the same game to play in the late game as in the early game. Militarily, economically, politically, right? You should be facing different challenges all the time, and the country you end up with will never be the same as the country you started with.
This was, of course, an era where there was a lot of change and very, very big differences between different countries, technology-wise. Do you want to talk about that?
No, of course. Technology is, of course, a very integral part of the game. And we have set out to make sure that technology feels as impactful as it should. Like Mikael just said, technology was revolutionary during this era. It's the time when it really took off, when things started changing, when life could look very different in just a span of 5 to 10 years. So we really want technology in Victoria 3 to feel as revolutionary as it was to the people at the time. That it should change your country, change your economy, change your politics, and how your people look at the world. And naturally, there is also significant difference, as you say. Some countries start with more of a head start, others are further behind, and that is also, of course, a factor that has to be considered into your position, and again, ties into your place in the pecking order, to go back a few points. And all of this really, I think, makes up the core of the era of Change Pillar.
Yes, and it's very, very interesting. You can almost look at it as a race against all the other countries to make sure you keep up with the technology that is changing constantly.
And unlike the previous games, one thing that's very important in this game is the concept of technology spread. Not just inventing things yourself, but making sure that there is a good flow of ideas into your country, because one country will not usually be able to be at the spearhead of everything. So you kind of have to focus, what do you want to focus on? But also educate your population so they are open to technology spread, perhaps enhance it through diplomacy, and generally, if you're behind, try to catch up. If you're ahead, try to stay there.
Mikael, do you have anything to say about technology, how it has changed over time, and the balance, if you will?
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Ask Mikael to name a few of his favorite technologies in the game.
Yes,
if
that's
you
a
think
very
you can
good
do that
one.
off the top of your head.
Yes. Hold on, then I will ask. Mikael, speaking of technology, do you have any favorites of the different technologies you can research in the game?
Oh, that's a really hard question. I can name a couple. So we have 3 main types of technology, and you can only research one at a time. There's the economical ones, or production-based ones. There's military, and there's society. And society is more like ideas, right? And all of these can have technologies that are kind of dangerous for you. And those are probably my favorite. So Martin mentioned technology spread as well. If you are a country that wants to avoid the problems of, let's say, to use a very stereotypical example here, socialism. If you want to try to avoid that happening to your country, you could try to not research that, right? That's easy enough to do, but you can't really avoid it spreading to your country. It will happen sooner or later. And the question is, when does that happen, right? So that's one of them. On the production side, I'm really fascinated by the automation techs because they improve the economic output of your country, but they also displace a large part of your country and create a totally different political situation. So those are all really interesting ones to me.
Yeah, that goes back to everything being political, of course. Yes.
Indeed.
And that is all we had for today, actually. We've discussed all of the game pillars, and thank you so much for being here, Martin.
Thank you for having us.
Mikael, you've been fantastic. It's been a very interesting discussion.
Yes, thank you.
And we have more to share about Victoria 3. We have a couple more panels over the weekend, but we also have a lot more to share on our social media and our website going forth. So make sure to follow us everywhere. But more importantly, log on to Steam, search for Victoria 3, and add it to your wish list. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye.
Well, howdy everyone. There you go.
Hello.
Panel at Victoria. That was a thing. And I got Martin with
It's
me.
a big day.
Studio. So hi Martin.
Hello.
I did lose Maddie. She's gone away. She got tired of me, ran away. So it's just little
I am
me time.
glowing over there.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You got a shiny portal. Look at you over there. That's rad. But how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's
finally the
very
news
shiny.
is out.
Yep. So, yeah, it's finally out. I mean, it's been a few years and it's been a big wait for me to be sure. I mean, ever since before I left Stellaris, this has been in the works for me, and I have, of course, very much been looking forward to being able to get back to posting and tweeting and just in general telling people what it is I am working on.
I mean, you're going to have to reshape the entire landscape of memes now, because we can't say Vicky 3 win, and that kind of ruins most of your humor. So what is the plan for the memes in the future?
I mean, I feel like you should take a lesson from capitalist economics here, which I think is, of course, all about, and diversify your memes. If you put all your holdings into just a single meme about Victoria 3, then, well, I feel like you just didn't do a good enough job diversifying, and maybe your meme business deserves to fail.
It's a hard day's work in the meme mines, but somebody's got to do it, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
But you also have a panel tomorrow, another Victoria panel. What is that all about for those of the people at home that haven't already had a chance to read the website?
Yeah, so the next panel I will be in is Together for Victoria, which is actually like a retrospective, where we talk the history of the Victoria series. We talk a little bit of Victoria 1, we talk quite a bit of Victoria 2, the Christmas patch, and just how, of course, Victoria 3 fits into the whole thing. But it's been a while since the last installment, and it did feel, given that we're really trying to make Victoria 3 a true Victoria game and a worthy successor, I feel it makes sense to loop back a little bit and talk about the history of the series.
Yeah, and I know, obviously, the biggest hurdle has been keeping this under wraps, making sure that you get through the process before we disclose any news. Other than that, though, what's been your biggest challenge in the road so far?
Single biggest challenge, I would say, is just getting everything about Victoria is all about how things tie into each other, like how the economics and politics and diplomacy and warfare, it's all supposed to be connected, it's all supposed to have knock-on effects, and it's all, of course, supposed to tie into the pops. So a very significant challenge has, of course, been designing that and iterating on that and working on that and making it all compelling, making it understandable, making it so that you can understand, if your economy fails because this thing is happening with your pops in this state, you need to be able to understand that. You need to be able to see the simulation, because we have a incredibly deep simulation. I would wager to say our deepest simulation yet. And making that comprehensible is an interesting challenge, and making it all compelling is another interesting challenge. But really, I wouldn't have taken on that project if I didn't want that challenge.
So I gotta ask, you had a rad outfit. Everyone loved it. I know I certainly loved it. Do you get to keep it? Is it yours? Did you design it yourself?
I'm afraid not. It belongs to SVT. So unless we can manage to buy it from them, I had to return it. Because, I did have a lot of people tell me you should just wear that every day. And while I do love this shirt, I can definitely see what they're saying, and I could get used to wearing a top hat. So, it's all up to Paradox. Do they want to pay Swedish Television enough to buy me that suit? I was part of selecting it, but the main credit for that goes to our stylist, actually, who picked out all of the outfits for the panels.
But you should wear it every day. You should just make that the norm from now on until the game launches. This is my vote.
Help me start the internal political movement at Paradox to buy me that outfit, and we'll get that sorted.
Where's my phone? Just send in a petition right now. Help Martin keep the Victoria 3 outfit for the rest of the launch.
Petition. Let's get that on petition.org and see if we can get some people to sign on to it.
This is the best idea you've had all day, and you just released Victoria 3 news.
Oh, it feels so good to finally have it out there. I know I've said it like a million times, but it's still totally true. Today is actually the closest I've come to sort of experiencing that feel when you were a kid, and it was sort of the day before Christmas, and time moved so slowly. Because today feels like it's taken a week.
Yep. So, long road. We have a long way until launch of the game. There's a lot to do. Obviously, you can't disclose a lot of what the process looks like, but where does the process take you now that the news is out in the wild?
So now that the news is out in the wild, it's time, of course, to start the dev diaries. And the first dev diary, which is about the vision of the game, should already be out there. So it's called Dev Diary 0, the vision. Look that up. And from then on, we'll be posting weekly dev diaries on Fridays, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. And the first one coming after the vision one is about the pop system and the changes we made to the pop system, not in terms of course, not making it the Victoria pop system, because we absolutely have the Victoria pop system, but actually making it even deeper and adding dependence, which is the fact that we're actually now simulating not just the working population, but we're also simulating children, the elderly, non-working women, etc. Because with this game, we actually wanted to simulate the entire world's population, not just a quarter of it.
So you're saying you can't just pop the cork on the champagne, take the weekend off, and read a book?
I mean, I'll have to go in and read everything, of course. It's like, that's the real excitement about this, is there's already so many threads I haven't had a chance to read because, I've been watching this and I'm here, and just getting to read all that is going to be amazing. But I also do have a few things to do for PDXCON, of course. So, no, not too much relaxing. Some champagne, to be sure, but perhaps not too much relaxing just yet.
Not quite yet. I mean, I know I have a couple panels left still. I think I have one with you at one point, so that's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because, I'm not just part of the wiki panels, I'm also part of the general, grand strategy designers, directors panel, which I actually forgot the name of it, but you were definitely hosting that one.
That was me. That is definitely me. We will see that panel. I think it's on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. It's a long way off for me right now, so we've got a lot of time to cover. So, we have the red set up now. You're sitting in the red set with us. You can choose gold or blue. Which do you feel more embodies the Victoria atmosphere?
I would say gold for sure embodies the Victoria atmosphere, although red is actually the studio I'm working at, so it's not inappropriate.
That's fair. But I think we can get gold going on here. There we go.
Yeah, let's get some gold going. Let's get some of that Victorian glitz and the good old Gilded Age. Everyone liked that one, right?
Exactly. And this is actually one of my favorite periods, of course, being from the US. This is one of those periods of history that is kind of overlooked in certain regards, but definitely a shaping institution for the rest of how the United States was driven into the current era. I love it. I love the whole feel, and there's a special certain font type that we use for Victoria 3 called snurkles, as it were, as we can see on your shirt. That was interesting. Yep, there we go. That's one of my favorite words now from this whole process, is actually all the swirls, all the clips, and all the little tails and everything are actually called snurkles. And so that being a branding influence, is that something you're going to carry through and use to utilize the shape and the vision for the game?
I mean, the vision, the art direction of the game, which will also have a panel on, actually. I'm not a part of that one, but our art director, very appropriately, is of course very inspired by the sort of Art Deco, Art Nouveau, and the general styles of the era. So, while I can't necessarily promise, I'm not sure what the exact snurkle count might be in the game. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I will say that I think that if you like those sort of styles, you will definitely like the style of our UX in our game.
Yep. And I don't want to ruin anything. I don't want to spoil any panels, and I don't want to give anything else extra away. But there's a lot of design decisions that went into the game and are going to go into the game, and a lot of history that has to be dug up. Is this something that you're already deep diving into, or do you kind of already have it set on where your vision is going for this?
I mean, the broad vision for the game, I would say we of course have, because that's where the stage where we are, otherwise we wouldn't be announcing it. But there is still a lot of details to be worked out, and I'm really looking forward to posting the dev diaries about things like how the economy works, how the politics work, how warfare works, all of these things, getting feedback and just having the communication, because of course, we've been having a lot of discussions in the team about how everything should be. But ultimately, you don't know how something is going to be received, what people are going to think about it until it's out there. And that's one of the most exciting things about finally getting to announce, is to finally get to have the discussion about Victoria 3 with the community. And it's going to be great. I'm sure it's going to be a bit contentious, but again, if this wasn't what I wanted, I would not have done this project.
Oh, man. Sorry, I'm a bit parched, as you can imagine, being a host all day. But I can't wait for the panel tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I think next up is my panel, which is Trials and Tribulations. So if anybody really wants to see more of my face, you can stick around and see me hanging out here talking with more people. In the meantime, Martin, I know you're super busy. I know you've got a lot to do and a lot of celebrating to do, but thank you again so much for being here with me. Is there anything you would like to say to people right now while you got them on camera?
Thank you for having me, and I'll try not to let you down.
Well, that about wraps it up for us. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Martin has been a wonderful guest, as always. Can't wait for more of these panels in the future. Hopefully I get to host them. In the meantime, stick around. We still have more panels to go this evening, like I said, including my own. And otherwise, we'll see you online. Bye, folks. Howdy, everyone. Troy Pruitt here, your community manager for Crusader Kings. Today we're going to be talking about war stories, or trials and tribulations in the making of Crusader Kings 3. With me today, I have three of my good buddies from the team. Mid-level Matt.
Hello.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's experienced Matt now, right?
Yeah, experienced.
Welcome, experienced Matt. We have Magna, and we have Jakob joining us on remote dial-in. Howdy, boys. Thanks for joining me today. Glad you're here.
Thank you for having us, Troy.
Yeah.
Means a lot.
Good to see you.
We're in
Good to
Seoul.
see y'all. So, today we're going to be talking about war stories, things that happened during the making of the game that were memorable for us, things that were hurdles or challenges, and things that we just generally want to share with the public to make them realize we're not all stuffed shirts. We like to have fun. We're here to make a game, but we also have fun while we're doing it. While we're not the best of friends, we do work together all the time, so it gives us a lot of shared common ground and makes it so that we have an easy working relationship. While we will maybe go grab beers at some point when we're allowed to, not really available right now.
I was about to say, wait, we're not the best of friends?
We are.
Troy.
We are. For those of you that don't know.
Matt's been to both my housewarmings.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. For those of you who don't know, I do stream with Matt every Wednesday. He has to deal with me at least once a week.
All of the dad jokes and the puns.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's the worst.
I'm
Jake
so
and I
sorry.
have streamed a couple times. I'm going to eventually drag Magna on to stream at some point and make him deal with me.
Hopefully, yeah.
And so...
Yeah, it's always been good fun, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Jake and I had our weird little adventure going on. We may continue that at some point. It was terrible. We made some really bad decisions and some really good ones, so...
I mean, mostly just bad.
Right.
Bad decision for me was, being completely unprepared. Just generally speaking, there's no detail to this.
No, none at all. Just
your
lots of
alive
fun.
eyes just tell the story. Yeah.
But speaking of which, you guys all have custom characters in games. For those of you that don't know, everyone on the dev team has, Easter egg characters that are in the game for people to find if they can. One of the most memorable of those is Magna. We have Magna in game, and Magna is a very memorable character. We also have tiny suffragan Bishop Magna. You want to tell us about that, buddy?
Yeah. I mean, I think most memorable is certainly overstating it, but my character does tend to show up a bit all over the place. My character has relatively high learnings, so he gets selected a lot to be a bishop. And since he also has the nickname Tiny, that persists even when he becomes landed. So rather than just being a suffragan bishop, he's a tiny suffragan bishop. Sometimes he even goes as far as becoming pope and becomes a tiny pope. Sadly not Magna, because you get renamed when you become pope. But it's still, a nice little touch there that is very important to know that he's really, really tiny. Though that might raise the question of...
What's uncanny about your character is that you made it look just so similar, and you have that kind of signature look of superiority every single time I see you in game. So kind of fits for a pope, but the stature is not really making up for it. But you do make up for it with the hat, so that helps out.
A very big hat.
Exactly. Like everyone looks like at least a full foot taller in a pope hat. So that's what I should start wearing in real life, to be honest.
So we do
You might wonder why the hell am I called Tiny Magna, though?
Why are you so small?
Yeah, exactly. Like in real life, I'm not that small. I'm a bit short, but I'm not tiny. I'm like 170, so shorter than average, sure, but not tiny as such. But around a couple of years ago, we were releasing Holy Fury, and I went on, or maybe it was Jade Dragon, I don't even remember anymore. And I went on the stream for that since I was on the dev team at the time. And I was sitting there between Foreus and Altner, who are like the designer and game director on CK2 and CK3. And they're both quite large people. Like both of them are tall, and I'm quite a bit shorter. And on top of that, I was sitting, a good half meter behind them. So on camera, I looked absolutely tiny next to them. Like the top of my head was like at their shoulder level. I didn't notice this because I was streaming, and the camera is really tiny there. But in the off-topic channel we have at work for the game, people were just noting that, oh wow, mine looks really tiny and so on. And then they started turning that into memes. Their cutouts were made into emojis and so on. And before you know it, I'm next to, suits of armor, just shoulders, all sorts of things. And then, the rest of the dev team just shows up on stream later on because we were popping the confetti. And they just say hi to me as Tiny Magna. And I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. But I just go along with it. And later I had a lot of fun just reading through all the crazy stuff people put in our off-topic channel while I was streaming.
My favorite one is by far the two flexed arms. The two flexed arms next to Magna's face. It's just so small, just
big flexing Magna. But I think we have a picture of that. I think we have a picture. Do we have a picture? We have a picture we can show about that, I think.
Yeah, no, there should be a picture from the stream where you can see me down in the corner between these two massive people, and just you can see why the nickname stuck.
Yeah, no. But on the subject of character creation, hey Matt, I heard you did a little thing called Character Creator.
Yeah, that was...
You want to tell us about that? Ruler designer?
Baby for a little while, Troy, the ruler designer. Before release, we knew that we wanted to have the ruler designer, and the fans wanted it as well. And then in a post-release patch, we put it out there, and it was a lot of time.
Was it?
From me?
Was it a lot of time, Matt?
It was a decent amount of time, especially getting all of the portraits to customize nicely. We've got some really cursed outtakes of the portraits just being like skin and bones and the skeleton model underneath, and not quite a good look. Or, people, we let people run pretty wild with what you could create, so we didn't want to put too many limits on, but it does mean you can make some faces that really implode.
We had a Twitter feed about that. I don't know if you saw the horrifying cursed images that came up from Ruler Designer after launch, but if you guys haven't seen those, you should definitely take a look at our Twitter and see some of the interesting characters that were created for sure.
They're quite cursed, I must admit.
Yeah.
I think that I remember we were like, Art wanted to put it within reason, and then we were like, time-wise, here's the min and max we can do safely.
Yeah.
Everything else we're just going to let go through. Because, if you want to make your character look like Dobby, then you do you, man.
Right.
Like, if you want to implode that head and look like a weird little elf creature, who am I to judge?
Maybe some people look like tiny little elf creatures and felt represented.
Matt, I have a question for you. Do you feel like the people that are created with the ruler designer are like your children to some degree?
That's a deep question, Jakob. Some of them I hope they aren't.
Only the gingers.
Only the ginger. Every ginger character you create in the ruler designer is my child, deep down.
Done. Sold.
Especially the ones that are older.
Loaded.
They have sold their soul, if they had one, to me.
I like it. It's a good compromise.
We need to put that into terms and conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's already in there. People just don't read that bit.
Every ginger playing the game sells the soul to Matthew Cloacy.
Yeah,
and it's in the tiny print with 2 asterisks in the beginning.
Actually,
because no one reads those anyway, right? So
I don't even get them.
No.
Why?
Matt is a ginger, so he doesn't get the souls. His lawyer is Magna, and Magna gets all the souls.
It's true.
That's not fair. I'm getting ripped. I'm getting ripped off.
You signed this
getting ripped off in my own feature.
Actually, I think that was part of the alpha test plan. We had a monster test plan, and Jakob is very intimately familiar with our gigantic, colossal, color-coded alpha test plan, right?
Oh yeah, and then so it was a holdover from Ewan, who is now the content designer. Hi, Ewan. For CQ3, he's also produced a bunch of stuff, but he also is very keen on making long-lasting and very intricate test plans. So when we're doing the alpha test plan for CQ3, that was roughly when I arrived, and Ewan's like, "Okay, here you go. Here's a test plan. You go work with it." So I just take a look at it, and it has like 5,000 lines. And if you don't understand how long 5,000 lines are, it takes about half a minute of scrolling down until you reach down to the bottom level of it. And we had to go through it. Like, there's no other way. We had nothing else to work with. And Ewan spent about 2 to 3 months just writing that test plan. The best part about it was once we were finished with it in a month of work time, we just threw it in the trash and we swore to never do something like this ever again. And test plan now lives in our memories as something that we'll never ever do ever again, no matter what the setting and circumstance is. That was a very good lesson from you, and thank you very much.
I mean, I feel like I've seen you have some test plans since then that have been similarly cursed. I feel like it was, earlier last week that I just saw you have like 100 by 100 things that you were going to test against one another. So I'm not sure how much you've really learned there.
That's not as cursed though. That one is actually really nice looking, and it worked quite well because it is a matrix for testing. So you have to check things against other things. So it needs to be long. And then a couple of people said, well, this is not really usable because it takes us half a minute to scroll either way rather than just one way. So I did a smart thing and I just cut it into 3 parts. So I kept the amount of the stuff that we need to test, but I just put it into 3 parts. And people are like, yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's manageable.
I love the brutality
It's like literally the same test
throwing humans away.
Yeah.
Just throwing it away wholesale after you were done with it. You're like, do we want to keep this for posterity? No, bin.
Entire trash can.
I do keep a copy. No, I keep a copy secretly safe with a cursed name that only I know, and it's somewhere there for my children or my children's children to see and think about you and think about.
It's actually one of you in Torcruxes.
I don't want to meet this person.
Part of the onboarding process for CK3QA is you show them that and say, don't do that, please.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, but also cursed. A minute of scrolling.
I like how Jake's also like, we'll never do that again. We hate big plans. We're never going to do that again. Anyway, I made 3 equally monster matrices.
He's like, but it's not, it's like, it's slightly
That's
smaller
how QA
though.
works.
We took learning.
We just made it look pretty. We made macros, automation, macros, pretty colors, different fonts, like Papyrus or Comic Sans, and you can work with anything, dude.
I pray that I never have to see any
in
test
case you
plan
don't
with
know how
Comic
QA
Sans.
works. Basically that's how QA works. And level 1 QA tester, level 100 QA lead.
It's just the density of your matrix.
How big is your test plan determines your level.
Exactly. That's it. That's the only difference between levels. Oh man, but speaking of things we had to check every day, I know there's a lot of things that are really important to the team. We have checklists, tasks, events, smokes, all kinds of things we have to do on a daily basis, checking our calendars. But there's one thing that's the most important thing of the entire team, and you know what that is. The Daily Bazcat.
Yes.
Magna, please tell everyone about the Daily Bazcat.
I mean, the Daily Basket has been the highlight of this very, 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 very long quarantine. And it started, I think, roughly 2 days into quarantine. We had Ewan again, as mentioned earlier. He has a very lovely cat called Bascat. And he has been keeping track of how far we're into the quarantine now by posting a picture of Bascat every single work day since quarantine started. I think we're nearing day 500 at this point. It's been a while, but luckily we have Bascat to keep us company and keep us sort of sane. I mean, how sane can you be working on CK, I suppose?
Exactly.
I bet you would really regret that.
Is also
like 450 to 500 days, that's the thing. You start thinking this will be 100 days of quarantine and work from home, and then 500 days later, you're like, I'm really sick of this now.
Yeah, I think you imagine it would be a few weeks even. I mean, it brings a lot of people a lot of joy, so I think he kind of likes doing it. I mean,
it's worth it.
Around Christmas, he made a compilation video of every picture up to that point as well. That just kind of showed just the sheer number of pictures that have been involved. And I mean, Bascat's also immortalized in the game itself. We have Glitterhoof from CK2, of course, show up when you have an error in the game and you're in debug mode, basically telling you hey, please make this error stop happening. And there's a 1 in 100 chance when Glitterhoof shows up that it is instead Bascat. In fact, there are 4 different variants, I believe. We have Glitterhoof most of the time. We have Bascat some of the time. We have Baby Jesus some of the time. And we also have Erebert, who is, I think, portrait from the CK2 Alpha.
I think we found the CK2 Alpha portrait.
But he really brightens our day with his smile when he shows up. It takes away the sting of, hey, you made a mistake.
It's an interesting point that you made because, I relaunch the game over and over, 20 times a day. And every single time it's just Errorhoof or Glitterhoof in a bishop hat. But every single time I see Erebert with his silly little face that is just completely cursed, just makes
my beautiful
day.
Smile. His beautiful, beautiful smile.
That smile, that beautiful smile.
I think that if anything, our errors should be as cursed as possible, because that then gives a strong motivation for you to get rid of them, sooner rather than later.
Exactly.
It's true.
Otherwise, you see the
I made a whole system
judgmental
for
eyes.
showing these. I made a whole system for showing these images because originally we only had Glitterhoof, and then I think someone added Baby Jesus as a 1% chance. But then we found out we need more pictures like this. So I spent some personal development time at some point just making a little system where if you just add to the length of the image strip and add some localization, then it'll just show up automatically with a 1% chance.
Does
so
that
you
mean
can
we can have an error
about
Troy?
like 100 of them.
We can have an error
we
Troy
could.
yelling at us.
we
Troy, do your
could,
best
yeah.
angry
And they
face into
can each,
camera. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
And
Now he's listening.
There we go.
He was tuned. He was tuned away, and now he's listening.
There we go. Our best error Troy. We can
for
put
the rest
that
of
in.
the time.
Yeah.
The whole time.
That could go in the game. And each of them can have their own unique text as well. So Bascat tells you that he's hungry, of course. He wants to be fed, poor thing.
What do you want your error text to be, Troy?
so I'm
When
not
you
sure
tell
what
us off
Troy's
for
line
making an
would be.
error, what do you want it to say?
I mean, you're putting me on the spot here, and we're on like a video.
Come on, come up with something funny, Troy. Now.
We believe it.
This error is bananas.
All right, this error is bananas.
Okay.
Well, maybe
banana?
game development is an iterative process, people.
Yeah.
An iterative process. We can find a better line. We'll try.
We can. I can't say what I would actually tell you because that's not allowable by our content rating. Exactly. But that's okay. We'll get there. For those of you that do tune into our streams, you definitely know that we have a little bit of a racy commentary sometimes between Matt and I. We're friends, I think. Friends that want to punch each other can be considered friends.
Every time he says "I think," and I'm like, just the dagger goes deeper.
I know.
I mean, the nice thing about wanting to punch each other and having Easter egg characters is that we can just, take it out on the Easter egg characters themselves. Like, my character usually does fine, but some of the other devs don't do quite as well. I think it's Ewan, for instance, that has literally every disfigurement in the game at the start. So we had to just give him extra health so that he doesn't just instantly die from all of his different ailments.
Ewan of beef jerky.
Yeah.
Similarly, I think it was Matt's character where for a while we had repro steps. That is, how do you get this bug to happen? Where it starts off with, do this thing to Matt. Usually imprisonment, murder, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, a lot of bugs from when I first joined the project, because we copied a lot of the history over from Crusader Kings 2, and so it was my old Easter egg character,
right,
which was woefully unbalanced as well. But a lot of the steps, because he showed up in a lot of events and stuff, was to imprison my character, behead them, torture him, do other unspeakable things, and I had to fix some of these things. And I went to one of our QA at the time, also called Matt, and I was like, "Why are you doing this to me?" And he was like, "Well, first it was an accident, and now it's just fun."
You've deserved this.
I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I deserve this punishment.
Occasionally it involved doing nice things to you, like giving you land and such. And then
rarely. Sometimes it was like send him a gift.
It's actually really funny because you say that your character is ported over and that's where the errors came from. Actually, I think I asked Alex Holtner, our game director, to give me a few of the unique things just so I could test them easier, and I think we just never removed them. So in the game, I permanently have a secret of being a deviant. I also have a pet rock that went missing at some point because Ewan thought it's really funny, so he's going to misplace my pet rock. That was basically my story. It's just, I think you, Matthew, are a bit more like people taking it out on your character, whereas in my position, I was just really masochistic. And now I don't know how to feel about this, to be honest.
I mean, I'd rather have done
my
it to
character
myself
went through a lot
than have everyone else come and murder me, you know?
What we really need in game is an error Matt who just looks really aggrieved and goes, "I can't believe you've done this."
That'd be a good one, actually.
Right?
That'd be a good one.
Exactly.
I'm gonna add that in.
Yeah,
we have Maddie Fields.
Yeah,
we have Maddie Fields on Slack. We can probably use that.
We do have emojis on Slack based off of people at the office.
Yep.
And there's an upsettingly large number of my face.
There are. It's upsetting.
There's 10, I think.
Yeah, that's why I say upsetting. One was I was like, okay. 10, I'm like, wow, okay. Cool. One for every occasion.
I don't think I've made it into Slack yet. I know I'm on Discord, but I don't know if I've made it onto Slack.
The Discord emojis are great because they're like the curated ones for the public.
Yeah.
The Slack ones are all the spicy internal memes.
Oh yeah. I like how Ewan made one just to express disappointment with the puns that I've made with him. He literally has an emoji in Slack to express how upset the puns make him.
I mean, that's an achievement in itself, though.
Yeah, that is. It's fantastic. He really does hate my puns, cannot stand them, and that's my job. That is literally my entire.
It's in the contract.
It is. My entire job, ladies and gentlemen, is to make terrible puns and drive my coworkers completely bananas. Oh, look at the bananas. There we go.
No, it's still not sticking.
Speaking of contracts, Matt, you want to talk about vassal contracts and the 2.0?
Yes, vassal contracts. So they were one of the features that we announced in one of the earlier dev diaries, and it had been a fairly simple system. And internally, it was one of the things on our, depending on how the development is going, can we take a second look? And when the response from the dev diary and the community sort of cemented that, of everyone sort of agreeing with us internally of yes, this needs to be a lot more interesting to sort of show off the interesting things medieval rulers will do, them and their vassals, the contracts they have, their negotiations. So we spent a lot of time, me, our game director Alex, and one of our UX designers at the time, Peter, going through in some extra time and sort of giving just it a full overhaul, a new breath of life. So taking it from being just about like tax and levies to having lots of different contract options, protect you from religious persecution from your liege or force your way onto the council,
right, and
other such fun options, more role play options and more interesting
to make things better.
Yeah, better.
Better.
Trademarked better.
Hashtag finger quotes better.
Hashtag hoping.
Hashtag pray.
But I mean, then we did a second dev diary on
proof.
it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's clear proof that, we do listen at times, right? Right?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, when people have good ideas, you know. But I mean, the second dev diary for it really sort of helped us feel extra confident, like that it was useful because we got a lot of good feedback and response from the new version.
You know, it's not good feedback.
No,
syphilis.
That doesn't sound good.
You know what's really bad about that? No, but there was an instance in game.
Where was that going?
Matt, if you wouldn't cut me off, there was a multiplayer session where we had ended the entire world with syphilis. Is that right? Jakob, can you back me up on this? Now's last MP session.
Yeah. Okay. So that story is from way back when in CK3 Alpha, and obviously we try to test the MP. We try to make sure it all works correctly. And this, if I remember this correctly, the story was that syphilis, for some reason, it was balanced in a way where it have 100% infection rate, which means that through intrigue and getting into beds, even if unsuccessful, you'd give them syphilis. Where Niall, our previous QA, used as a weaponry against everyone else. By basically having his character get infected with syphilis, he started to sleep with every single other person in the realm, his or his friends, and basically everyone he could, with 100% chance of success and 100% chance of infecting people with syphilis to the point where the whole world was consumed by syphilis itself. Shortly after we fixed that, obviously. But no one would believe us that this is the case until people actually play MP and see it for themselves.
That was a fun session. And I mean, it's worth noting we were all very willing participants in this because against the player, you can't just succeed the seduction plot without the player actually saying yes. The thing is, Niall has such a way with words that everyone said yes.
I mean, Niall started some biochemical warfare. Like, that's some medieval biochemical warfare going on.
I told you it made sense. I told you it was a good segue.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Told you. Got it. Nailed it.
There was one more thing. It wasn't really like based on people interacting with each other in a bed chamber. It was more like people kind of carrying a virus of incest. So how it was basically parents would inherit incest from like some byway, and at some point, like every single person in the family after a couple of decades would have incest trait. Every single person in that dynasty. And if you entangle with that dynasty and you had children of your own, they would also have the incest trait, which obviously was later also used as a weaponry against people, because we had that incest family tree and we just marry into it. We get one child with the incest trait and we just keep passing it off to people we don't like.
Wait, hold on.
I think how it worked is that characters weren't willing to do incest unless they were really, really lustful, or they already had the incest secret. So the moment one person got it, they would start pressuring all of their siblings into also getting it, and thus it spread really rapidly. Like, there's still an element of that in the game, like you're more willing to do incest if you've already done some incest, but it's been toned down to such an extent that it's no longer an epidemic of incest.
I was wondering how long it was going to take us to get to an incest topic on this panel, to be honest, and we took longer than I expected.
Let me see, about 23 minutes I'm hearing from the... But it sounds like somebody literally just made a typo. Instead of infectious, it was incestuous.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Old English, messed up a letter there. Yeah. It's really good. I like that. 23 whole minutes, guys. We made it. 23.
We can do it. We can do it. How many more puns in last part?
We can just knock them out of the park. Don't worry. We'll get there.
I thought you were going to make a pun then as well.
I'm saving it. It's going to be a surprise, like crocodiles in game.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's another story, kind of like from a bugs in game that are really funny and people laugh for about 2 days until we have to fix them because it's impossible to play. So Ewan just seems to be in center of today's talking, but he was basically making the dueling system for a month. And that story is just another story where, as I was leaving work, after one day coming to work during summer, I just passed him as like, hey, why don't we have duels in the game? It's like, no, duels weren't a thing back then. It's preposterous. And I left. And the next day, he sends me a message, I hate you, Jakob. And basically, he spent the following month making dueling event system. That's 1 month of Ewan's life that belongs to me now, and I'm really grateful for it. But basically, the story was he made a 1 in 1,000 chance when you're in a certain region of the world that you will get a random crocodile attack your opponent. And that was supposed to be very Easter eggy, but he kind of flipped the values, where literally in every single option in a duel, you could get attacked or attack with a crocodile, which means you could be in the steppes of, Kazakhstan. You'd get attacked by a crocodile. It could be in Norway. You could get attacked by a crocodile. At some point, we just didn't know what's going on because a crocodile is all there was. And we couldn't test anymore for about a week until he fixed it because there was only crocodiles, croc only. And
that's an absolutely great reason to have to move.
Nile.
That's a great reason to move what you're testing. We can't test this feature because Ewan's made crocodiles spawn everywhere. So we're going to test something else.
Sounds like a real croc.
I really laid the groundwork for you there, and it just...
You're welcome. You're welcome. Everybody. That's actually why crocs are forbidden at the office, too. Complete fashion faux pas.
Oh, no.
I mean, they are very...
Sadly, they're not actually forbidden. They should be, of course. But
it should be in the employee handbook, banning wearing of Crocs.
Yeah. We have certain people that wore Crocs too much.
Some people can pull it off.
Who?
Hey, some people can pull it off quite well. I do. I have office Crocs.
You don't.
And I'm proud. I do. You saw them at my desk. Listen, if I look snappy, like I can make everything look good. I'm not saying you don't have
Crocs. I'm saying you shouldn't have Crocs.
I'm saying it's a crime.
Crocs are comfortable and perfect office attire, and if you say no, Jakob, then you can go away.
I admire your confidence in trying to pull them off. Let's say that.
I think you should crocodile it down.
I'm proud.
Every time he comes in with one, it's next topic. We need to get the word croc away from him. We need to take the word croc away from him, and then we can go with things.
Yeah. Well, okay, fine. Next topic.
I can talk more about Easter egg characters.
You could. Yes, please. Please tell us about Easter egg characters and get me out of these terrible puns.
I'll save you from the situation you yourself have created, sure. Easter egg characters. Every single dev has one, basically, and anyone that's contributed a decent amount to the game can have one as well if they can convince someone to make one. So I think we have like 50 or so of them, maybe even more. And what we realized right around release is that some of them are rather powerful. So powerful that they show up all over the place to an extent that maybe they shouldn't. For instance, we have one character that used to be the person that everyone marries as their first wife because she had fantastic stats, some great traits. Don't think it was literally a genius trait, but like one level short of that and so on. So if you were anywhere near Sweden, you would marry her because it just made perfect sense. Similarly, like my character would show up as like court chaplain all over the place. Several other characters would show up as counselors due to high stats and so on. So we ended up having just to do a pass where we went through every single dev character and nerfed like half of them so that they wouldn't be too overrepresented. I think Matt maybe did that.
Yeah, that was
living their fantasy.
It was me nerfing it because, you know, I was like, people have given some very generous interpretations of themselves, you know, and it's fine. It's fine. But when you show up, you know, in our tutorial as a game-breaking character where, you know, oh, you should marry someone, and then you are, like, objectively the best character in the world, or, you know, like, Magna showing up everywhere at, like, 30 learning or something, it was like, maybe tone them all down a little bit. I don't think you were 30. I think someone else had 30, though, and we were like, let's just tone all of them down so they're fun Easter eggs and not objectively the best thing to do in the game.
Right. Right. Which, I mean, everybody wants to be the best, but some of us want to be the best at being the worst. I mean, there's no wrong.
Some of the Easter egg characters did take that route of they made themselves like as awful as possible. I think Matt, as I mentioned before, one of our QAs before, he made his character like inbred, like an imbecile. Everything.
It was amazing.
And I'm like, this is some top tier content. It juxtaposes very well the like genius god tier traits.
I like it.
Exactly. Like you should try to give yourself a bit of a middle ground there. Like I've made my character arrogant, for instance. Only like the first level of intellect trait, not, you know, genius or anything like that.
That would be almost funny.
You have to keep it within bounds. Mine only got a 2 learning nerf or something in that pass, which is less than the average nerf, I believe.
Yeah, when
everyone likes
that,
kind of like an underdog or a person who doesn't like. It's not like a Superman where it's just flawless. Like that's boring, right? You want to give like 1 or 2 spicy flavors in there, and you know, I just have all of my stats are like close to 0 anyway. I don't care. I'm just made myself as true to life as possible.
Yeah, you're trying to be immersive though, Jakob.
I zeroed out my prowess as well. I think my martial is like 2. It's just the learning is quite good. Everything else is not so great.
All I'm getting from this is that Magna's a nerd.
It's true.
Yeah.
Nerd. Oh, wait, you haven't figured that out already?
says the 4 guys sitting talking about making video games.
My good looks.
We're cool. Don't out us, Troy. We're cool. Jeez.
But you know what's not cool? Biohazards at work. I hear somebody created a biohazard at work. And while I didn't experience it myself, I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jake, you got anything about that?
Well, I do. And again, like, it's really funny because it just shows, like, am I a fanboying Ewan much? Or he's just that much of a colorful character?
I realize that, all of your stories are around Ewan.
Yeah, it's just mostly creepy because the man is just such a colorful character. Like, there's not a boring day because, you know, when you go to the office, well, back in the day, which barely anyone remembers anymore, you go to the office and you see like people having desks, and everyone likes to kind of customize their desk. You know, you make it a little bit more custom. I used to have plants which died because I haven't visited the office for too long. There's some people who just like it minimalistic and only keep like cable-less stuff. There's people who just like collecting Warhammer figures. And then there's Ewan. And Ewan has 2 computers built in a position and 3 monitors in a position of a complete entrenchment where you can't see him from behind his monitors and he can't see out. He also put a lot of tiny little bits and bobbles that just are very fragile and are very easy to knock over, so you don't want to come close because they're just going to fall over. And also he keeps all his used old tea bags at hand. Rather than throw them out, he just collects them for some reason. And his whole desk is
I
like
imagine he's going to make a quilt or something out of them.
I just don't even understand what's going on because, like, he uses the cup. They just kind of collect the tea bags. There's a lot of Yorkshire tea in there. There's a lot of like figures. He's constantly getting chocolate egged. Don't ask. chocolate.
I mean,
so
like I'm thinking of
there
what
are
I would
eggs
collect
everywhere.
at my desk, and it's not tea bags, right? That's gross.
Well, I mean, you can like compost them and use them for
I mean,
stuff.
I've just collected monitors at my desk. That every time I move desks, if there's a monitor from someone else who moved off of that desk, I
Aw.
just take it with me.
No,
So
don't
I
sell-
started.
Don't sell your share.
No, but I started this company with one monitor, and now I have 4.
Of course.
And I move
Yeah, don't
desks
sell
every year
yourself
or
short
so.
because you got a lot of ins at the company. Like you have a lot of friends at the company, Matthew. A lot of friends, and
Who
those
provide
friends
me
hook
with
you up with the
monitors.
best stuff. Monitors, like keyboards, mice, multiple. Like you have so much cool stuff, and here I am with some dinky old keyboard that just doesn't even work properly. And here you are, like Razer keyboards, like building chroma, lightning for whatever, making you feel very insignificant, Matthew.
Also
Man.
got a big 4K monitor as well.
Man.
Very nice.
Talk about Ewan though. Ewan always keeps himself in this little cave of monitors.
His little fort.
Never has headphones on. And one day I was literally standing at his desk trying to talk to him for like 5 minutes. I'm like, hey, Ewan. Just standing at his desk, leaned on the wall. Hey, Ewan. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Ewan. Knocking on his desk. And finally he turns and just
in the clouds.
Jumps completely out of his chair. I was like, I've been here talking, literally having a conversation this whole time with him. Didn't even pay any attention to me.
I mean, he was just tuning it out due to all of the puns you spew.
It's true.
He
It's
is
true.
allergic to puns.
He is.
Though, despite that, he has a pun on his desk as well.
Fantastic.
Like I was going to a second-hand shop at some point, like 2 years ago, a bit before quarantine began, and I happened upon a caterpillar with the face of a cat, and I immediately think, yes, this is perfect for you, and so I just buy that, stick it on his desk. Yes, exactly, a caterpillar.
But also,
So
like
buy
you say
stick
that,
it on his
it
desk.
looks cursed. Like it really does look cursed.
It does look that cursed.
It looks
It's
quite
beautiful.
cursed. It's a
beautiful on
caterpillar with the face of a cat. It's cursed.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. So just, I stuck that on his desk and wait for the next day. He shows up, no reaction. And he's just kept that on his desk ever since. I don't think he actually knows I'm the one that put it there because
Now he
I don't
does.
think anyone's
He's going
told
to
him.
find out now. You've
So I
outed
hope he
yourself.
watches this and finally finds out the mystery of the caterpillar. And I've confronted him and said that that's a pun. Why aren't you reacting to that when you react to literally every other pun in existence? And he thinks it's fine because it's not a pun, it's wordplay? I don't quite see the logic
He's just trying to
there.
justify it because he likes cats. He likes cats, and that's
Yeah,
what his
I think that's
justification of why
probably
he
it.
shouldn't hate this is.
True.
Because
I mean,
Ewan
just think he's-
screams literally like he hates puns.
Yeah, he does. But shout out to Ewan for being like a good champ. After this is over, let's you and I grab a beer. You're welcome, everyone.
Yeah, he will die if he watches this. He will die. Yeah, no, that's like the best €1 purchase I've ever made.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
we need to make more puns. That's what I'm hearing. That's all I'm hearing. That's what I've taken from this stream is that I need to make more terrible puns for everyone.
Just directed to Ewan, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave me
Yeah.
out of this.
Got it. Nailed it. But we are running swiftly out of time here. And while it's sad, I get to see all three of you every day online. So, I mean, I'm not too terribly torn up about it. And in closing, my favorite question. What was your favorite moment over the past year? Your most memorable, not necessarily the best, but your most memorable favorite moment. Matt, do you want to go first on this one, buddy?
Oh, I mean, well, you've really forced me into saying yes now, haven't you?
Ta-da!
I think for me, over the past year from release, because it's coming up on about that in a little while, is probably launch day. I think, and I'm stealing that because it's an easy one. So
it is.
So the rest of people have to think of better things now. It's fine. I'll pad for time because we were all sitting in like a Google Meets, talking together, and then. We all played the game. We all thought it was really good, and we had the reviewers who gave us good impressions. They hadn't released any of their articles yet, and then all at once, the embargo lifted, and all of the reviews started coming out, all of the articles, and it was just like a breath of fresh air over everybody. And then the next day was when it dropped then on Steam, and seeing the fans, everyone playing it, there was thousands of users playing it, many reviews coming in, so much on socials, everything, whilst having to balance the hype of that whilst we're sitting at our desks frantically trying to fix any issues that come up that are pressing ones. But overall, it was great. So many years of work and payoff.
Yep.
I've been on the project now for 2.5 years, and there were people that had been on there for even longer than that, and it was just such a feels-good moment of calm now.
I remember sitting in the studio sweating through the entire launch and embargo, just literally sweating, streaming the game and sweating to death, and then bolting downstairs when I was done. And I was like, what are the reviews? Because I was so excited.
On the night when the reviews came out, I couldn't they came out, and then the next day was the Steam release, and I couldn't sleep, so I was scrolling through Metacritic.
Yep.
And I compiled this is what our scores are relevant to other games in the strategy genre, other games from 2020 across PC and consoles. Oh, where are we at all time? And I was like, this is great.
And now, after you've ruined the fun for everyone else, Magna, what about you?
You gotta make it difficult for me, of course. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about release day first, because that was really the culmination of 2-3 years of work for me. I've worked on CK2 first for a couple of years, and then CK3 for 3 years by this point, and just seeing it all come together at release was really amazing. We knew we had a great product by then, but it was so fantastic to have it confirmed first by the press and then by all of the players. So yeah, if Matt hadn't shamelessly stolen that one, I would have taken that. So what should I take instead is the question. I mean, I've had a lot of fun recently getting our people down in Malmö up to speed, because they were running Imperator for a while, and sadly Imperator is on hold now. They are now helping us out instead. So we are working on getting them up to speed on our code base and getting them productive. They've been really instrumental in making the Azure patch a thing. We're hoping to release that before the summer, but no guarantees there quite yet. And I've gotten the honor of onboarding the programmers there, and it's been really cool just seeing fresh eyes on the project and trying to make it so that they can contribute great things to the project, both now via the summer patch and in the future working on expansions, content packs, and all of that great stuff. So yeah, I think that's been a highlight for me.
Nice. And now we're out of time and Jake doesn't get to talk. No, but seriously. Jake, what is your favorite moment? What was one of the things that you enjoyed the most out of this last year?
It was just so teary. Everyone's so beautifully, beautiful words. I don't have such words. Obviously, yeah, I'm gonna tag along and just add to the launch. It was one of the weirdest periods of my life. One of the best periods of my life. And honestly, seeing people happy and seeing people rating the game really high and giving and the game is still rated very high on Steam and elsewhere. And it's just really happy. I'm happy to see all this. And one of the QA on CK3, Nick, the former lead, now he made a meme with the Simpsons, don't make me tap the sign, with 93 Metacritic score for CK3 after launch as his ultimate response to everything. But it was a beautiful time, and I'm just happy that we went through it. But my personal favorite moment, I think, was just kind of owning and working a lot on the Northern Lords, the first flavor pack we released. A lot of the work there from the QA point of view was just I built up a lot of the systems that we use now. I tried to modernize how we do QA. So hopefully going into the future, this is going to pay off, and you guys will just be having a much less buggy game, with the help of 2 programmers here with me in the studio, and maybe 1 community manager that sometimes can contribute.
Sometimes
the game is just going to be really fun.
I mean, who do you think is making all of the bugs?
Fair.
Well, you guys are making the bugs. I'm just finding them back for you, and then you have to fix them again, and then you break stuff again, and I'm just there with my little
rinse and repeat
dusting bin
eternally.
That is the game development process.
Welcome to game development. Yep. But, gentlemen, thank you so much for today. I wish we could sit here and do this all day. Maybe we can online later, and I'll, hit you all up and we can yell at each other. But, Jake, thank you so much for joining us. Magna.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
That was great. Great being here.
Magna, thank you so much. And last but, maybe least in this case, Definitely not least.
Fighting words.
There's fighting words. But thanks, Matt, for being here with me today,
Thanks.
buddy.
It's been great fun.
Yeah, and for all of you at home in the community. Yeah, time to fight. We're just gonna all four of us fight. That's the end of this. But really,
I feel like the two of you have a bit of an advantage being on location.
Well, yeah. That just
Money
weakens
on
the
Troy.
pool for you guys.
Tactically,
1,000 second Troy, Magna. Take the pen.
I can't bet against that.
Drop it. We'll just drop each other right here. I like the plan. But in a serious note, thank you everyone at home. Thank you to the community for making the game what it is. Thank you for getting us through the launch. Thanks for supporting us, giving us your ideas, giving us your feedback, and making it what it is going into the future. We look forward to all the things that we can bring you and the journey that we have together. And we will see you in our next segment. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
It's been one of the best days of my career here at Paradox. I'm so glad you got to join us. I hope you enjoyed my little chat with my friends here in the studio. There's a lot more to come tonight. However, I'm going to head home and go to sleep so I can be fresh for you in the morning. I'll be back in like 6 hours or so, just to be sure I'm here for you and having fun. In the meantime, we have a lot of stuff coming still tonight. So for you that are in America, this is the early show for you, the afternoon show. For those of you here in Europe, this is the late show, so stick around if you're so inclined. We have Empire of Sin, building a bespoke brawler. We have Prison Architect, the great Prison Architect escape. Surviving the aftermath, surviving the beforemath, building the game and bringing to where it is now. We have No CB's podcast, map design, Kaiserreich mod discussions. We have 5 builders in one city, and we have moderation and podcast chats leading up to the show tomorrow morning, where we're going to have tons more panels, lots more interviews, and all the content you could possibly ask from Paradox. We hope you join us tomorrow, and we hope you stick around tonight. In the meantime, thank you all so much for joining us. Check out the Discord if you're not already over there, activate your extension, and make sure you're getting some rest too. We're going to be here all night, but you'll be able to see this content later if you don't have time to watch it tonight. In the meantime, I bid you good night from all of us here, and I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you then. Bye, y'all.
Welcome, and yeah, go for it, Ian.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How are we? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us at PDXCon. I'm Ian O'Neill. I am a combat designer on Empire of Sin.
I'm John Romero, studio director at Romero Games. Worked on a lot of the game.
And I'm Fiona Martin. I'm the community ambassador for Empire of Sin. And yeah, welcome to building a bespoke brawler, where we've bullied Ian into doing this.
Goodness. So,
what's wrong?
What are we doing? What are we doing? So this is a gift. This is a gift back to the community. So we really, at Romero Games and with Empire Sin, we really, really appreciate all of the feedback and the love and support that the community has given us. And, you know, every week we go through and we look at what the community sentiment is, and we see what you're looking for, and we see what you're hoping to see in the game. So I'm combat designer. My responsibility to Empire Sin is combat, whatever happens in the turn-based mode. So in Empire Sin, we have a whole bunch of what we call professions, what other games, other RPGs would call classes. So in typical RPGs, you would have your rogue, your mage, your paladin, your warrior. In Empire Sin, you have a con artist, you have an enforcer, you have a mob doctor, and you have a hired gun. So one of the requests that we often receive, or that I often receive and have been receiving, is for melee and melee improvements and new things to do with melee. So melee at the minute in Empire Sin it's just a simple melee attack. You run to the character and hit them with your melee weapon or whatever the melee skill happens to be. So today, what we're going to do here, and bear with us because who knows how this is actually going to go, we are going to build a new profession with you guys and with the community for Empire Sin. Now, a couple of caveats before I actually get into this. A couple of caveats. This profession will not be part of the upcoming DLC. It will be scheduled for sometime later this year. I don't know when. I don't have an ETA, but it will appear in the game, hopefully at some point this year. And it will be free. It will be a part of a free update. So, without further ado, what I'm going to do is we're going to go through a little presentation. Ooh! That I have prepared.
Magical.
Magical. It's a really good presentation. I'm really goddamn proud of it. And I won't I won't try and sell you any beard products in the presentation. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the core parts of it. So I have laid down the foundations for what will be the brawler profession. And you guys are going to vote at key points and on key tiers to help us flesh out and build the talent tree. So I have no idea how this is going to go, but it should be fun. So without
Fleshing out a talent tree sounds nasty.
Let's commence. Let's get at it. Let's brawl.
We're ready to see this. We're ready for this profession.
Yeah.
So, what's a brawler, bub? A brawler is going to be a straight up melee attacker. They are going to be your melee DPS profession in Empire Sin. So we already have hired guns who are general dog's bodies and typically specialize in range weapons. You have enforcers who are your tanks and who, you know, they mitigate damage, mob doctors heal, and so on and so on. So the brawler will be the melee core in Empire Sin. So if you want to go in and start smashing people in the face, you're going to want to bring a brawler. Now, the other part of the brawler... The other part of the brawler is that the brawler is built around the core, or what was the core, was built around some of the core talents of the enforcer. So the other part of the news here is that the enforcer profession will be getting an overhaul at some point. So my aim with the Enforcer is to make them more tanky. Right now, they are not tanky enough. They don't mitigate enough damage. They don't draw enough threat. So I want to rework some of the core parts of the Enforcer. So when the Brawler goes out, the Enforcer part will go out as well. And it will be free because it's a rework of an existing system. So instead of removing some talents from the Enforcer tree and seeing them discarded, I thought to myself, let's use them and let's build a brand new profession around these talents. So let's move on. So what's going to be the central core part of the Brawler? So if you hire a Brawler for your crew, what are going to be the profession specialization bonuses? So these are the things that are inherent to every Brawler. You know, it doesn't depend on their tier. It's just, I am a Brawler. These things are, you know, I have access to these things. So straight up, you're going to be a born fighter. You are going to have a better melee attribute than anybody else. It's going to give your base a straight up just 20 plus 20. So that is, you know, melee in Empire Sin is your attribute that controls your chance to hit with melee weapons. So you're more likely to hit. And it caps out at 100, of course. So one of the next things is fight light. So you're a Brawler. You like melee weapons. You like hammers, and you like crowbars, and you like knives. You're not really like, you know, good with guns, and you don't really like them that much. But, you know, it might be useful to have one if you wanted. So if you don't equip a primary weapon, you're going to have a little bonus. So your initiative and your movement is going to go up. And if you don't equip a secondary, it's going to go up a second time. So now it's up to you as a player. Do you want to have a Brawler with no ranged weapons whatsoever and have those bonuses so you're more likely to go first during combat and you can move further because you're lighter? Or do you want to have those options of having a secondary pistol, you know, sawn-off shotgun, or a primary machine gun or submachine gun, depending on your access to weapons and availability? And then the final part, one of the things that the community wants most, you don't like getting caught out using a melee attack. So when you go to melee attack somebody, you are putting yourself in harm's way. You do not get to run up to somebody, punch them in the face, and run away without them responding to you. But maybe the Brawler does. So with the Brawler, if you manage to land your melee attack, whatever that melee attack may be, and you manage to make that melee attack score a critical hit, you're going to get a bonus move. So we already have this functionality in Empire Sin in an ability called Strike and Move, which allows you to perform a bonus move. So we're going to bring this over to the Brawler in their own form. So when you do get a critical hit as a Brawler, you're going to be able to move away. So now, you're not always guaranteed to get a critical hit, so you're going to have to pay attention to your critical hit chance. And there will probably be some changes there as well. So though that's the core. That's the kind of stuff. I am a Brawler. These are the things that are inherent to me. So, but what if you want to, you know, maybe one other thing? Part 2. So there's going to be a new core active ability for all Brawlers. So this is, I haven't decided yet if this is going to replace or if it's going to go with the standard melee attack for Brawlers. But the Brawlers are going to receive a new basic attack that you don't have to unlock. It will just live on their talent tree, called Flurry of Blows. And Flurry of Blows is simply 3 melee attacks. You are going to land a Flurry of Blows against the target. So if you have a melee weapon equipped, you will land 3 blows with that melee weapon if you are a Brawler. So this is now the core structure, a really strong central pillar for building a Brawler and creating this Brawler profession. We good? Anybody want to jump in? What do you guys think so far?
We're good.
I love it.
I was just going to say that the stream
Are you feeling?
went down.
Are you feeling frightened? Are you feeling fierce?
I love the multiple beatings in the face on the flurry of blows. That's going to be the best thing to see. You know, because you couldn't see it before. And also, I think when you get that extra 20 points of melee, you're also going to probably lose some marksmanship, right? You're going to be low in marksmanship.
Brawlers will have, yeah. So there always has to be a positive to a negative. So if you are gaining in the melee and you are like, these Brawler guys are talented at fighting with fists and knives and axes and hammers, not so much with their marksmanship. So they're probably going to suffer with them. Now, That being said, there is nothing stopping a player in Empire Sin finding a trinket that would raise their marksmanship and offset that penalty or offset that deficiency. So it is entirely up to the player how they build their character and up to the equipment that they can find in the game. So never say never with any profession in Empire Sin. There are always means and ways around, and I have made sure of that. That is something that is in the game. So with all of that goodness, with all of this magic, let's move on to the next bit. So, in Empire Sin, a talent tree is made up of 5 tiers. So here we have a preview of what the Brawler talent tree will kind of look like. It's not exact, and I'm using placeholder icons because I didn't want to be mean and force the artist to make a whole bunch of icons that they might, never use. That would have been mean and nasty. I know.
Dang.
So I use stuff that we already have. But what you can see, so if you have played Empire Sin already, and if you are familiar with the Enforcer, you will know that the Enforcer has 2 specific abilities that are kind of melee-centric. So one of them being Meat Hook, where they can fling a hook at somebody and drag them towards them. And one of them being Bull Rush, which is a charge. So I get close to the target and then melee attack them, or set them up for a melee attack. Both of those abilities will be moved from the Enforcer tree and made to fit the Brawler talent tree, or moved to the Brawler talent tree, I should say. So these will be your tier 1 choices. So tonight, right now, or this morning, or this afternoon, wherever you're joining us from.
Whenever
Who knows? What time is it?
Who knows? Who knows?
Which time zone are you in?
Yeah.
Somebody figured out that you're Frankie Donovan in chat, by the way.
Maybe. I've been told I do a good impersonation.
Yeah.
So with the tier 1 Brawler abilities, you will be able to pick one of these. So you will have to choose between Meat Hook, or you will have to choose between Bull Rush. So it is a case of, do I dislodge an enemy and move them to me, or do I dislodge myself and go towards the enemy? So I think that is a great first choice to make for a Brawler for a melee profession. Going forward, if you can see the talent tree on your screens, if you're looking at it, tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 all have a whole bunch of question marks. What's that about? So what we're hoping to do, I have created a whole bunch of options for you guys to choose from. So the talents that have white icons in them, they are already chosen. They are core. So I will go through those as we go through each tier. You guys are going to make votes in Twitch, and whatever is voted on will become the talents in the Brawler's talent tree. That's my promise. Now, not everybody's watching Twitch right now, and I want to be fair to the community because we love our community. We respect our community, and it is important to us. So what we will probably do is we will probably turn this into a blog, and we will give everybody a chance to vote on this in the coming weeks. So anybody that misses out, if you are in the future watching, if you're watching us from the future, do better. The planet's doomed. You can save us all. But you'll also have time to vote. Depending on how far in the future you're watching. If it's 30 years in the future and for some unknown reason you're decided
probably
to tune into this, you're a bit of, yeah. The blog will probably still be up anyway. So we're going to move ahead. We're going to go on to tier 2. And hopefully the voting thing works. I am so optimistic.
I mean, I should.
I'll do a refresher. So refresher for tier 1. So tier 1, Meat Hook, Bull Rush. So Meat Hook, grapple your target with a metal hook, pull him towards you. I don't know why I was so specific about it being a metal hook, in case it was made out of chocolate. And Bull Rush, charge the target, and you knock them backwards, and you deal melee damage to them. So melee damage will be whatever melee weapon you have attached or equipped at that time. So if you don't have any melee weapon, you will deal your base fist damage. So here we are, tier 2. So tier 2 is always a passive ability in Empire Sin. So we work in a cadence. So tier 1 is active, tier 2 is passive, tier 3 is active, tier 4 is passive, and then tier 5 is what we call Keystone, or your special ability, super special ability. So the passives And the one that is already picked, the one that you cannot choose or shift or move around, is Revenge, which is another passive talent that is being shifted over from the Enforcer. So you automatically perform a counter melee attack against anybody who gets too close. So it's retribution.
I love that.
And you deal melee damage. So why is this core? Why is this being moved over? So if you are familiar with the recent weapon proficiencies update, you would have seen that we have, exposed all of the weapon proficiencies in the game, and you will see in the melee one, there is a version of Revenge all the way down at the end of the tree. But it takes quite a lot to get there, especially if you're not a melee-focused character. So I wanted to make sure that brawlers had access to this early, because I feel like it will be quite important to a brawler. And because you can now reset your talents at any time and respec for pretty much free, you will be able to respec out of it. So I always want to make sure that option, I feel quite strong about it, that it is there for the player. I think it's a solid choice and a solid thing to build a brawler around. So the things you guys are going to get to vote on. So Shattering Impact. So all your melee attacks have a chance to damage the target's armor. So it doesn't matter what you hit them with. If you hit them with a meat hook, if you hit them with a bull rush, as long as it does a melee attack and class as a melee attack, it will deal damage. It will remove part of the target's armor. Super useful, super handy. Bloodsport. Melee attacks against bleeding characters have their damage increased by 20%. That's a lot. I should say numbers probably aren't final based on balance, but they're pretty good ballpark figures. So if you manage to inflict bleeding, if you do it, or if one of your allies does, say with cutter rounds, and you go and melee attack that target, you're going to deal a lot of damage against them. Your three other choices: Slugger, so you have a chance to stun the target. So stunning a target is super, super important. It means that they lose AP, and it means that they are more prone. So it means that they on their next turn, they will only be able to perform half an action, or they'll only have 1 AP. And if you hit them again and you manage to stun them again, you'll knock them out. Gore. So Bull Rush now applies bleed to the target. So that's interesting. That would sync up really well with the other one that had something to do with bleeding, but they're in the same row. How would that work? How would that work? So you'd have to nearly hire 2 brawlers and have some sort of tag team melee system going on.
Because who's a big fan of wrestling?
Not me. Oh, yeah. Thrill of the Kill. Kills from melee attacks now restore 10% of your HP. So the brawler can keep on brawling, baby. He will keep on trucking as long as he can keep on killing. So these are your choices.
I think that's the weak move.
You think Thrill of the Kill is the weak move?
I think we should just that's what doctors are for. You should just keep on punching. That's my hot take.
What if you don't have a doctor because they're dead?
Well, then you just die, I guess.
I don't know.
You deserve it.
I'm very on the fence about a lot of
bandages.
These. So let's go back and do a quick review. So we have Shattering Impact. So our melee attacks will deal damage to armor. Bloodsport. So melee attacks increase damage on bleeding targets. We have Slugger. So all melee attacks have a chance to stun the target. Gore. Bull Rush now applies bleed to the target character. And Thrill of the Kill. So your kills will now restore some of your HP. Those are your first 5 choices. The top 2 are going to be the ones that we pick to go in. The 2 that receive the most votes will be the ones that we pick to go in the tree. So let's see how this goes.
No healing, you cowards.
So are people going to choose now or no? Choose now or later?
Yep. I've clicked the button. You can now vote.
Yeah.
Hopefully it works.
Can vote on it.
Oh.
It looks like
can I vote?
see the poll.
Wait, can I vote?
Okay. Whoever's voting for Thrill of the Kill, you're doing it on purpose here.
John, what would you pick? Honest question here, John. What would you actually go for? What would your choices
be? I like Slugger.
Yeah.
Although I love Revenge too. Wait, I'm looking at the tier 2. Sorry.
I think. Yeah, no, that's where we are. We're tier 2. Yeah, we're at Shattering Impact.
Revenge is there. Yeah. I'm glad that Revenge is there as a base because that should be the way that a Slugger just automatically acts.
Yeah.
But I love Slugger. I love people when they're stunned.
And it's super useful. It's a super way of breaking up a team. Like of just breaking down. You know those big guys that you hit in the safe houses. Great way of dealing with them is either knocking them out or is stunning them and trying to shut them down. Essentially, so that's brawlers will excel at that kind of thing.
Bleed is really great though. Like you can just kill people by getting them in bleed mode.
I want that tag team kind of setup of one guy doing the bleed and one guy goring him. I just think it's a super. Are we finished? What have we got?
You see,
we're
shouldn't
done.
have said anything about Thrill of the Kill. You doing yourself?
I know. So Thrill of the Kill came first, followed by Slugger, closely followed by Gore, then Shattering Impact and Bloodsport. So,
so we are.
A bunch of keywords with your healing shenanigans.
Your healing shenanigans.
Yeah, I know.
How dare you want to heal yourself? Who do you think you are?
There you go.
Excellent choices.
I guess we'll accept it.
We'll tally those and we'll tally the rest when we post this as a blog in the next couple of weeks. So there is still a chance to shift the vote, but right now it's Thrill of the Kill and Slugger. So that's tier 2. So tier 2 is now going to be Revenge, Thrill of the Kill, and Slugger. Let's mosey on. Let's mosey on to tier 3. Tier 3 is home to some active abilities. These are the ones that are always fun. So, active ability. So what the hell is an active and what the hell is a passive? I see somebody asking me. So an active ability is generally something where the character does something. There is an action involved. So they will, run to somebody and punch them. Passive ability is generally something where there's no visual effect, but it augments a skill. Is how I've been designing.
Like healing.
Like healing. Yeah. Losers only and they're healing. Don't bully the healers. Leave the poor healers alone. You need the healers.
I want my punching
Healers
party. No healers.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully there's
That's how good
3 choices in that tier, so you don't have to pick that one.
That's true.
Tier 3. Let's rock and roll. Uppercut.
Cool.
Deliver a jaw-shattering uppercut to the target. Deals melee damage. And is guaranteed to crit. Now, what did we say was part of the new core for the brawler? Who can tell me?
Is someone going to tell you?
Slide one.
Crits grant you a free bonus move.
Yes.
So why is that important? So if an uppercut is guaranteed to crit, it means you will always get
You're gonna punch
the bonus
more.
move. No, it means you get to get away.
Just one, right?
Just one.
I never do that. I just keep going. I don't get to run away. I just keep punching.
So that is why uppercut is there. It's super important. So you are guaranteed to get that bonus move. So you can move away and get out of harm's way. So you are not setting yourself up to get shotgun blast in the face. If you
so
hit
the move is an actual move, not another action. Is that
no, it's not an action. It's a move. It's a bonus move. So you get to actually move away.
Okay.
You're not Frankie Donovan. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not
actually no. I that is the main character I always play. Like that is if I have to play through someone's, it's always going to be Frankie.
Who the heck
because
are you?
I'm Frankie Donovan.
Hit dead. We're good.
See. Because people like you is why you had to balance that.
Yeah.
So uppercut is going to be the one that is baked into that tier. So the next choice is going to be big kick. So your next choice, I should say, is big kick. Strong frontal kick that knocks the target backwards. Now, knockback in Empire Sin is a thing. You can knock people back. Shotguns have a small chance. There are a couple of abilities that do it, and it's a stat that you can increase so that you can get it on certain ammo, and it's something that's there in the game. But we've never really given you a dedicated way to do it. So this is probably going to be one of the first ways of where you can guarantee that you are going to get that knockback. Now, why is knockback important? Why is it interesting? So our Overwatch system, works a little bit differently than a few other places where it can be interrupted. So if you take damage, your Overwatch is interrupted. But it also works where you are looking over an area. So you put a cone out and you are watching that area essentially. So we've recently been able to get it working where it works with knockback effects. So where you can kick somebody into an Overwatch and trigger the Overwatch. Or kick them into, if you are playing as a certain Psywing Mock and have poison laid out around the battlefield, kick them into poison. So again, super trying to build that synergy with new professions, trying to build that synergy across professions and make it more teamworky. Sledge Blow, a heavy melee strike that deals damage and knocks the target to the ground, knocking them out. So it's a guaranteed knockout. So this is a way to completely disable a target. You can just go in, sledge blow the guy. I love the name. Sledge blow the guy and knock them down to the ground, and they are essentially out. Now, they can be recovered by a mob doctor. So if a mob doctor heals them, or if an ally uses a bandage on them, that will remove the knocked out effect. But they are, if you sledge blow them, there's nobody around, they are knocked down until you, do the thing.
How about you allow
That's
people
when you
to
knock
just
them down, you
execute
just punch
someone
them
who's
again.
knocked out?
Oh, that's coming. That's a different thing altogether. That's a thing. That is going to be a thing. Surprises, John. Surprises.
Yeah.
Brace yourself. So a defensive ability. So if you do find yourself out in the middle of no man's land and you are alone, you are by yourself, there is no mob doctor, there is no allies. Yep. What do you do? So you can brace yourself. So bracing yourself will allow you to essentially ward off the next attack. So you will take a strong stance and really brace yourself for it. And you will take whatever attack comes next and you will completely negate it. So it will deal no damage, it will have no effect, it will not move you, it will not do anything. So planned right and used right, super powerful. You might even be able to negate and stop a boss in their tracks. So for instance, if you were bracing yourself and you were facing a certain Irish boss who was quite angry and had a hurl, who, depends on getting kills with that hurl, and you brace yourself and it deals no damage, you have negated that boss's attack. So again,
but how does it differ from Hunker Down?
I see. Hunker Down only improves your defense. So Hunker Down, you already have to be in cover. Brace yourself, you don't. You can use it anywhere, out in the open.
Yeah,
specifically. Head smash. Lunge forward and deliver a vicious headbutt. Deals melee damage and a whopper bunch of additional melee damage. So it's pretty close to a guaranteed kill, depending on your loadout and what weapon you have. And, if the target might be bleeding because somebody shot them and put a bleed on them, it might also stack with another damage effect.
Ooh.
So you might end up with plus 70% melee damage. So
ouch.
you might be heading in ouchie land. And then those fine
very
ones.
much
Slightly.
It's my mom worries about me often.
oriented.
It's very
It's your favorite class now, I think.
I feel sad that the move was called Head Smash instead of Glasgow Kiss. I'm like,
Fiona, I didn't think about that, but I will rename it in your honor.
You don't have to.
No.
Only if it's chosen.
It's chosen. It's done.
Oh yeah,
we will rename that.
Twitch.
So, but it has to be voted for. So it's down to the community. So I have no power. I am powerless. So our final active ability in tier 3 is Arm Cracker. So Arm Cracker is essentially disarm. So we already have a disarming shot. So Arm Cracker is going to be the melee version of that. So you will temporarily disarm the target until they are able to rearm themselves. So it's a good way of depowering somebody temporarily. If there is a machine gun or a sniper rifle on the battlefield and you need to temporarily disable them. So we'll go over these once more, and then we'll go through the vote. I think I know one of them. What one of them might be already. So we have Big Kick, which is a guaranteed knockback. So you deal melee damage and you are guaranteed to knock the target back if there is room. Sledge Blow, so a nice big heavy double-handed blow. It will deal melee damage and knock the target down. Knock them out. Brace Yourself, so a way to mitigate some damage. So you will, prepare yourself. You will, whatever attack hits you next, will deal 0 damage, will have 0 effect. You will be totally safe. You have Head Smash, which is now being renamed to the... Fiona?
Glasgow Kiss. Sorry, I was reading
There
chat.
we go.
I was trying to read two things at once. No.
You try and do something nice for somebody and they don't even respond.
I was trying to set the poll.
You have the Glasgow
Rename
Kiss.
negated. No.
Yeah, I'm taking it back. And then you have the Arm Cracker. So that's your deal melee damage and will temporarily disable somebody's weapon. So let's see.
Poll's ready.
Let's see what we get. Rock and roll.
Arm Cracker.
I'm kind of excited.
I
and
would
nervous
like to
at the same
say
time, and I don't know why.
somebody asked about the background here, and I could feel like John vibrate with excitement over talking about the spooky forest.
Yeah, it's so spooky.
Whoever finds the little rabbit gets a special present.
I feel like I'm seeing things move now. I know nothing's moving, but now that I'm looking, I'm like, I hate it.
There's Harold the rabbit. You can see him. This is where it's actually a fake out, and we switch out the thing with a giant killer rabbit.
Somebody in the live team's going to do something horrible, and I'm going to get a fright.
So funny. You had to talk about Head Smash. Of course, what's happening?
Oh, no way.
It was.
Glasgow Kiss.
Look what you did.
Glasgow Kiss has been chosen, and my word, the second and third ones were very, very close.
Oh, that was very close. Yeah.
Arm Cracker and Glasgow Kiss have won out. Now, again, it's all still to vote for. It will go up as a blog in the next couple of weeks. We will update it. And we will make sure that everybody has their say and has their chance to vote, because I want to make sure that to include as much of the community as possible. But so far, I'm thrilled. This is exciting stuff. I'm really happy.
I'd just like to say to PDX_Caton, it's the top 2 options that will be going forward, or at least be put to the vote.
The top 2
with the blog, and then top 2. So not just the top 1, but the top 2. So you're good.
We should rename the talk, though. This should be building a bespoke wrestler.
I see. So we have an art director, Greg, who is a wonderful human being, and he has a bajillion years of experience, and he is an incredible human being. And I had to talk with him about doing certain things and about animations, and kind of going. There were certain things that I really wanted to try and get in here. Like I really pitched very hard to try and get them, and I was told flat out no. I won't say what they were, because it'll start a whole thing. But I was told very, very flatly, no. Let's try and rework that into something a little bit easier to do. So if I had my own way, this would be a wrestler.
Were you going for like an elaborate wrestling moves? Was this the shenanigans you were trying to cook up?
Yeah. We were going down that way. Yeah. Someday, you heard it here. by whatever power I believe in, someday I will have a turn-based wrestling game. And we are on to tier 4. So tier 4 is the next set of passives. So we have moved from passive to active, and we are back to passives. Tier 4 is typically a slightly more complex passive. It'll have some sort of effect either on existing abilities, or it'll apply something new. So with the tier 4s, the first one that is picked that you cannot change is Executioner. So performing an execution, and if you haven't seen them in Empire Sin, go on YouTube one of them, because the animations are beautiful. They are works of art and brutally vicious. Performing an execution as a brawler will lower the cooldown on your abilities by 1. So you want to be performing executions as, if you pick this talent, if you pick this passive, you will want to be performing executions to lower the cooldowns on your other abilities. And this will also lower the cooldown on the multi-hit ability as well, your new core basic. So your choices start with Prowl. So Hunker Down is a defensive ability that every character in the game has. It's baked into the characters. So with the professions moving forward and with some of the reworks you'll see in the Enforcer, I'm going to start improving Hunker Down across the board. So what we will see is we will see bespoke versions of Hunker Down. So Prowl will be the Brawler's bespoke version of it. So using Hunker Down will boost your melee and boost your initiative for the next round. So what this means is, depending on your already existing melee attribute, which should already be quite high because you are a Brawler, you will either max it or you will be close to maxing it. So you are guaranteed to hit with your next round, on your next turn, if you use Prowl. But also it boosts your initiative, so that means that you are now much higher in the queue. Your position in the turn order queue is now much higher. So you are now guaranteed to hit, and you are now going to go first, second, or third, somewhere around that order, depending on who you're fighting and their initiative values. So, it's essentially getting an alpha strike, which is super useful and super beneficial, and especially if you can deny other units their turns. Grudge. Repeated melee attacks on the same target increases your chance to score a critical hit. So if you are laying into somebody and you don't kill them, the next attack that you perform on that target is pretty much guaranteed to score a critical hit. And why are critical hits important?
Like a good killing move.
Why are critical hits important, Fiona?
Because we get another action. Get a move.
Bonus move. Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, action move. Yeah.
Hold a grudge and
Didn't
run
expect
away.
to go to fucking school tonight. Double Down. If your melee attack misses, attacking the same target with a melee attack, so that's any melee attack, guarantees your next melee attack will hit that target. So again, a guaranteed hit. If you are getting frustrated, if you are attacking a target and you miss, you are guaranteed to hit that target if you hit them a second time. Low blow. Fighting dirty, baby.
Hell yeah.
All melee attacks have their critical hit chance increased by 20%. Super, super, super important. Because
another attack.
Free move.
I mean, move. Another move.
Bonus
Sorry.
move.
Don't get it wrong this
bonus
time.
move. Yeah.
And then finally, we have Cutman. So Cutman, you are now immune to bleeding and rupture status effects. So what's, bleeding we're familiar with, it's pretty common. Rupture is a special one. You don't see rupture too much.
What's that?
Who puts rupture on people? So rupture comes from boss moves. So Mabel Riley and I think it's Angela Jenna. No, Angela Jenna does deep wound. Sorry. It's Mabel Riley. Mabel Riley with her Swindler shot applies rupture. And rupture is, if it is applied to you, if you move, you will take damage. So it's like an active bleed. If you have a rupture status effect on you and you move a tile, or if you move any amount of tiles, you are going to take damage for every single tile that you move. So you would now be immune to that effect.
Jeez.
So you are immune to bleeding and you're immune to rupture. So let's very quickly, because there's a lot to take in there. There's a lot of complexity in there. So A is Prowl. So using Hunker Down is now more beneficial. So on top of the effects of Hunker Down, you will also gain these new effects. So Grudge, you now have a grudge against target, and you are, repeated melee attacks on the target will build your critical hit chance. So it'll stack. So if you keep attacking the same target, it will just stack and stack until it triggers, and then it'll fall off again. Double Down. So if your melee attack misses to attacking the same target, you are guaranteed to hit them with a melee attack. Low blow, you're a dirty fighter. So your melee attacks have their critical hit chance increased by 20%. And that's all melee attacks. So anything that is classed as a melee attack. So that includes things, like Meat Hook and Bull Rush and Uppercut and all of the things that we've talked about in the active. Any of those actives would have their critical hit chance increased. And then Cutman, you're now immune to bleed. So these are your 5 choices. What are you going to pick?
Wait,
Here it comes.
Did it. I'm trying not to use my keyboard because it's so clicky, so I'm just doing it with my mouse. There we go. So good.
It's
live now. I don't have a strong preference this time, so have fun, Twitch.
I don't know.
Well,
I love all of these. So
there's so many good choices.
Low blow. Yeah.
I think low blow is a solid choice. And again,
like if that was on the list, I would pick it. Yeah.
Cutman is, it's on paper, it looks like a small thing that you're immune to bleeding, but it could really save you in a fight, especially if you were up against somebody. Is it Capone? No, it's not Capone's guys. It's Jenna's. A lot of Jenna's guards are equipped with cutter rounds and they'll apply bleed. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Mabel Riley. So if you're fighting Mabel Riley, then you definitely want Cutman because you don't want Swindler shot applying rupture to you.
That's just healing adjacent to me, so I'm not interested.
People have seen through this though. The increase by 20% crit.
So low blow followed by double down. Yeah.
No way. Oh.
Yeah. How could you not want 20 crit added to every melee?
Okay. Okay.
Especially if you're a brawler. It just makes sense.
I like it. I like it a lot. Alrighty. And moving along, we are at the piece, the
final
resistance,
keystone,
the final keystone, the big bad ability, the keystone for the brawler. So tier 5 for any of the profession trees in Empire Sin is their keystone ability. And when I say keystone, it is their real class ability. It is the thing that makes them a badass, makes them amazing. So for the brawler, what I've tried to do is I've tried to create 3 fairly unique abilities that allow you to become that badass brawler that you want to be. So we have Brutal Challenge. So you can challenge one enemy, anybody, doesn't matter if they're a boss or a guard or anybody, and they will attack you and only you. So it's a fight to the death. So they are going to attack you, and that's all they're going to attack. So, if you do it against Capone, best of luck to you. If you do it against Frankie, so you better run away.
Frankie isn't Frankie the melee boss?
Right now he is, yeah. So something I should say.
He's you.
Well, my voice, yeah. Essentially. I'm nicer than Frankie. Frankie is all the bad bits of me.
And the Brutal Challenge turns it into a wrestling match between just 2 people, right? The whole combat just turns into that.
Listen, I designed these with all of my game design knowledge and creativity, and I totally didn't do this to build a wrestler, but I might have.
So there's some sound effects that trigger when an ability triggers. Does that mean if Brutal Challenge triggered, you just hear this bell, like the wrestling ding, ding, ding,
Yes.
I think we might have already just voted for the ability. I don't think we actually need this poll anymore.
Make sure the other ones are cool.
No. That's not the one I want, so you're not allowed it. Let's go.
Okay. So
wrestling duels.
We have Brutal Challenge. Duels. We have Warmonger. So Warmonger is essentially a shout. It's a buff shout. So you will let out a roar, and you will buff yourself for the next 2 rounds. So you're going to reduce all the damage that you take by 50%. So any damage, whatever it is completely reduced by 50%. And your melee damage...
It's like a berserk.
By 50. Yeah, exactly. It is a berserk. But I ran out of room to write the end of this. So I actually have a note in the bottom of it for me. So the bit that's missing here is... Performing an execution will prolong the effects of Warmonger for an additional 1 round.
I love that.
Performing an execution will keep it ticking. So we'll keep the effects of Warmonger ticking over. And then this final one came about as a happy coincidence from the improvements to Joe Saltus. So if you have recently played Joe Saltus, you would have probably noticed that his possibility has been completely reworked. So myself and Joe Greeny spent quite a bit of time reworking Joe because we weren't happy with the way the ability functioned. And we just, Joe, all credit to Joe, he rebuilt the whole thing and from the ground up. And it's just so much better. It is so much better. But one of the interesting things that came about from this is that we can essentially do a multi-target charge. So Zigzag will allow you, so like Swindler's Shot or like Goldie Garneau's Killer Queen, you will essentially be able to pick 3 targets or, as long as they're within your movement range, and you will be able to ping pong off of those 3 targets. So you will charge between those 3 targets, delivering an attack to each target. So if you have
and they
certain
will
passive,
get hit. Yeah,
and they are guaranteed to get hit. So if you have
Does
certain
it
passives,
synergize
you know,
with crits?
so if any of those attacks crit, and you end with the crit, you will get a bonus move. So you'll be able to move away and move to safety.
Nice.
It would also synergize with the bleed as well. So where if you know your melee attacks now have a chance to inflict bleed, so all of those targets would could end up with a bleed on them as well. So there's a lot of fun to be had with such an ability like this. So
this is like
I've
a
really
brawler has a boss ability.
kind of like a baby possibility. So that's what the Keystone abilities have always been. They've always been kind of baby possibilities. They've been the smaller brothers. So these are your 3 choices. I've done my best here to give you 3 really good choices, really strong choices, and to build the brawler that you want to build essentially. So let's
And
see what
we're only getting one of these.
And we're only you only get
tough.
one. So it's not there's no choice here. It's just one.
Only one.
Yep.
Really
The poll
difficult
is up.
because these are all really good.
So I have my own
they're all
favorites,
good,
of
but
course.
it's zigzag.
Oh, God, so tough.
It's for
I
me,
don't
it's a
see
challenge.
the-
It's a
there it
real
is, there it
challenge
is.
when when you put your heart and soul
Yeah.
into these things and you just pour yourself into it. It becomes a challenge, just such a challenge, really.
You doing some subliminal messaging there?
Me, no, I couldn't even spell it.
Couldn't even spell it. Oh.
Well, this is
see?
looking pretty good. Everybody wants to
That's
punch
right.
more people.
Who doesn't want to
Hey,
slam
Ketchup.
a triple attack?
Mm-hmm.
Brutal
That
Challenge
is
was a Steve
shocking.
Jobs skill
I feel bad for
one-on-one.
Oh
I
my
wanted to slow
goodness!
down.
You almost had a
Look at
wrestling
what-
match going, but now it's been voted down.
It's fine. I'll just
Don't
add it
cry.
myself.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Oh.
2 Keystone abilities.
God, it's a TKO. It's a TKO.
Well, Brutal
Zigzag
Challenger
is
and
great,
Warmonger
though.
both were the same. So
Yeah,
yeah.
It is.
they're both really good.
And
They're
so we've come to the end. So this is the end of our build a brawler. And again, I want to really say how
Build a
much
wrestler.
the community build a wrestler. This is how much the community has helped us, with Empire Sin, and how invested people have become in it. And we really do have such a wonderful community. And we take all your feedback to heart. And we are listening to what you put out there on Discord and on Twitter and on the Paradox forums and on Facebook. So, if you do have opinions about the game, whatever they may be, it's useful to share them with us so that we can, continue to build Empire Sin and make it the best criminal empire that it can possibly be. So, thank you from the bottom of my heart, everybody.
Yeah.
If we have a few minutes, do we want to
pretty great.
quickly just go over the ones that won?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, can do.
Do we have the results?
Like, since we've got a few minutes.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
got them right here.
If you do some of these, do you get a title like Stone Cold?
I hadn't thought that
Stone
far
Cold
ahead.
Frankie Donovan.
Get a nickname.
couldn't
I
do with
haven't.
That is
I
a
haven't
good
thought that far
idea.
ahead, but
Yeah, nicknames.
if this is turning into quite a productive evening's work.
That's exactly what you wanted.
Right now.
Exactly what you wanted
So
to
for
do.
tier 2,
Let's go back to
Thrill
tier
of the
1.
Kill
Let's
and
just have
Slugger. In tier 1. Okay.
let's go back and
right.
have a refresher. So your tier 1 abilities. So the very first thing that you're going to have to pick choose from, I should say, as a brawler is a choice between Meat Hook or Bull Rush. So again, these were, well, they still currently are in live game, but these are abilities that will be being removed from the Enforcer profession to a new melee-specific profession called the Brawler. So for people who have joined us late. The Enforcer will be receiving a rework at a later time. So just to make sure, in case anybody did join us late, the Brawler is a new profession that we are going to introduce to Empire Sin. It's a melee-specific profession. It is not coming with the DLC. It will come sometime later this year. I don't have time on it. I don't have an ETA. It will come with probably bundled with the Enforcer rework because it's based on a lot of that work as well. So let's go through your choices. So tier 1, there was no vote. You have to pick between Meat Hook or Bull Rush. So do you pull the enemy to you or do you charge down the enemy? Tier 2, your passives, your first set of passives: Revenge, baked into the brawler. You didn't have a choice. So you automatically perform a counter melee attack against any enemy that gets too close, and you deal melee damage. So what were the two choices? I've already forgotten.
Thrill of the Kill was the first one, and then Slugger.
Oh, so Slugger, all
Nice.
melee attacks stun the target. So now all melee attacks have a chance to stun the target.
I love it.
It's not a guaranteed stun. And then Thrill of the Kill. So kills from your melee attacks now restore your health. So you can brawl longer, brawl stronger.
Cowards.
You talked about it, so you asked for it.
I know.
Tier 3 was Uppercut. So we're into active abilities. Uppercut is the baked-in talent. So you are going to deliver a jaw-shattering uppercut.
Love that.
Deals melee damage and is guaranteed to crit. So the crits are important because the brawler has a baked-in specialization bonus where a crit from a melee attack will guarantee you a free move to get away from trouble. So if you were afraid before of, running out there and melee attacking somebody because it leaves you vulnerable, which, all the other professions, it still will, they're not getting this. With the brawler, if you manage to crit with that, you'll be able to get away, to move away. So it makes the brawler the de facto melee attacker for Empire Sin. So, and the two choices, the two votes for Tier 3 were?
Glasgow Kiss and Arm Cracker.
So Glasgow Kiss is a headbutt. So you lunge forward, deliver a vicious headbutt, deal melee damage plus an additional bonus 50% melee damage. So it's a pretty hefty attack. And then Arm Cracker, you're going to be able to disarm your opponent. So it's up to you to,
Brutal.
Get in there, get up close, deliver that snap. I wish I had like a popsicle stick or something. Just
Oh, no. I was thinking about it. Oh.
And then they might think twice about being able to use their primary weapon. For Tier 4, we're back to passives. So Executioner. So performing an execution will reduce your cooldowns. So that's baked in. That's part of the core brawler. And then the two choices for Tier 4 were?
Double down. Low blow and then double down.
Oh, yeah. Low. Dirty fighters. Dirty fighters. Like it's, this was meant to be honorable, and this was meant to be
20% critical.
This was meant to be, yeah. So 20% crit from low blow. And what was the second one? Oh, double down.
Double down.
So your melee attacks, so repeated melee attacks will increase the chance to hit. So if you are using your new core ability where it delivers 3 melee blows, you are going to be building that chance to hit. So you are building up some way for you to make sure that you hit. Now, brawlers already have quite a high melee attribute, so your chance to hit will already be kind of high. But if you really want to make sure you land that killer blow, so your uppercut doesn't miss, your Glasgow Kiss doesn't miss, that would be an awkward one.
Yeah, it's a good Glasgow Kiss doesn't miss.
Glasgow Kiss doesn't miss. Yeah, you want to make sure that to be able to land those. And then for our keystone ability, so we skipped over Brutal Challenge because Philistines.
I'm sorry.
You should have called that. Oh no.
We snuck past Warmonger. We said we'll see you no longer. Warmonger was just waylaid. And we zigzagged our way to victory to deliver ourselves a kinetic pinball of fists,
which is amazing.
You know what?
If Brutal Challenge was named Cage Match, you might have had it.
This is the 1920s. It wasn't a cage match. Listen. So that's your brawler.
He's trying to stay in theme.
That is your brawler. Yeah, exactly. It's part of the process. So when you're designing these professions, like when you're designing these part of the challenge for professions and talents and abilities and all this kind of stuff, is staying within the theme of 1920s Chicago and the mobster kind of theme. So it's important to try and maintain that as much as I can. So it's why we went with the kind of thing of enforcers, mob doctors, con artists, fixers, and now you have brawler. So, and that's it.
I'm gonna have a whole team of brawlers. That's it.
Oh, don't forget though.
That's my first.
Don't forget though. So the way characters work in Empire Sin are tiers. So if you try, they're all going to be very expensive. So it's going to be and there's going to be relationship problems. Certain characters aren't going to be able to work together.
Nice.
Who knows? Who knows? There might be some way to fix that.
It's a tangled web.
There might be some way to fix that down the line. Who knows? Who knows? It's these things are things to come. Things to come.
Certain wrestlers won't want to work with other wrestlers.
This has been an amazing evening. This has been a wonderful experience. Thank you all so much for your help in building the brawler. I hope you guys are happy and delighted with what we've created, this monstrosity. As I said before, we will probably be putting this up as a blog in the next week and a bit, or 2 weeks, or whenever I actually get around to it and pull the finger out. Because I want to make sure that we get as many community votes as we can. Your votes that have been cast are safe and have been recorded, so they will already be tallied towards it. And we'll give it a bit of time, probably a couple of weeks, and we'll then cast, have the final tally and we'll announce it. But so far, It's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, and I'll make sure it updates the names.
Yeah. Yes. You get a special name. That was great.
So we have voices in our ears, so we're just, what's going on? Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for joining us today.
Have a great PDXCon. Oh, and join us tomorrow for the QA. We're doing the Q&A tomorrow, so join us on Discord. If you have any burning questions.
Hey everybody, I'm Blitz. Welcome to a game called Prison Architect. Now many of you guys have played this game and many of you know that there is an escape mode within this game as well. So the guys at Paradox have thrown myself, Baron, and Dre into a prison called the Armory. And it is made by Lard Lover. It's available on the Steam Workshop if you would like to try to escape this and try to beat our times. So if you have played the escape mode before, you probably do know that it's a single player game mode. So the three of us have recorded our footage individually. We've uploaded that to our YouTube channels this morning, and now we've edited the three of them into one escape attempt, kind of showing a race, a little competition on who can get out the fastest, who's going to burn the building down, who's going to recruit the biggest gang, and just see what kind of happens when we're thrown into a prison that we've never seen before. So with that said, let's get into the video and see what happens. Well, here we go. My name's Platten. Nice to see you in prison.
Well, this story starts as all good heroic journeys start. In prison.
Well, hello there, everybody. Dre here, or should I say Welch.
So what I usually like to do is I like to start these off by going to a shower room, which would be right there. And inside the shower room, I like to break every single one of the shower heads, because that gives me lots of reputation points.
All right, so now that nobody's around, let's start beating up these shower heads. We got to get some skill points.
I think what I should really do at the start is at least try and get somewhat of a gang going on. So to do that, I'm gonna need to get some reputation as well.
Okay, so there's lots of dogs in this prison. So if we skip the punishment and then we go into the reputation, I can use those points to get lots of good reputation. And then we can rinse and repeat over and over and over again.
Basically, we've got to upgrade as many points as is possible in a very short amount of time. I mean, I don't know what Blitz and Dre are up to right now.
Okay, this tool is very hard to aim. That or I'm just a little bit rusty. Oh God, they got K9 on me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Why are there so many canines in this prison? Wow.
This construction guy. Hey, buddy. You did a great job. Do it again.
I can upgrade one more. Let's do one of these and then Deadly, because Deadly's always, I mean, let's be honest.
All right, so I'm going to put one in strong. I guess we'll just do one in everything because it goes up to 5 rep. And obviously having a little bit of all these will be really useful for later on.
One of the other things I'd like to do is try to find the canteen, basically where everyone's going to be eating, because that's a good place to start a right.
I just do that a few times, get tough and strong, and the world is my oyster.
I did not mean to attack, but I guess we're going to attack now to gain some reputation. Oh God, I just killed one. Oh my God, okay, well, I guess I'm stronger than I thought. Maybe I can grab something from him. Keys, grab the keys. Grab the taser. Get tased.
Not yet, buddy. Your time's coming. All right, it's now. Oh God. Oh, okay, well, hold on. We got keys. Get away from me, doggy. I love dogs. Please, stop it. I gotta stash these keys right there.
I noticed this was a staff room when I came by the first time. This'll be nice. If anyone lets me in, I'll just break open the door. No, let me go. Okay, wait. This is, no. Why are there so many of you? Why are there so many guards? I got one.
I also love how I said I was gonna take this slow, and I've already killed a bunch of guards. Here we go. These are useful. Let's go put these somewhere. There we go. Please don't search this cell.
We're doing pretty good. But we got 5 points. We're gonna need a few more. Because if I want to recruit some cronies, or as I like to call them, bullet sponges.
There we go. That's what I need right there. A big stabby boy. And, oh, I didn't get it. There's a lighter down here, usually hiding in this corner. Oh no. No. Can I light things on fire? I want to light, yes. Let me out. It's on fire. It gets warm in there when things are on fire.
All right, well, that went better than expected. We still have dead guards all around. My taser and my keys are here, so we'll keep those there. They're not in my cell either, which is a good idea.
I'm just gonna light the whole prison on fire now. Yes. Ooh, the walls are on fire. If I light the walls are on fire, can I leave? Like, can I break into the, oh no. Why did they have to have, why is there fire extinguishers in there? Sprinkler system.
Ah, there we go. One of my favorite places to go to. The saw shop always has the good stuff. Let's see if we can find any actual weapons in here.
I've got another set of keys I want to try to stash. Get out of my way. Yes.
So I don't really want any digging tools. I definitely got to get my gang going on, though. I am risking it not having any sort of gang members, because if I die, it's game over.
Now, if we do a little bit of a cheat and see the direction that the fire department come, then we know the way out of here. Okay, they're coming back. They're going back this way. All right, I like that. I like that a lot.
All right, I'm not going to get out of here without getting at least some sort of metal detector going off. As long as there's not guards around, we shouldn't get caught, though, so I just got to be very careful.
Oh my gosh, this is like tower defense maze. Look at this. I've got to go all the way over here, and then through that door, and then all the way around, and through the main one. Okay. And
the prison's wet, but not really burnt down. Shoot!
Oh. Well, I guess I was wanted after all. I thought if they didn't see me on the metal detector, I wouldn't get caught, but clearly I did. No.
Okay, knife and the lighter. We're gonna have fun now. Oh, that's not the lighter. Give me this. I need to end this fight super fast. Okay, good. I made it out. Oh, now I need to burn everything. I don't even know what to burn next. Where should I go?
I don't really care who joins me as long as we got a few, you know? I haven't actually seen many prisoners around, so this is clearly maximum security.
Dear RNGesus, please bless my endeavor to escape. If you let me escape, I'll do my best not to end up in prison again, unless I get bored and want to escape.
Okay, we have some sort of room here. That the kitchen? That looks to be where you eat. All right, I can make my way in there. There's no guards to check. All right, this isn't too bad.
All right, I'm gonna go through this area. I'm not supposed to be going through here, but I might be able to find something. Oh God, did he see me? He didn't see me. Okay, I'm in some sort of classroom. That's not what I wanted.
Ooh, is it time to start recruiting people? Hello, Evans, who's laying on a pool table.
How do I do this the best? That guard is on me. He is on me. Maybe I should just run out. Would that work? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm going to be stuck back here. Shoot. Start the fire. Start the fire. Oh, great. We're going to go for the guard. Ah, no. He just straight up. Oh, hey. There we go. I did it. Okay. End the fight. They don't know I'm back here.
Oh, my God. I might be able to take out the power.
Nice. We're going to light that door on fire, and hopefully it'll spread to the wall. This will be a great idea.
Just to see what happens here. Oh, yeah. He didn't like that I'm in here. He didn't like... I'm going to break all the batteries. Take out the power.
Where's the canteen? Here's the canteen. This is where you want to start a riot.
Yes, it's spreading. Oh, no. Oh, I saw someone. I don't like... Oh, nice. The guards, my fellow inmates are coming to my defense. I like this.
There we go. I actually did it.
Look at this. We're starting a riot, boys.
If I can break down this wall right here, I might be able to get over into here where this the fire department's coming in.
Oh, they got it back on already? I was hoping to explore more. It looks like they're having power issues still. Wow. I was hiding. How did you know I was there?
Basically, if I start a riot, the theory is that there's less guards for me to deal with because there's more people rioting, right?
I'm just standing here, letting the inferno go.
All right, we got to get some more people. I want to get a huge gang in this place. That way, if we do get caught, at least we have a fighting chance if they're following me.
You think I could hit him and get away with it?
Oh, I see you. Oh no, where'd you guys come from? No. Oh, there's so many of them here. Okay, die, and then die. Oh no, the guards are, the fire department's here. Okay, that's fine. Oh, bad dog. I don't like this. No, not the dog. Oh, and it didn't work. The wall didn't burn down. Oh, there's so many dogs. Why are there so many dogs? Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, I don't like this. I didn't do anything to you. Oh, unconscious. That was a good idea, but it didn't work.
I have a random syringe and I'm not afraid to use it. Yes, take the syringe. I don't know if I'm doing. Oh God, I just killed him. Okay, can I actually get them all? Oh my God, that would be amazing. There we go. We got 3. I've been upgrading my strength a little bit. It's clearly working out.
If at first you don't succeed, do the same thing over and over and over and over again.
You know, I've been wasting a lot of time trying to get that lighter out of here. I feel like maybe I should go somewhere else and just try to escape. I like the idea of lighting things on fire, but I think it's just too well defended. Maybe if I can get into the security room somehow? There might be guns in there, and that could be interesting. Yeah, or I just get lambasted outside the security room.
Hey, Bar, you want to join, bud? You seem like a great guy, clearly at maximum security.
Hey, guys, you look like you need to join a gang. I mean, luckily, I've got a lot of points. All right, so here's the plan. Follow me. You guys probably won't make it out, but don't worry. Hopefully, I will.
This guy looks fun. Oh, nice. That was perfect. Okay, surrender. Never give up. Never surrender until I get flatlined.
I found a stick. I still haven't found a lighter. I could really use a lighter right now. I got all the other things that would come in handy. The jail key. Again, I'm not going to be digging, so I don't really need any digging tools. But yeah, this prison is huge. I am constantly lost.
Get to the hallway. We're what? 8 hours into this thing? Jeez.
Okay, so I stole some weaponry again. Ooh, the drill. Drill. Yes, drill. Everything, drill them all. Drill them all dead. Oh, see how nasty that thing is? The drill is like the most important weapon in the whole game.
I actually wonder if when they open this door if I can run through this or not. Let's find out. I'm going for it. Oh God, stay away. I'll beat you all. Oh God, that dog almost killed me. What was down there? I guess that was just a guard alley or something like that.
All right, we got keys. We're just gonna run. Don't get tased. The dog's after us. Oh my gosh, that dog is after us.
I didn't start the fire. It was always burning as the world was churning.
All right, let's see what she's got on her. Oh, no, another one of these. That's fine. At this point, I think my best strategy is going to be a strength and numbers strategy. We got to gain that reputation, get those people stronger so we can actually take over the force. This place is heavily guarded, obviously, as you can tell. But I might be able to do it if I can get enough people.
You know what? We do have the stash key for a reason. We'll set off all these metal detectors, but maybe there's a little bit of time before we'll get searched.
I'm just gonna spam click right on there until I make a Giganto Inferno. Oh, this might burn me too, but that's okay. Oh, okay, everything's working. Oh wow, it's spreading to multiple walls. Why didn't it do that the first time I tried this?
The prison's so busy, I'm just going around beating up everything. It's actually kind of working. There we go.
All right, we got the whole gang together. Maybe we make everybody fast and we're out of points. Okay, this is kinda all of us.
Oh no, they're here. But I see that there's holes in the wall. Like if I can get through, that'd be amazing. Just one or two areas. Okay, it's in. No. Okay, I see a hole in the wall. I made it in. Hello, fellows. Can I do this? Wait, hold up. This is where. No. Oh! I made a breakaway. Yes, I'm so fast. I should just end the fight out here. Okay, end the fight. Nobody knows I exist. Another guard knows I exist. Oh, he sniped me right at the edge of the world. No!
Yes! Can I hide this before I die? Okay, no, I don't want the cell phone, as great as that is.
This didn't look like it works very well.
Yes, we found a hole. Oh, making a break. Oh no, bad dog. Run.
Well, at least now I know in that janitor's closet that I avoided, there is some good loot. I want to see if I can break this. There we go. Get out of the way. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get out.
I mean, there's a lot of activity that I just left, but we're about to enter the gauntlet of doom. Oh, look. There, everybody. Wait a minute. Do you see how many guards are behind me? There's still a lot in front of me, though. That's the problem. I know. Oh! Bad dog.
Oh! Okay, here's the main road. I always go right in this game. There has to be a way in. I think I found it. Oh, no. I'm locked out again.
Okay, there we go. I got it. I'm running. You know what? I'll burn this place down. I'll burn it right here. Oh, God. Maybe I shouldn't burn it when I'm in it, though. All right, you know what? I'm going through the fire.
One of these days, I'll start my riot. Just don't know when it'll be.
I might have made it through the wall. It might have made it through the wall. I see water coming out. Hold up. If I did that, this might actually work. I can make it in. I can make it in. I'm gonna end fight. No, I surrendered. No, I wanted to end the fight. I gotta go. Let me go.
Okay, there we go. I got it. Please, K9, don't attack me. Don't be smart. Don't be a smart dog. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going around. Oh, thank God I'm fast. Thank God. I don't want to burn you. I don't want to have to burn a dog, but I will. Oh, wait, what do I got? I thought I grabbed a lighter. What is this? Is this smokes? This is totally not worth it.
Here we go. This could be a ride area. Except I got shot immediately. Oh, the guards.
This kitchen better not be fixed yet. It better not be... It's fixed. Ah, that was my way out.
All right, we have to go in again. We have to go in again. We have to go and get them. I just want a lighter this whole time. See if we can grab it, grab it, grab it. I didn't grab the lighter. See, unfortunately, they're stacked. So we're just going to have to do more chaos here. Keep them busy. Actually, you know what? What happens if I just run out this way? Please tell me I can get out. Did I escape? No, I got unconscious.
Oh, go all the way. We don't have keys. It doesn't matter. There's a very angry dog chasing us.
Okay, I've got the dream team combo. The key and the lighter.
Okay, I wonder if I can just stealth this. That's not what I want. I need this. There, come, just don't push me. Don't push me. I'm trying to steal it. Please stop pushing me. Yes. Okay. I legally did it. I mean, I understand everything's smoldering over there due to me.
All right, our guys are a lot stronger, as you can see here. So it's time to rally the troops and make attempt number 1. It's definitely not attempt number like 38 or 20 or ungodly amounts.
Yes. Yes, it's beautiful.
Oh God. Oh God. I really should get a weapon if I'm trying to do this.
Open the door, construction lady. Open the door. No. Oh my goodness.
I think I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna make a break for it. We're going in. We're going in. Oh, okay. I'm going. Oh, no way. Why were there so many guards sitting right there? Are you kidding me? That was the perfect one.
So as long as there isn't any guards here, I might actually stand a chance. Oh God, there's lots of guards. Okay, fight them up. Fight them up. Fight them. Big fight. Oh my God, there are so many guards here. And Johnson died. Rest in peace, Johnson. We have Morgan dead as well.
Okay, Hold Away is the only one running. There's a dude with a taser right behind me. I don't think this is gonna work out. Look at all these guys tired and patrolling. No, 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 doggy. Oh my God, he's just nipping at me. Someone get him a treat.
Wonder where these guys are all going. It doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, there were the work areas over here, weren't there? Could I go in there and light that place on fire? Hold up. Do they have a garbage area that I could maybe make it through? Is there a secondary doorway that I don't know about? I need to follow them. I will pretend to be a worker. I just don't have a yellow hard hat on.
Look at my surroundings. What am I doing to this place? It actually is so hard to escape, though. I thought just going for pure chaos would work, and it probably will. I just got to keep it up. But I think we're going to need a few more hands.
Come on, Featherstone.
Oh, you know what? They're going to where I literally ruined the place. Oh no, they see me. This isn't good. That's fine. I'm going to try to make it. I don't have good weapons, though.
All right, let's see if we can strength and number this. Now, I know I need to get to this middle section to the right to escape, so I think I gotta go down this way. I have my jail key right now.
Just keep running. I can see freedom.
Ah, okay, jump, dive, duck, weave, duck, dive, weave. Get out, my dude, get out. Oh, I'm leaving.
I can smell the freedom. No. Okay, that's just the execution chamber.
Oh my goodness is happening. The person behind me just has a nightstick.
Unlock the doors. Oh, go. No, yeah, keep running. Oh, that guy. Thank you for letting the door open for me, buddy.
All right, you know what? These guys are still here. Let's see if we can get all the way there.
Oh boy. Open the gate.
I think I made it. Yes! Game over. Total score of 0.
Dude, there is so many patrols. I don't know how this is possible, even with all my crew.
Oh my God. I mean, I don't think I won the time by any chance. And here's how you be an effective leader. You kick the ladder out from under you. Sorry, guys.
Police, let me free. Oh, be free. I escaped. Didn't I? Yes, I escaped with Mukiki.
Oh, there we go. We got one guy out. There's a couple victims. I feel bad. Kind of. Oh, I feel bad now. There's so many Poochie guys. Oh, 1 day, 10 hours, and 10 minutes time taken.
Okay. Is it the best time ever? No, but I would like to think that I probably had the most victims. It took me 2 days, 2 hours, and 34 minutes.
So what do you guys think? How did we do? Did we do good?
Well, we all escaped, right?
We did.
Good.
I'm kind of
Good's
surprised.
relative, but I did it.
So what was?
I like how your strategy, Baron, was just go straight for the door every time. It was great.
How many times do you think you did that?
Oh man, like 20 something times probably.
Wow.
But it was one of those where like you're already in for a pound, so you just got to keep going.
May as well go for it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much like the only other way I could think of to get out is by digging, but there were so many dogs that would just sniffed out the tunnel.
Not only that, where the cells were was like in the middle of the prison, and it was massive to get to the end. So
all the
you
metal
could have went that
detectors.
way, but it was a speed run. So
there were
All
so
the
many
metal
metal detectors.
Like I felt like tunnel would have been good, but any tool, and then the wooden little pickaxe doesn't last very long, so that would have taken like weeks. I feel like.
Yeah.
If you
so we
didn't
all had a similar strategy. It felt like which was just like pure chaos. It was great.
I did like what you guys did, like getting the group of people to try to escape. I thought that was interesting because you took time and you were like, oh, okay, so other people are going to be my bullet sponges, like Baron said. So that was cool.
It
I
should
guess
have
you
worked
didn't have a group, did you?
better.
Or too big of a group.
But did you
I
guys
went solo.
notice how few prisoners there were and like so many guards? Like
like we were clearly in maximum security. That's for sure.
That's why I was like, I'm not going to recruit anyone because there's nobody around to recruit.
Yeah, that was. I didn't even notice when we were watching, but that was the thing that you did differently, which is just pure firepower, literally.
Right. Literally
And-
fire. Well,
Trying
once
to
I
get out.
figured out that I could burn the corners and get out of the map and then try to burn my way back in, that's what I had to do.
I
and
couldn't
then I
find
didn't
a
have to
lighter.
run as far. Yeah.
Yeah, Baron,
you guys
didn't
both found
find
a
a lighter at
lighter,
all.
used it pretty well. I didn't
It took
even
me a
look
while
into
to
the
find
that one little room though. I didn't even bother.
Right. Well, I
You
knew
see a
that
long
staff rooms.
corridor.
There's staff
there was
rooms.
one. There was one in the center too. I saw first. But yeah, there was no way I was getting out of that with the lighter. So
There's
thankfully I found
offices
that
at the
compartment.
bottom of the map that had them in too. So
Oh, I was in that office. I didn't see a lighter though.
yeah, there's. I don't remember which one it is, but there's definitely a lighter in there. Easiest way that I've found to escape is just burning the place down.
Yeah.
And then try to run through the walls.
Walls don't generally like fire, and that's how we stay in. So
I feel
What
like
were
if
you
I
guys'
would have
times?
invested half the time of me running the gauntlet to looking for a lighter, actually, I probably would have improved on my time
Yeah,
by
maybe.
maybe
Right.
even a day.
yeah, you still beat me. So whatever.
So I had 1 day 10 hours. Baron was 2 days 2 hours, and Dre, you were 2:10.
2 days 10, I believe. Yeah.
Cool. That's pretty close, really.
Yeah. I mean, you
And Dre,
you, were
you
quite a
ran
bit
the
ahead,
gauntlet too, right? Or did you get out of
I was
Broken
all
Wall?
over the place. Like I didn't have a strategy. I was just trying to, explore the prison and do whatever I find. And I tried a few other things. I tried burning the side wall. I tried burning everything as well. That didn't really work out. So I went to your strategy once I built up the strength of my gang, and it worked out after a while.
So you
I
were,
did
you were
one-
the hybrid then of us two.
Yeah, I was all over the place.
I did one mistake where I end the fight. If you end the fight while everything's on fire, it puts the fire out. So
Really? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
that's kind of annoying. Because I wanted
Well-
to try to leave as soon as I could, and then the fire stopped and it didn't burn the walls down.
Well, my goal originally when I had the lighter was to burn. I don't know if you guys saw that storage area by ourselves. There was like this massive area with all this wood in there, but I didn't know they had a sprinkler system in there. So I lost my lighter doing that, and that pushed me back a long time because it took me forever to get the lighter.
I saw you going through that room, and I guess in my footage a little bit, there's getting the drill too. That is by far the best weapon in the game if you upgrade the deadly perk. So
Yeah,
it's
I
got
did
a
not
super
know that.
attack, super fast attack rate, so you can
That's
mow
awesome.
through everyone. It's so hard to get out of that workshop room in the middle, though.
It is. It was ridiculous. And like the center of the prison, that like control room. Good luck getting out of there at all.
Right where the security is, no way.
I didn't even bother going in that room. Granted,
Yeah.
the gauntlet alone. That was the surprising thing about the gauntlet was you're like, there can't be more guards. You get in the next
Right.
room,
There was
there's
always
more
more
guards.
guards.
You get in the
And
next
they're
room after
stationed.
that, more guards.
I think that's the fun thing too, that we went in blind. Like we didn't know what to expect. We
Yeah.
just went into the map with the knowledge of the game and tried to get out. That was
And
cool.
It was definitely, I don't know how many of you guys have escaped from. It was definitely the hardest for me. So it was nice that it was something that was truly difficult to escape from. Because
I've
the
had-
escape mode's kind of easy if you're in a
Right.
basic prison. But
I
that one was
had-
difficult.
I've played one that was impossible to escape just for the way it was built. But this was really good. Like it's listed on the Steam Workshop as an actual competition too. So you can go and set your times. But there's different categories that the map maker put on there too. So pretty cool to check it out and try what you can do on it.
Yeah, no, it was really fun.
The gangs never really seemed to help much though for me. Like recruiting the guys.
Well, they definitely did for me.
Yeah?
Because when I was escaping, I lost like 2 or 3 members, and I would just switch to my other members, and it gave me a chance to escape at the end.
Oftentimes I would switch, and they would have already been captured or dead or tased or
That's
something.
another issue.
I do like if you get a big squad with you and it's a big prison, you can get a riot going on, and the riots are pretty nasty.
Yeah, but the thing is, with this prison, we didn't have any prisoners to start a riot with. Right. There were so many guards and no prisoners.
That's what made it such a big challenge. Was like my traditional recipe of success was altered by the ratio of prisoners to guards, and like I couldn't start a riot effectively, and I couldn't get enough gang members. So then, like, when I'd run the gauntlet for however many times I did it, it was just like me and 2 people maybe. And then,
I'd forgotten that you can store things in beds and toilets.
Yeah, I do it all the time. I love it. I store it in all my neighbors' rooms so that if they get in trouble, it's not me.
Yeah, they'll search your room. They'll search your room, so you got to stash them in the others.
Yeah.
Well, that was the reason I didn't want to dig a tunnel, is because anytime I looked, there was 4 guards sitting in my room. It's like, hey, you can't do anything then.
Yeah, the designer had a very the cells were very open. It seemed like, so I felt like digging was just straight out of the window from the beginning, and I've never really liked digging nearly as much.
Digging is a commitment, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
it's definitely the harder way to go.
How would you guys have tried escaping differently? What would you have done?
Oh man, the one thing I would have done differently is like invest more time in finding the lighter, because it's like the lighter is, that's like the best tool. If you can find that early, you have a pretty good chance of escaping relatively quickly. And then it's like the drill. Like the drill's one of the best weapons, but the lighter's like, oh, this is escape mode 101. But I couldn't find it. But then again, I didn't really look for it enough.
No,
so
maybe
I
focus on one thing. But yeah. See, I tend to prefer more of a stealth-based approach. So if it wasn't time-based, I lost anyways. But if it wasn't time-based, I definitely would try and dig out of that. But it would have been so difficult.
Yeah, I think I would have gone more towards the sides to burn right away rather than try to make a fight.
It's hard
in the middle.
to find those sides though, because you can't just naturally get to the side of that prison. There's a lot of walls. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you guys also see that there's the new DLC coming up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Can rehabilitate the prisoners. I think that's kind of cool. Something that the game is missing for 6-8 years, however long it's been. I like that.
Yeah, well, they added a lot of cool things recently, and it's just nice that they're adding more detail for the prisoners, with the rehab and everything. That's
rather
I'm curious if it'll allow you to learn a new skill set. Like, can you? Will that also create? Since we just did escape mode, would it create a scenario where you could trick someone into thinking you're rehabilitated to get out of prison? And is
there you go.
That's
a way to do it? Like instead of breaking the sink, breaking the faucets, you're mopping up the mess. Like, could you do that to get out? This guy's really nice. We're gonna let him out.
Just put on extra clothes and disappear.
Yeah,
that'd work.
It would be nice to have jobs that you could do as the prisoner.
Yeah,
right.
As in a rehab program, and then you can try and sneak out by doing a job. That'd be really cool.
I think the other side too is there's the whole prison architect, not the escape mode, but the real prison building. So that's got a lot to it too.
Yeah, and they've added a lot to the game recently, like with the jobs recently, with the new update that they had. Well, I guess it's like a year now probably, but that was really cool, adding the farming and whatnot. So it's a very fun prison builder, and it's amazing. The game's 10 years old at this point?
2015 was it?
Yeah, that's my first video.
Maybe not 10. That's a bit far, but 6 years old, and
it's had a long life, and the developers have just continued to add to it.
But yeah, it still feels like a great new game because they're always adding new stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So guys, well, it was fun. I enjoyed racing you, even though we didn't race on our own.
It was fun to watch our strategies though, and how similar they were, and a little bit different as well. So
yeah,
it was fun.
I wish I found.
So we do
have.
We do have our own individual videos live on our channel, so if you guys want to check those out, it's Blitz, Baron, and Dre. Basically, search those, and you can find our channels.
Yeah.
And that's what we got for you. Hope you enjoyed it.
Have a great
for
rest
watching.
of your PDXCon.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our, and that's a very long name, so I will just read it out. Surviving the beforehand developing in early access, PDXCON Remixed panel for obviously Surviving the Aftermath. In case you don't know me, I'm Patricia, community developer for Surviving the Aftermath. You might recognize me from our weekly live streams. But today, I'm actually super excited to host this amazing panel, where we're going to talk about developing the game in early access. What does it mean for the developers, and also what can you expect as a player from a project like Surviving the Aftermath? And of course, I'm not an expert on everything, so I have some esteemed experts with me today from Iceflake. So, well, let's get to the introductions. So with me today, we have, and I start with person on the right. So, Matti, can you say a few things about yourself?
Hi, I'm Matti. I'm a game designer in Surviving the Aftermath.
And you've been with the project from the beginning, right? I think everyone but me here today have been working.
Not from the very beginning. For
Not
a long
from-
time, yeah.
Okay.
But Lasse has been there from the
Okay, so
very,
going
very
to
start.
Lasse now. And what do you do, Lasse?
Yeah, hey everyone. I am studio manager here in Iceflake, as well as game director, and I have been also one of the original founders of Iceflake back in 2007. And yeah, that's pretty much how I spent my days, doing the management stuff, and then on the other hand, doing the game direction on the other side. So
Like
that
I said,
keeps me busy.
have some real experts here, so I can't ask for better guests. And last but not least, we have Emmy with us.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emmy Diaz, and I'm game producer. I've been working on this project for a couple of years so far.
Yeah, so just to remind everyone, we're going to talk about Surviving the Aftermath, which is the only game I think that Paradox has in early access. So the game was put in early access around a year and a half ago, I think will be now. We're still in early access, so we're still during that journey. But again, Iceflake has been there from the very beginning. So maybe let's start with talking a little bit about the studio itself. So what it is, what is Iceflake Studios?
Yeah, so I can take this one, and I try to summarize our long history in very brief answer. And we have been around since 2007 when we founded the company, and we started making mobile games at first, and then continued to PC and console games a little bit later on. And now the last 3.5 years, we have basically focused only on surviving the aftermath. But in total, we have developed almost 20 games now for different platforms, for mobile, PC, all consoles, and even VR. And we are located in Finland, in a city called Tampere, and currently we have 26 employees working in the studio. And yeah, one of the recent changes has been that last summer we also joined Paradox, and now we are officially part of Paradox Interactive as a first-party development studio.
So Surviving the Aftermath is also the first project you're doing for, and with Paradox, right? Like all the previous ones, the mobile titles, and actually first time I heard about the VR titles, so now I'm very intrigued. So Surviving the Aftermath is the first baby of Iceflake and Paradox together. Let's put it this way. First project like that. Okay, so we talked a little bit about the studio. So what is Surviving the Aftermath? If you could describe the game. I'm pretty sure some of our fans will tune in as well. But in case we have some new people coming here from PDXCON Remixed, if you can tell a few words about Surviving the Aftermath, what kind of game it is, what can you expect as a player?
Yeah, so Surviving the Aftermath is a survival colony builder that takes place in a post-apocalyptic world. But it's also more than that. It's a game where you start with nothing and you learn to survive, like acquiring the basic necessities you need to survive, and then start to grow slowly towards a thriving society in the wasteland. But game mechanically, it's also like interesting combination of colony building and exploration and interaction with the world around your colony. So the game mechanics are heavily relied on the connection between the colony and the world map and how they are dependent on each other throughout the gameplay. So that's a very interesting thing that I think is very original to us in that sense.
Yeah, it definitely stands out from the other titles in that genre on the market. Plus, it's actually, I don't want to say because players like to combine Surviving Mars and Surviving the Aftermath together. I heard some very interesting theories how we can actually create one common universe for both. But it's Surviving the Aftermath is part of the Surviving family with Paradox. Okay, that's I think pretty good summary of what we have so far. And like I said many times already, we have the game in early access, so the game is still in development. But yeah, early access. It's a pretty depends who you ask. It can be a controversial topic for some of the players or even developers on the market. But if you can explain in a few words as well what early access actually is. So maybe Matti or Emi can take this question.
Yep. Well, in early access, you give players access to your game while it's still being developed. So it's an unfinished version of what is to come. Like compared to a normal or regular development, all the milestones are usually internal, and you test everything internally or externally with a third party, and sort of insulate yourself from the players in that phase. But in early access, the idea, at least for us, is to provide the players a version of the game early on, and so they can give feedback back to us about what they like, what they don't like, what they would like to see in the game, and so on.
And I think that's like one of the main reasons. Again, I'm working in comic development, so again, you're my experts here to prove me wrong or prove me right. But I think that's like one of the main reasons why developers usually put games in early access, right? They want that early hands-on feedback from the players to see if actually what they're working on is good or not, or where they can take it and still have time to change or develop some features, right? Okay, we got like I think basic understanding what early access is. Of course, there are like a lot of games, more or less popular. Some are in early access for a longer while. Some last just a few months and they're out to the release. We're still ahead of the release 1.0 release for Surviving the Aftermath. Don't really have anything to share on that just yet, but it's coming, so we'll get there. Okay, so like you said, Matti, I think the biggest difference between the early access and the regular game development is that player experience that you can, like you give the game to the players early on. So from the developer perspective, what kind of advantages and disadvantages this approach gives you compared to the regular game development that basically everything is a mystery till the game gets the full release and people can buy the full version? Emmy, do you have any
Yes. Well, I think it's very hectic for all the devs to give regular updates and also maintain quality on those updates. It's very hectic but I think
it's been a lot of updates for Surviving the Aftermath. Like we had,
It has.
and again, I joined the team in October last year, so it was at the end of the very long roadmap that was initially announced when the game was announced and put in early access. But it was basically one big update every month, right?
Yeah, they've been pretty big. The size of the update has changed a little bit every time, but we have tried to keep them pretty big updates so that there's new features for players to play, and of course to give feedback to us. It's definitely an asset for us to get a lot of feedback from gamers' perspective.
Mm-hmm. So let's say, because you still need to have a concept, right? When you have the game, but when you put in early access, the concept is already there. So how valuable the player's feedback is in maybe changing or adjusting the concept and some of the features in the game. Has anything like that happened with the Surviving Mars development? Did you actually... I can already probably get a few of the recent examples, but let's start from the beginning. Was there like anything that players were particularly interested in, like changing, improving, or adding to that you can recall? Was there like any feature like that for Surviving the Aftermath?
Yeah, so like when you do early access, you need to be really flexible while making things. The important thing is that you have a clear vision where you are going with the game. You need to know some kind of goal, what you want to do with the game, what are the main things that you want to develop for the game. But in our case, for instance, it has been like one update every month with new features and new content. So we can't make a new complete feature with full content in 1 month. So it comes like one piece at a time, and it takes time to make those like fully fleshed out in that sense. So you need to be making changes all the time as you release new content and make new features. And this is just a thing where the player feedback comes in. You kind of notice early on when you are going in the wrong direction, or if you're starting to go in the wrong direction, or if something's not really working out when you start making a new thing or trying to connect old ones to new ones. And as an example, from very early on, when we released the game originally, we had how resources work in our game. You collect those resources from the environment and use those to build new things and progress in the game. But since all of these things in a management game where there are several different systems that interact with each other, testing out everything and making balances right and make the game feel right with pacing and everything, it's very time consuming to find all the right solutions. And one of the first things that came right after the release was that everyone was running out of resources from the game maps. And that was the first thing we fixed, like in the first update after the original early access launch. And we had several different things that we did. We just added more resource deposits into the game, but we also added new mechanics how you can gather those resources, new ways to acquire them from the world map, but also from the underground deposits in the game. And this is like a very good example how like player feedback, when it comes directly after the launch, after a new feature is added, how it can affect very drastically, even in short term.
Yeah,
Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead first. You're the expert.
Yeah, just to expand a bit on Lasse's point that we have to be flexible, but we also have an internal roadmap for all the features. But like if players really dig something we've just released, we can bump up the sort of the next step of that feature before something else we've been planning on. Like it might be already in there, but we can shift them up, put something on hold to concentrate on something else and expand upon it. So like it doesn't have to be a completely new feature, but it can be something that the players really want, and we see like that's something we could concentrate more on.
Mm-hmm. So would you say that players' feedback helps a lot with the prioritization of like the new features, what you should focus first as a team? And from a community developer perspective, I wasn't there at the very beginning, but I know we have a very dedicated community. Whenever something goes off and they don't necessarily like a change that maybe we introduce, like they're getting very vocal about that. And we had a lot of like, and that's a good constructive feedback, I would say, because we know what to focus on, right? Like that's one of the biggest advantages that we actually hear directly from the players, what we should focus on, what we should change or look into. And like you said, Lasse, we only, as a studio, right? Like you said, you have 26 employees for now at Iceflake, right? And we of course have some extra resources at Paradox, but there are only as many things we can test out. And I think all developers kind of struggle a little bit with it. Like we can only assume and see like what is fun for the players, but till the thing is out there and the players actually get their hands on it and give it a try. And we're talking about players with so many different experiences and backgrounds. Because for somebody, it might be like the first time they're playing that type of the game, or they're basically a veteran and play like even more hardcore colony builder games in the past, and just know how to manage resources better. But there are so many different scenarios, and I think that's what players don't necessarily always realize. We can try to appeal to maybe like more advanced players, but then we need to also remember that, hey, there will be some newcomers as well, and maybe some stuff need to be changed a little bit, adjusted, or have like a better explanation. So it's just a lot to take in, and if you don't get that external feedback from the players, at least that's my opinion, it's very difficult to nail it straight away. Like very, very few games can just go out there and say like, this is going to be a hit because it's already a proven formula. If you're releasing a first game in the series, that's a scary thing to do, I think. What do you think about that? Yeah. Is it like, because again, Surviving the Aftermath is part of the Surviving brand, but it's quite different from Surviving Mars in last. So it's almost like releasing a brand new game in a series, right? That still has the same theme, but there are a few very distinguished things in the Aftermath. So did you have that kind of the feeling when you create a concept for the game that some things like, players are going to like, that they want to play a colony builder game, so they're really going to like something that we have in Surviving the Aftermath?
Yeah, and like how we started the whole project was that it wasn't even like part of Surviving brand originally. It was its own game, its own thing completely. We didn't even know about Surviving Mars at the time when we started thinking of the ideas. Like our last game before this was an ice fishing game called Ice Lakes, and it's still like a similar system-based management game in a sense, and a combined to simulation game. But so there are similarities with this one. But when we were starting to think what kind of game we want to make, and it was a city builder game in a post-apocalyptic world, and Surviving Mars wasn't even announced at the time, and so it had very little little to do to this game in the very beginning. And it has been very interesting to see that there are lots of similarities as well, but like it is kind of making your own game, your own IP in a sense that there are nothing that you can rely on. There was nothing that was built for you in advance. You had to invent everything yourself. Of course, like now when it is close to surviving Mars, it helps kind of give some kind of guidelines on the sites that you can follow, but it's still your own thing because the team is so different. You can't have the same advantages as you have in surviving Mars game. In that kind of environment, you can rely that there's like a modern society that supports your efforts of colonizing Mars. But in our case, the whole setting is different. That support network that you had in Mars, that has been destroyed, and you need to manage whatever you had and with whatever you can find. So it's a completely different starting point for these two games, even if they are surviving games both and have lots of similarities through that. But like the context is very different and how you approach those same problems in these two games.
So actually, from my perspective, and that's a very, I think, good thing to hear from you guys, because there's a lot of comparison between Surviving Mars and Surviving the Aftermath. If you like go on Steam and read some reviews, for example, but like you said, like it wasn't the initial idea for Surviving the Aftermath was its own game. It was not based to be like a extension for Surviving Mars, just in a different setting. It was built up as being its own game, and I think that's a great thing. It shows. It really shows. And it just happened to be, again, like you said, after the game was, we had the concept nailed, and we released the early access. We realized that like it is surviving it can be surviving as a brand. Like we can have this umbrella over those two games. But I don't think that the main goal was to make those games similar to each other. It's just about the surviving, like you said, Lasse, in different scenarios. So I think Surviving Mars is more about the colonization as well. But with Surviving the Aftermath, like it's pure survival. Like you're a very hostile environment, and you're just trying to build a colony.
It's also recolonization in a sense that you're building something on a sort of hostile ground. One of them is up in space, and the other one is here back on Earth, but that's changed drastically. So you're sort of in charge or responsible for providing similar kinds of things for your colonists or settlers, like housing, water, food, that kind of stuff. So there's like even though they're really different in ways they are provided, you still sort of deal with basic necessities in a sense, and that kind of like that's the whole idea of a survival, is that you provide shelter, food, water, comfort, security to your people.
Yeah, and that's what Surviving the Aftermath is about, really. Like at least my first experience with the game, and I must admit, like I said, I joined the team in October. I was working Cities before, and it was my first interaction with the game. I knew that I'm going to join the team. I knew about Surviving Mars as well, so I basically came with some kind of expectation. I would say that maybe it's going to be similar to Mars, but it was completely new experience, and I enjoyed that. I think again, and especially that's still in early access, so I knew like the game is not finished. It's not the final state of the game. There's still going to be some iterations possibly in the future and some new stuff added. But I think overall it was a new but good experience for me, like as a brand new player. So that was actually a pretty cool. Like those first hours I had with the game, I have very warm memories about that experience. Okay, but let's focus back on the early access, because we talk a lot about comparing Surviving Mars to Surviving the Aftermath. But at least we have the explanation now, because, like I said, our players really like to complain, they sometimes like to complain, but to compare those both games, and now we have a clear explanation that actually they weren't planned initially to be under one brand. It just happened to be so. But for the early access, we talked a little bit what advantages early access can give to developers, right? So I think the main one would be that hands-on early feedback from a large amount of players, right? That's something that we can't really outsource as a company. Even big companies just cannot do that. You need to get the game out there. You need to get the build to the players and see what they think about that. But let's switch the perspective a little bit. So as a player, if you're buying an early access game, what kind of experience you think you should expect? Because it is quite different from already finished product that you're going to buy, right? If you're buying an early access game and it has that label that's just unfinished and you don't know what's going to happen with it. But let's talk, like I said, from the player perspective. What would you expect from an early access game then? Maybe Annie, do you have any opinions on that?
Well, I think it's definitely not for everybody, but it's for players who like to get involved making this game happen and making it better.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah.
We really like to cut each other, right? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and like from like me as a player, I really enjoy like stepping in and out of an early access title from time to time just to see how it develops from the like the earliest available version to the final one. So like getting some sort of like snapshots from like different milestones that the game has had. So it's sort of cool to see new features added, but also like if there's a shift in tone or what the game is trying to do. So just like as a player / developer, it's cool to see.
Yeah, it's kind of a combination of like the final product and a behind the scenes documentary at the same time. You, as a player, when you're playing early access, you kind of see how it comes together, all the twists and turns that happen during the development, because it's never a straight line from start to finish when you are doing games. Because making games is really hard, and sometimes there are lots of reasons that makes it hard. Like sometimes it can be productional reasons, that how much like manpower you can have to do certain things, and how if it can be done technically, and what is feasible to do within the time you have at hand. And there are lots of problems and lots of answers you need to find out to those problems. And the important thing is to have that vision I mentioned earlier, that you have the goal in mind where you want to go, but there are like different paths that you can take to go there. But the main thing is that you reach the end goal and you achieve that vision that you have set for yourself and for your team. And seeing all that, how it comes together through different phases of the game, it's, at least personally for me, it's a very interesting thing to see that how everything is made, actually.
Yeah, and that's something that I think majority of the players, that they think they know how game development looks like, but unless you actually step into the industry, that's quite hard to comprehend. But early access is like that gives you like that peek behind the curtain, like in how many different directions, like you said, Lasse, the game can go. And the big thing is you can actually influence the decisions that developer make, and how prioritize some things to make this experience better for you. Like I said, probably as many players, as many opinions we can get on the game.
Yeah, and that leads to a situation where you can see also those things that won't end up in the final game. Like you see a lot more than what you get in the final game, because not everything is going to be in the final release, because just those things that are prioritized, some things need to be cut out because it just doesn't work. So it's very interesting to see how it could have been and how it ends up being. So they're like, it gives a different perspective to different features as well.
Yeah, and it's like, at least for me, because well, now I'm working on the early access game, but I also had experience with a few other early access games that I just put my money in. It is an investment, I would say. Like you trust the developers to take the game to the point that it's going, like you're going to like it, or maybe you already like the early access already. But like you said, there are a few like question marks. You don't ever know what the final version will be. Like I said, the big thing, at least for me, working with community as well, being able to provide that feedback to the developers and knowing that the feedback is heard. And I think, at least for Surviving the Aftermath, we proved a few times that we really listen to players' feedback. If something is, they really want something in the game or think we should focus on that thing, then the team takes a slightly different direction and try to adjust that, right? Make it better for the players, because ultimately it's about the players' experience with the game. We want the game to be fun for them, and, well, for us as well. But we want the players to have a good experience with Surviving Aftermath. Okay, so we talk a little bit about all the pros of being a player and playing an early access game. But again, like I said, often players put the label of unfinished product because it is technically unfinished product for the game. So we talk a little bit about pros. What about the cons of playing an early access game? Like, I can list one straight away, especially with we having a lot of updates and we adding or changing a lot of new systems in the game. Well, let's say I don't think it will be possible to have a colony last for 1 year in Surviving the Aftermath, just because of the amount of big updates that we had over the last year and a half. What other things you can expect as a player in early access? Like, what other things with, for example, it's not going to be fully optimized game. Like, it's the technical state, I think. It's also something that players should be aware of. It's not going to be as good quality as we can expect of a released game, right?
Yeah, there's also the whole balancing, especially on the harder difficulty, is something that can be really done only after all the pieces are there. So like doing a really hard game, especially something that takes quite a few hours to complete on a really tough difficulty level, when we don't yet have all the stuff in the game, is like it's hazardous. Let's put it that way. So we've seen plenty of feedback on the difficulty level overall, and that's definitely something we are looking at when we are nearing the completion. Like when we are entering the polish phase, we're digging deep into what makes the challenge suitable for different like pre-game settings and for different players as well. And then we'll also have all the feedback from you guys on how do you feel like what the catastrophes are. Do you have enough or too much resources and population control, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, and that connects really directly to population. That has been one of the things in our game which has been much requested, that we increase the population cap. And there's no other reason not to do that other than the performance, which takes time to perfect. It's a long process, and it's not a one or two things that makes the performance good. It's a whole slow process that you do during the development, and usually this is not the thing that you see with a game that you can get as a finished one. But it's a very common thing during the development that it only comes together after you have all those pieces together that Matti mentioned. And only after that we know what are the choke points from technical side and what needs to be optimized. And then we can perfect the technology behind the game and get the performance up and especially with our game, that can be seen with the lower population at this time, because the simulation takes lots of computing power, and it's currently limited in a way that even the lower performing systems can run the game like good enough. But we hope to, and we have already increased it somewhat, but we hope to increase it a lot more before we go to final launch. But it can be done one step at a time, and it comes after we have enough of the PCs in place.
Yeah, and again, so basically a good piece of advice for the players playing early access game. Please be patient with the developers. There will be some bugs, there will be technical issues, and you're more than welcome to report them. We actually want you to report them because we want to know about those things. But we also, when we still, like Matti and Lasse said, when we're still playing around with the balancing some systems in the game, or like even increasing the population, till some things will be set in stone when it comes to the systems in the game, we can't really focus on, getting rid of all the like small bugs and technical issues, because that's the final polish. But we need to have the whole concept of the game put together already for this to happen. Otherwise, we will start optimizing, and suddenly it will turn out we need to change like a big system, and it's going to just throw off the entire work that was done on polishing already. So that's a bit counterproductive, and that's just how game development is. So basically, you just need to wait for that final phase of like polishing to be done after like everything else is already decided on. So we're still ahead. That point will still happen for surviving the aftermath. We're still at the improving some systems and balancing, right? So that's I think the current state of the project. So like I already mentioned, it's still great to hear from you guys, especially after the recent update that we get. We're going to have one more live stream when we're going to go a little bit more in depth about stuff that Lasse mentioned that were introduced in the patch. So we can still look forward to it. It's going to happen during PDXCON as well. And yes, we're just focusing on giving you like the very polished and fun experience with surviving the aftermath, because it's what the whole early access is about, to make sure that you actually got things right, that you have what players really want from the game, and it's just fun to play for them. And like looking at the like I said, I joined like halfway, let's put it this way, but I know that the game went a really, really long way from the initial base early access experience, right? Like I can't really. It's just so much that happened for the game in the last year and a half, and it's thanks to your hard work as Iceflake, because I think one big update every month, it's just crazy pace, and I think a lot of developers will agree with you that it's some crazy pace you guys like set up for yourself, and I think you've done an amazing job so far. And now working with you closer, like I know that the game is in a very good hands. It's super exciting for me to see also how you're working with the fans and how you're responding to the feedback, that actually things that players say matter. So that's I think that sums up the early access experience with surviving the aftermath. Like, you guys are really doing an amazing job listening to the players, and our community is really, really good with delivering constructive feedback and pointing out us in the right direction, what we should focus on. I think we're slowly running out of time, but unless you have anything else you want to share with our players about the early access experience before we finish, and the last words.
I just have to say that it has been an amazing ride so far, and like keep that feedback coming through all the channels that you have used. Like, it's really much appreciated, and it's been great to see how active the community has been throughout the development, and we are not done with it yet. So it's very interesting to see how the upcoming changes are received, and what is your opinion about them as well. So thank you for what you have given so far, and we welcome more in the upcoming updates as well.
Yeah, and don't forget the update streams. They're actually kind of fun to do, and also allow us to talk with you almost directly. So keep checking out those on the Paradox stream.
And of course, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but don't forget, you can find us on Steam forums, Paradox forums, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can always send us your feedback there. Like Matti said, for the opportunity to actually directly talk with developers about the new stuff we're introducing, the updates. Make sure to tune to our update live streams. I really like doing them as well. Treat it like it's not on me to play the game, because I like to play the game, but I'm absolutely terrible at sustaining my colony for a longer period of time. So I'm happy to give it the power to the experts from Iceflake game, and can show you all the cool things they're doing. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure to have all of you here and like sharing your perspective with the players on how it is from developer side to develop a game in early access. Like I said, we're not done with PDXCon yet, so there are still a few activities you can catch up us on. You can check the schedule on the website. And again, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for being with us, for sending all the constructive feedback and supporting the development. And yes, we will definitely see each other at 1.0 release sometime in the future. We're just not anything about it just yet. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this talk about bringing Stellaris to the consoles. I'm Pontus, and I'm the marketing manager for Stellaris. And I'm not here alone. No, I'm here and joined by David, Adam, and David from Tantalus, our studio, bringing Stellaris to the console. And I couldn't be happier to be here today talking to you guys, as we have just announced Federations and Expansion Pass 4 coming to console 17th of June. So enough with that. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, so I'm David Giles. I'm the producer on Stellaris console. I've been doing it for, I think, 3 and a bit years. I'm one of the oldest people in the studio, so I've been making games for nearly 30 years now, and I'm pretty much paid to worry about everything. So it's probably, I'm being paid for the worst part of my personality. I can now pass over to Adam, who's one of our coders.
G'day, my name's Adam Clark. I'm a gameplay and UI programmer primarily for Tantalus. I've been with Tantalus just over a year now. Plenty of experience leading up to that. Yeah, I'll pass on to designer David.
Hey there, everybody. My name is David Doe. I'm the UI and UX designer for Stellaris Console. I've been on the project since almost the very start, and I've been at Tantalus for 9 years or so, and it's been quite a pleasure working with Mr. Giles for just a tiny fraction of his long and storied career.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you for that quick introduction. So, starting off right off the bat, I know one of the things that we have talked the most about is about UI and their interface. What would you say is the most important thing to consider when designing a Stellaris Console Edition?
I think I might take this one, gentlemen.
Mr. Doe? Yeah. Please, Mr. Doe.
Yeah, I think for us it was just making sure that we got out of the way of the game. Stellaris is brilliant by itself, and the most important thing for us was to make it feel like it was a natural extension of what you wanted to express in the game. So we didn't want to make it feel difficult to use. We wanted to make things feel fairly natural, and we just wanted to have the game show itself to be what it is, which is a really exciting grand strategy game, and we think we've done that.
Yeah, not from the start though. Not from the start. It took a while to get to that point, I must say. So there was a lot of toing and froing for many months before we managed to get there. But yes, we sort of got there in the end, which is good. And so that the players can experience that now.
That's true. It didn't come out fully formed, but we had lots of bad ideas that led to good ideas. I think there was so many bad ideas. I've got stacks and stacks of them, but for the most part, I think we managed to get through to the good ones.
Yeah. So we started with a many 100-page design doc, and pretty much threw it away after just seeing how that sort of felt to the player. So it was with the best intentions in the world, we thought we had it sort of nailed in paper form, and then we just started building it and realised that no, it wasn't going to cut it. So then we just had to iterate on that. So you didn't see that sort of painful throwing away all the ideas to start with and then getting to the better ideas. So for example, we use City Skylines as a sort of a launching place for us, because that was once again a very, very sort of mouse keyboard style of game, and we sort of thought, well, we could use lots and lots of the things that we learnt from that. But that was lots of radial menus, that sort of thing. And so we started down that path, and then we realised that it just sort of wasn't appropriate. We sort of backtracked from that. So the poor designer, she'd worked many, many months on generating this huge document, and it needed to be changed quite substantially very early on. Obviously, no one has seen this, but it took a little minute.
Speaking,
I think that was because of the complexity. Oh, sorry, Pontus.
Yeah, speaking of that, we are touching upon the subject here of more of a design philosophy, and especially going more into the controller scheme of things. What's your thought of more of the human interaction there and the interface aspects of playing a strategy game on console?
I'm not sure I've ever really considered it like that, I have to say, Pontus. I think for us, we just like to make sure that the player can execute their actions in the way that they feels natural for them. So for us, we split the screen into 4 quadrants that you access the various menus with the D-pad, the 4 buttons on the D-pad. And we divided our camera control into something that we feel is quite natural in the industry, where people are used to using kind of tilt and pitch and zoom and all those functions that that people are already used to. And we borrowed quite heavily from City Skylines for that. But essentially, we just wanted to make sure that we weren't trying to reinvent the controller. There's an action button, there's a cancel button, there's some other modification buttons, but essentially we just needed to make sure that we weren't getting in our own way and that it made sense. Once you sit down and play with it for 5 minutes, I think it feels very natural.
Yes, and just to add to that, I think the thing that we had, which is very, very different from if you were playing on the PC, is that we had to assume that the player was almost horizontal on a couch, and in that sort of, almost, in a very, very relaxed state, they can still, use the controller and not feel, frustrated or upset by it. So it needed to be, you needed to be still relaxed and slouched more than you would be if you were sort of hunched over your keyboard and your mouse trying to win. You needed to, not exactly nodding off, but you needed to be more sort of, like I said, horizontal in your as you were playing.
No, I can definitely see that as myself, kind of finding myself in a different mind space while playing Stellaris on the console compared to playing Stellaris on the PC. Did that kind of mind space aspect of it affect the design choices you've made for Stellaris Console Edition?
I think you were there right at the beginning, Mr. Giles. Do you?
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
We had that as a conscious decision.
Well, no. In as much as when we were playing, it was a thing where we would notice friction. And when I say friction, it's more to do with something when the player was using the controller that either felt unnatural or just the flow was broken. So there were things with choosing to use the D-pad to navigate around the screens a lot, to make sure that you can always back out of wherever you are. There needed to be a consistency, and there needed to be there were no bits where we sort of said, well, this is a special case thing where you have to do this in a particularly different way. If we did that, we needed to make sure it needed to be a thing where as quickly as possible the player understood the controls and became used to them. So they weren't thinking about that anymore. So I guess what happens is when we were doing our iterations, to start with, we would be playing with the controller, and all of a sudden we'd get to a special case thing that we'd done, and you would just feel a moment's hesitation as the player was using the controller, and we realized that needed to be fixed. So that was sort of like endless iterations of just playing and seeing whether the gameplay was smooth. And so for us, I guess the ultimate, and this is sort of cutting to the chase, I guess, or cutting to the end point, is that we do know that there are some users that prefer using the controller than using the mouse and keyboard. And if we get to that stage and they don't feel it's some sort of compromise that they're using the controller, then we've sort of succeeded. And that's sort of, it was really to do with playing the game for hours and hours and hours. If the player gets to a point where they get stuck, or they're saying, if you ever felt like you wanted to throw the controller at the screen, then we had to fix it. And that sort of was the test. And there were definitely lots of point did want to throw the controller at the screen. And so whenever that happened, it wasn't a thing where, as they say in Australia, she'll be right. It had to be, no, let's fix this. Let's go back, and what do we need to do to correct this this design that we've done.
So speaking of that, can we elaborate a little bit? Anything that you've kind of find more challenging? We can start off by talking a little bit about the current version of Stellaris Console Edition. What has been the most challenging getting it to the place where it is? Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
I think for us,
I could just yes, please, David.
I think just thinking back, I was looking over some of the older design imagery that we did for the first release, and then the subsequent release, and then the current release, and then the announced release. And for us, it's tricky to integrate so many complicated concepts on a screen that the PC kind of delivers effortlessly. So, for example, a science ship, the science ship, when you click it, has something in the order of 23 different actions you can do on the science ship panel. So you can rename, you can reassign, you can return, you can disband, you can do all these type of things, and they're all just kind of there. And if you want to know what they are, then you have to, you put your mouse over it and you hover it. We don't have that luxury on the console. So every time there is an update, and particularly the big update between 1.7 and 2.2.6, there was so much that changed. The maps changed, the planetary tiles changed, all of the work that we had done in the initial UI that we'd spent quite a lot of time getting right, and at least getting it to the point where we felt like it was right. And all of that work had to be redone. So every single panel throughout the game had to be fundamentally redrawn from scratch. And that was quite challenging in terms of the code load, and also the art load and the design load. And I think that might have been the most worrisome time for Mr. Giles when we were doing that kind of massive overhaul. And I can't speak for the programming side of things because I can't tell you that I understand it. But I know that for Adam, whenever we do a big update, it's important to see what Paradox have loaded in for us as the new changes. And we're all quite excited to see what they are because we get to see them a little bit before everybody else. But it always generates a big list, and we often have to revisit our work.
Speaking of that, Adam, do you have anything to add from your perspective onto that? What has been challenging and what we have kind of accomplished so far?
So I'm fairly new to the project in that I started on the Stellaris team with the work on 2.6, so from 2.26 through to 2.6. And so that was introducing the Galactic community and a fair bit of extra features to Federation. Before Stellaris, I hadn't played a 4X since Space Empires 3 back at the turn of the century. I just hadn't found a game that felt the same in terms of that reward for flying ships through space and the whole expanding wormhole graph of conquered territory. So it was quite nice once I started with Tantalus. They're like, this is what you'll be working on. So I went and picked it up and started playing. They're like, yeah, all right, this is great. We're doing this on console. Let's have a look. So once I joined the team and started looking at how they had structured their UI as opposed to the PC side of things. So PC, everything's just a button or a window that you can close. Under the hood, for the console edition, there's this stack of flowing menus that you need to be able to pop back and forward between seamlessly, and they'd really nailed that. So it was quite pleasant to come on to the team at that point where they'd already hit their rhythm with how they were designing the menus, and then being given the opportunity to just go and take the PC version of Galcom and then make it our own for when I say Galcom, Galactic Community, for console, and that seemed to have come through pretty well. I haven't heard any complaints about the Galactic Community on console. It's always nice, but that flow, that how fewer button presses can we get things done in, is quite important, so that you're not just going down tree after tree after tree of menus just to send something somewhere.
So you would say, just reiterating on that, so you would definitely say like there is, and especially for Stellaris Console Edition, it's not just taking a keyboard and mouse input and then just straight off the bat it runs on a controller, right? We have done some major interface and UI and UX in between, right?
Absolutely. When I was doing some prep for this talk, just to see what came before 2.6, and I was chatting with some of the programmers who'd been on the project since 1.7, one of the earliest changelogs was an attempt to implement a mouse and cursor style of input using the gamepad, and it was scrapped immediately there and then. It just did not feel right. It was clumsy. And they just have not gone back. And it's for the best, absolutely. One of the things after our previous conversation that Dave and I had a chat about was coming from just PC gaming backgrounds, Dave Doe and myself. We don't forgive a console for being a console when it comes to implementation. We want to make it feel as smooth as it can be. PC is spoilt with its mouse and keyboard setup, and when you're restricting restricted to a controller. We can get it feeling as good, if not better, or at least we think we have managed
I like
to
our
achieve
version
that.
more.
Yeah, I do
like
too,
our version way more.
You got to remember who's paying the bills there, right?
Say the word. I introduced Adam to this word when he came onto the project, and it's not something that you hear in everyday language, but the word is navigable.
Navigable.
And we have to make we have to make so many of these menus navigable. And
the entire thing is now a graph under the hood instead of all these menus that just pop up, and whatever's on top is what you get to click. Everything is connected.
And I think, like, in our talks before then, we talked, and I'm gonna come back to that quite a lot, is the fact that you have to kind of do that, right? You have to go back, you have to go with a controller first approach, because in the end, it's all about that experience, right? When you have your controller in your hand, as you have already mentioned, right? You won't forgive a bad implementation when stuff stops flowing when you try to navigate, especially in a game like Stellaris, where there's a lot of stuff going on, right?
Yeah,
there's so much. One of my favorite things is watching Mr. Giles play. It's, whenever we give him something new to do, well, it's just between the three of us, I think you play consoles more, outside of work, and you have a different perspective on what it means to interact with the game, and especially one like Stellaris, even though you're doing it at work, but you bring some of that home time philosophy back with you, and it's important for you to watch you play.
Lying down. I mean, I'm a PC gamer as well, but I do like being on the couch. I do, so yes. Yeah. So I do have most consoles, and it is a thing too where Stellaris is complicated enough without having an input that just fights against you all the time. So that truly is a test for me, and I think everyone has experienced a bad port where this game is magnificent on the PC and it's just this sort of like busted, not quite there sort of thing where no, you should play the PC version, don't bother with the console version, and we're not interested in that. I should say, from a producer's point of view, it's slightly terrifying because iteration has no end, and so for me, who it's to do with, I've said at the start, this is how long it will take and this is how much it will cost. Iteration just goes on. It's sort of like art. It has to be abandoned at a certain point. But yeah, it's a thing where it goes against the grain to sort of say, no, this is not good enough. We need to do it again because at some level I want to ship the product. So I have the two things working. But I also know that if a game that comes from Tantalus, any of our sort of console ports, especially if it's a sort of a keyboard mouse centric type game, and it hits the market, then and the users say this just doesn't work, then that's the end of it. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of like it's sort of like we put a bullet through the head of that title. So that's that you can do a sort of a short term gain where you get something to market and you sort of say yes, we just sort of flipped it. But yeah, that's never going to last as far as the players are concerned.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't think that's happened
most
for us at all.
definitely. Yeah. No, but most definitely. I mean, in the end, it has to work on the console. When you sit down, when you boot it up, it needs to be fast, it needs to be fluid. Speaking about, the hardware, the controller scheme, and that sort of input, there's another topic that's kind of standing with our community, and that's the topic of performance. Can you elaborate a little bit on that topic and what we have been thinking about in terms of performance on the console edition?
So I guess I can talk about when we first started with the project. And so obviously we're restricted, especially with the PS4 and the Xbox, in as much as we get what we've given. There are no there's no you can't add an extra hard drive or extra RAM, all those sorts of things. It is what it is. So there are things where we rely on our more senior engineers, which are skilled in taking large things and fitting them in small boxes. So as a studio that's done this for 26 years, it's a thing that Tantalus, which is crunching things down. However, it should be said that all of our senior programmers, when they get to Stellaris, it's about shaving milliseconds off everything. And it goes on forever. And it's always that thing about fighting between, or just balancing between, simulation tick rate and frame rate. It's just this endless battle that we have all the time. So this is a sort of ongoing thing. So I remember very early on, when we first got it running, we turned off all the particles in combat. Like, we couldn't run them. We couldn't run any of the particles. And we sort of said, well, what will the audience accept as far as particles in the game? And there were none. So, your ship would just disappear. And we sort of said, well, that's not really going to be good enough. So for the project, we had one coder, and he was just crunching everything, doing everything he could to get the performance up. And particle by particle, they were turned back on until by the end, when we shipped, and I can't remember which version it was, to be honest with you, but by the time, it must have been right at the very start, we were able to turn all the particles back on again. But when we first started, none of that could function, just because of the performance issues that we had. However, there are some compromises, the size of the galaxy, that sort of thing. So we have to do some things where we sort of reduce that. In future, who can tell? But it is a thing. It's an ongoing battle that we have, and we receive the source code from Paradox, and we sort of say, oh my God, we're going to have to optimize even more. And the nice thing is too that we know that some of our optimizations have rolled back into the PC version, which is quite flattering for us. But yes, it's going to be a challenge forever, and that's for sure.
Exactly. And just to kind of wrap that one up, in terms of, it's a never-ending quest of optimization, right? But the fact that we have that pre-defined box and hardware, how much does that help that we know what an Xbox brings, we know what a PlayStation brings to the table, which is quite differently from the PC side, right?
Yes, oh, absolutely. I mean, we know the size of our aquarium. We know exactly what we've got to play with. But usually what it is we start off with our aquarium, which is this big, and the fish that we've got to put in it, is the size of the house. And so then it's a question of what can we do to make this fit? And so it's sort of, I guess, in some ways, we don't have to worry about minimum spec. We don't have to worry about, making sure that, if someone hasn't got the right driver, all those sorts of things. It's sort of what it is. The other thing we have with consoles is it has to run straight away. It can't crash. You're not going to be tweaking anything. It just needs to work. If you buy a console, you're not fiddling with anything. It runs out of the box. And so we obviously have, they classify as the XR and the TRC requirements of the hardware manufacturers, and they're very, very strict. So there's another of, not only do we have to, do the right thing by the players, but we also have to do the right thing by the console as well, ensuring that it behaves as the player would expect across the board.
That's really awesome. It's really nice. And I like speaking about the aquarium size and speaking about what the next generation of console has brought. Can you elaborate a little bit on, the new power that the next generation consoles, Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 has brought to the table? And if there is anything in particular that you are more excited about?
Yeah, I think I can feel the Sony and Microsoft reps, kind of banging our door down if we start talking about them. But I do like seeing how far we can push this metaphor. For example, I think they're quite an exotic aquarium, and there's lots of different types of fish that we're going to be able to add to the ecosystem. But I don't know exactly how much detail we can give about how excited we are and what those consoles are bringing to the table. But we are very personally excited.
It will load faster.
Well, we did bring Stellaris to optimized for Series X and S, which enabled some of those next gen features for the Xbox version. But obviously, the game in itself is running and plays great on both the next gen consoles as well, right? So I think. Leaning into that and wrapping that one up, I think we just have to see. Maybe it's a little bit too early to see exactly how far we can push it, but obviously we are super excited about that as well. So we do have a few community asked questions. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the community for getting involved here. Lacey asks, how long did it take to get Stellaris Console Edition onto console? And that's a little bit of a tricky one, but let's see if we can try to answer that one.
What do you think, Mr. Giles? I have a couple of answers bouncing around, but yeah.
Maybe you answer it. It's a bit of an amalgam. It's a bit of a blur because of all the different versions. I think I'm sort of thinking. The bit where we sort of thought we had something that was almost presentable was probably 6 months, I would say, 6 or 7 months, but that's sort of well before it's released, and there's still lots of broken things, but that's, from initial design doc to something that we thought was sort of okay, but I'm sort of guessing a bit. Mr. Doe, if you've got a better answer, please leap in here. It's just a big blur for me.
I think there's a couple of technically correct answers. I think kind of the first technically correct answer is about 4 weeks. We managed to get it working on a console, but it didn't represent anything. It was just the PC version running on a console, and you couldn't do anything with it. You couldn't interact with it. It was just we loaded it onto the console. I think then it took about another 3 or 4 months after that to get the first iteration of the design running and active with the controller. And then I think it took another 3, maybe 4 months after that just to go through some of those iteration changes. So I think altogether probably in the 8 to 9 month range before we had something that we were willing to show other people. And then we still had a significant amount of time after that to make sure that it was presentable for the public. And they're all very different stages. So the first stage is kind of proof of concept, programmers happy. The second stage is, artists have an idea how much work they've got to do and designers happy. And then the third and fourth stages are about making QA and production happy. And they all have technically correct answers. And I think it was probably about 9 months. In the spirit of the question, probably about 9 months.
So you would say, just to wrap this up, it's more of the first kind of phase of just getting it running is quite short, just talking, a little bit fluffy about it. And then the main chunk of time is actually to get the interface in a state where it's fun and easy and to interact with, but also polishing. And we have already talked a little bit about, that constant iteration process, right?
Yeah, it's endless. And, I think some of the earlier builds had, programmer art for one, which is never, the most aesthetic thing, but also had some of my art in it, which is even worse. And so those UI changes that are required after the artists get involved are really very necessary because for the longest time you're kind of playing in the skeleton of what the game is, and you have to really use your imagination to project what it's going to eventually look like onto the screen, and just trust in the process that the artists are going to deliver you something great. And obviously they have, but yeah, it's that 6 to 9 months period after we finally get it loading on a test kit. That's that's just where it starts. And I think now we've been in development for, I don't want to say 3 or 4 years, Mr. Giles. Do you have a feeling for how long we've been working on Stellaris now?
Yes, I think, we're in 3 and a bit years now. Based
non-stop.
Around, when I started on it. Yeah. Absolutely. Non-stop for me.
So, absolutely. Ramonan, I'm going to paraphrase this question a little bit. It is talking a little bit about, what the chances are that, the consoles and the PC cross-play and that sort of stuff. And this ties a little bit into the aquarium question and analogy we had before. What is the challenges here when it comes to this discussion about, getting consoles and PC to work together, or rather to be cross-platform?
They are difficult problems to solve. So there's compliance with the console manufacturer's terms of services interacting with PC. That's the first thing that springs to mind. The technical challenge becomes a matter of fairness. You don't often see things like shooters cross-platform because mouse and keyboard versus controller doesn't elicit the same sort of fairness in a user. That'd be an interesting challenge, though, to consider: is console the superior experience by enabling such a feature?
It definitely is. It absolutely is.
I'd
love to go toe to toe with a PC user on console. I would love to.
Yeah, I actually would.
So after all, just to wrap it up, it's a lot of challenges across the board where there's a multiple of factors that makes that a really, really big challenge. So we have another question from Mobius Y. How much planning is involved in improvements being implemented into the game rather than any other mechanics? For example, anomaly tracker. What did its creation and design entail?
That one, we had one of the other programmers kind of fiddling around between builds and realizing that he was losing track of what his science ships were doing over time. And then we found that there's no reason why we couldn't list these things in the situation log or in their own tab. And it was just a matter of having a couple of discussions and talking about the overall benefits of what this would mean to the player experience. And then we kind of throw together a design doc, and it's not too big. It's only a couple of pages, and it just kind of talks you through what that's going to look like for the player. And then we set some time aside in a sprint and get permission from Mr. Giles, and sometimes, and then we put it in the game and see how it works.
Well, so speaking of that, so here's a thing. The radial menu. Now, so in City Skylines, it uses radial menus a lot, and we decided, for many, many reasons, that it was not going to be appropriate for Stellaris. And so, because the next version has been announced, what happened is there was a part of the team which went away and designed and built that in the background without telling anyone that the radial menu was going to be back in the game. And so it was a thing because they knew that I would panic, most likely, where I'd sort of said, radial menus, no, we're not doing radial menus. We've all said we're not doing radial menus. And so a fully finished radial menu was presented to me and said, isn't this great? And I said, yes, it is. And that was the end, really. But as far as design documents and conversations or anything good like that, it just appeared one day. And it's excellent, but it was not. Yes, as far as the that hypothetical conversation Mr. Doe had about speaking with me about, we should speak to David about it. No, it didn't happen at all.
That's a good example of a new interface that doesn't step on anything else. It does not get in the way. You can continue to play. I mean, I don't know. Well, we can't show it right now. But in 2.8, there is a system context-based radial menu that is being described here. And if you didn't know it existed, you wouldn't miss it. But when you know it's there and you start using it and you go off and play the PC version, you really miss it. And I think that's pretty funny.
Speaking of that, we have
just throw some shade.
I mean, I think it's important. I think it's important to reiterate and come back to what we discussed previously. Right? Is that the design process is quite different, and the premise of playing a game on a console is vastly different. You know, you have a different type of screen, you have a different type of controller set. Everything from input to display is vastly different in many instances. And we talked a little bit about that briefly before, but to continue on with this Mobius Y question here, does the team have to consider the potential impact of these additions as we continue to interact with this UI layer, so to speak? What is your answer there?
Yes.
Replay the game so much.
So all I was going to say is, as far as quality of life improvements, we need to make sure that we're not shortcutting gameplay as well, because there are things where we can automate which actually diminishes the game rather than helps the game. So it's just how is the overall experience as we play it? Does is there still a challenge involved in this? Are we making things too easy? So yeah, we have to assess each quality of life improvement on its merits from the fact that we do play the game a lot.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, we have a lot of questions pertaining to the UI because it is one of the main aspects of getting Stellaris to work on a console. So Awesome Sheep 48 has asked, how do you go about designing the UI for console? I mean, we have touched upon this before, but also a little bit elaborating on, what other inspiration sources. We have talked about other projects that we're working on. Is there any other inspiration sources you work with to accomplish the stuff that we have done?
I think for me, we did so much work on Cities Skylines that a lot of that translated almost immediately over to Stellaris. But in terms of designing the UI, everything's fair game. We all play games in our spare time, and we cross genres. And even a game like Stellaris, well, it's very heavily space based. You might take inspiration from a game like FTL in the way that it presents its information. We take a lot of our design cues from current games, perhaps old games that some of our audience might not have been alive to experience when they were first released, and in terms of the design, I mean, I've gone through, I'll use a paint program to kind of draw up our overview of the new screens, and I'll get the PC version, I'll take those screens, and then I kind of end up stretching them and moving things around and taking off layers and adding more layers. And then eventually I've actually gotten down to the point where I've just had every single piece of every ship type and every station type interaction panel on my desk out of Post-it notes, and just kind of shuffling them around until I made it sure that this is always in the same spot for all the ship types, and this is in the same spot for all of the station types. And it didn't make sense when I was doing it on the screen, so I was doing it out of Post-it notes. And often you can have just a conversation with somebody, and you walk past their desk and say, "Hey, what if we did this, that, and the other?" And if you talk to someone like Adam or another programmer, they can do it right in front of you on a live build, and you can make that decision straight away. So it's not just making a design document; it's also being in the studio, being creative, taking inspiration from other games that you play in your spare time, and seeing how all of those things kind of wrap in to make what we've got Stellaris so far. There's no one answer. We tend to throw a lot of it at the wall, and some of it sticks and some of it never makes it live, and that's fine.
We have gotten a few questions from the community. I'm gonna wrap them up a little bit because they all pertain to another subject that we already kind of discussed, and that is, the limitations and the restrictions and the specifications of the consoles themselves. So Riot Guy, amongst a few other people and players out there, have asked if there was ever to be considered any type of cheat systems, enabling console commands that we have for the PC. Could you elaborate on why that is a hard thing to do, especially in terms of the compliance aspect on the consoles?
Yeah, it's because you can just pump the game full of assets so it crashes. And neither platform holder are very happy when their game crashes. And it just, I think in terms of adding cheats to Stellaris, it would be very difficult because it's such a complicated game. There's so much maths going on all the time. And, ultimately you can get to a point where it's just too much maths going on. And computers can only deal with so much of it. It'd be a very fragile system to implement a cheat system. For Stellaris, it's just too complicated. It's too complex to put in a live environment.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on that quite quickly is the fact that none of us playing Stellaris Console Edition would want the game to continuously crash for no apparent reason, right? So it's all down to it's really hard to design a system that wouldn't impact the player experience in any major negative way in that sense. So I definitely agree. It's not just surrounding what's possible on the console themselves. So we actually had a nameless community member input a very, very valid question. What DLC do you find the best or was the funniest to work with?
I have so many. I really loved Utopia. Working on Utopia was almost a dream come true because I'd spent so much time playing the PC version and seeing that come to life on the console. And then I loved Megacorp. I really loved the way that changed up the gameplay, and we changed the way the tile system worked and the map system worked. And then I really love Federations. And there's some other stuff coming up that I really love too. But I love the active release. I love Utopia the most, I think.
I'm a big fan of the lithoids, but also giving them the necrophage origin. I think it's a very interesting combination, especially once you get a few extra gene traits unlocked and really customize them. Turning organics into rock people through a necrophage, I think, is pretty fun.
All right. Unfortunately, I think we're hitting our time limits here. I'd like to thank the crew over at Tantalus. Thank you so much, David, Adam, and David, for tuning in and letting us all know more about how it is bringing Stellaris to console. And thank you for tuning into this talk. There will be more content upcoming after this, so stay tuned and let's talk soon.
and I think we are live.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
No CB, a grand strategy podcast for PDXCON Remixed 2021. If you don't know us, we do a weekly podcast on Twitch about all the latest grand strategy news. Tends to be fairly paradox heavy most of the time. I'm your host, Leanna, and you can see right here our amazing panel, including Enigmatic Rose 4, including Father Loris.
Hello.
And including Lord Lambert.
Hello there.
And yeah, every week we kind of break down dev diaries, announcements, trailers, things like that in the world of grand strategy. We'd love to have you every week if you're into that kind of thing. But this week, we're gonna get right after it because there were a couple pretty big announcements at the ceremonies earlier today. Most notably, Victoria 3 confirmed, I guess. Finally.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Victoria 3 confirmed is confirmed.
Victoria 3 confirmed is in fact confirmed.
So the myth became reality.
That is going to be what we're going to spend most of this episode talking about. Obviously, Crusader Kings, the Royal Court, also, cropping might be weird on this, was announced. And we'll be going over that dev diary and more of what we know about it on our show this Wednesday at our usual time. We'll give you all that info at the end of the show. But yeah, we really want to focus more on Victoria 3 this week.
I think it's what we're all hyped for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, very briefly, Crusader Kings 3 is getting full 3D throne rooms. They're bringing back the inventory. You're going to be able to see swords on your character that are like cultural specific. And adding a new culture system with like modular cultural traits, hybrid cultures, all this cool stuff. We'll talk more about it on the next episode. Yeah.
Yep, and they're reworking cultures.
Yes,
which is going to be part of the free patch.
So on our I think it was our second episode. Was it?
I think this was actually before the first episode.
It might have been. We actually, each of us hosts came up with a prediction for when Victoria 3 would be announced. So this was way back in December of 2019. 17th of October 2020. Lambert guessed 20th of June 2021. I guessed the 7th of August 2021. And Loris guessed the 1st of January 2025. Playing the long game. So Lambert was the closest. Lambert is our winner of the predict when they're going to announce Victoria 3 game. Yeah.
I also, if you want to go to my Twitter, I do have quotes for if you want me to choose your lottery ticket numbers. that is there.
It's like,
if you so desire.
It's like
you
less
will
than
be
a month off. Yeah.
It'll be for the lottery numbers that happened a month ago.
Yeah,
I can help you out.
It's good enough. It's good enough. So Victoria 3 is announced. We got a dev diary from Martin about sort of the overall vision. Yeah, it's a game on its own, not an iteration on Victoria 2, although I'd say most of the best stuff from Victoria 2 came back.
I mean, they're keeping pops, which we all know is the best thing.
Proper pops. Not
and
just...
we know how Lambert feels about pops.
I do love me some pops.
I think
a lie.
I think they've pretty much captured what everyone loves about Vicky, right? I mean, I don't think anyone plays Victoria to paint the map. I think everyone plays it to basically be a society gardener, and I think they've absolutely nailed that.
That was such a strong line, is like tending the garden of your nation. That's such a perfect... It's like a perfect description of how I like to play grand strategy games in general.
Yeah.
Go tall. Don't go wide. Wide is too easy.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think it's also a bit of a hallmark of Wiz's design philosophy, because they had a similar sort of thing with Solaris, right?
Right.
Yeah. In his interview with Sana, he said that he wanted for you to be able to play the entire game without going to war once and still have a really good time playing the game. And if they nail that, if that is possible, down for that. That sounds great.
Because it's something that like EU4 never quite got right. You know, like you can't really play EU4 and like hold your interest for that whole time frame without warfare. As much as I've tried to do it, and believe me, I've tried.
Yeah, I've tried as well. The closest you can get is if you're doing like maybe Portugal and then you colonize for more land.
Right.
But you have to get more land somehow. It's a requirement in that game.
Yeah, there's only a certain amount of fun you can have from like clicking development buttons.
Yeah, and you know they're trying to add more stuff like that to like CK3 even with this upcoming expansion where you're going to be able to like hold court and get like missions from the various interested people in your nation. But if Victoria 3 is a game that's completely designed around that, I don't know. It's like when I saw Crusader Kings 3 for the first time, and when I saw Imperator for the first time, I was like I wasn't like down on it or anything, but I was like, yeah, right on. That's cool.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play it. Victoria 3, I'm just like out of my mind excited for.
I'm a little opposite with that, just because I'm such a big Crusader Kings person. As soon as CK3 came up on the screen, I was like, "Oh, yay!" Vicky 3, I was like, "Oh my god, it's actually real." Okay, I did not expect that, but okay.
The Mad Lads actually went ahead and gone and done it. Like,
the myth became reality.
They killed the meme.
They did.
Well, no,
not
Vicky
exactly.
4 went.
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
was a
that's
Reddit
a different
post.
meme.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
No, it's the progression of the meme. The meme is evolving. It's a Pokemon.
Yeah,
I mean, the meme economy is a volatile thing. No meme can stay on top forever. And
No,
Vicky
that's why it has to be a
now.
Pokemon. It has to evolve.
There was a Reddit post just right after the announcement. Do you think we'll get Victoria 4 soon? From Tacky Off. It's been a whole 5 minutes since the V3 announcement. I'm just starting to worry that they've abandoned the series.
Actually love it.
Yeah. So the meme is not dead. But yeah, it's not a war game or about map painting. Like that's all you have to do. Like you don't even have to buy me dinner at that point. Like that's just that's exactly what
I want a grand strategy game where I can just focus internally, not have to go to war unless I really want to, and still powerful and have a lot of fun.
Right. On my end.
Are they actually answering you?
Okay, so he said yes, waiting on the
Yes,
feed.
we are live.
There we go.
Okay, cool, we're back. Fantastic. Yeah, there was like an EMP went off at my house or something. Like my internet went out and my monitor turned off at the same time. Luckily,
An ancient Roman EMP.
Yes, of course.
They time traveled, used mods.
Yes. Yeah, the time traveling Romans are always out to get me because I won't stop. Yeah, Roman Empire.
Yeah, I think we were talking about causes and effects and stuff in Victoria too.
Yeah, and ways that you can play without map painting, like adding countries to your market and stuff like that. Is going to be one way to do that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm more interested in the aspect of, for example, different pops owning different things and getting different amounts of wealth of them. For example, you know, if you change your laws to be a certain way, then certain pops will get a certain amount of income, and that will change their ideology and their radicalization. I love it.
I'm thinking this is, I don't know, like Vicky 2, I only played like 7-8 hours of it because the UI, and I walked away. But
that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, you put with CK2's UI.
Hey, CK2's UI.
Vicky 2's UI was special though. Vicky 2's UI was special.
It was
in Vicky 2's defense, its UI, the base level UI that you have, had the most information readily available out of any game that I've seen them have since. Like, the amount of information on that top bar is second to none. It's phenomenal.
Is TMI.
Was not.
No. I disagree. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think that's the beauty of Victoria 2 is that there's so much going on. I mean, you don't need to know everything, but the fact that it's so complicated, I think, is what makes it beautiful. And there is a demand for those sort of games, you know.
Yeah.
In the Paradox community, you know.
But
brilliant.
The images we've been given so far on the Steam store, it looks like the UI is much better, and I'm excited to be able to get my hands on it at some point.
Now let me pull up the screenshots real quick.
One of the things I'm really excited about as well is the idea of, like Laura said earlier, the cause and effect. If you that makes your factory more efficient, that's great. You make more money. But the pops that used to work there are no longer needed. They become unemployed, and then maybe as they're unemployed, damn, innovation's taking my jobs, and you're going to radicalize, and you're going to have problems there as well.
Exactly, and although it's like not scripted, you're going to find like Luddites forming around in your countries over these things, and they're not scripted like Luddites. There's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no file or something that says Luddites.
No, it's literally
it's
that
natural, it's organic.
Yeah, they lose their job, which means they don't have wages anymore, and their standard of living goes down, and then they radicalize. It's
which makes sense.
And
it makes a lot of sense.
It's almost like the coming robot apocalypse. There's going to be an automation apocalypse, and it's going to happen very soon. And self-driving cars.
America's like the same, right? There's no scripted, as far as I'm aware, American Civil War. It's a natural progression of landowning gentry want to have slavery. They benefit from it. They support it, and then, if you get rid of it, there'll be knock-on effects. Maybe there'll even be knock-on effects for the local workers because they get a lot of extra workforce, and maybe the demand for jobs will change. There'll be great, big, huge economic waves, some of which you won't be able to predict, and you'll have to just go with the flow, and merge your nation along. And I love that sort of gameplay. It's what
which also
makes Victoria
means
so fantastic.
Every time you play like the US, you're going to have a different story.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I mean, you're not going to know exactly, 1860 or
it's
whatever.
Civil War clock, yeah. Time to get out the hardtack, yeah.
And also, since the economy is so connected in Victoria, say if China has a terrible time, or if it even industrializes very quickly, or maybe a lot of farmers are not very productive, then maybe certain goods are not being produced, which will have a knock-on effect on your population, or access to a certain Chinese market is not available, so you can't get those goods. It'll change how your pops work. Depends who you're radicalized. It's amazing.
I also
everything has a knock-on effect.
So like
makes me excited for multiplayer.
Oh
yes, definitely.
Well, I also love that they're like every PDS game to some degree that includes China on the map has tried to figure out how to like solve this problem of that, like, on paper, in like a simplified video game sense, China just looks like they should be able to kill everybody.
Yes, that's right.
And in Victoria 3, I think that they are hitting closest to the actual answer to that question of any game I've seen, and it's that your bureaucratic cost goes up based on the number of, like, I think they call them integrated pops in integrated states, incorporated states. You start out day one with like all of these incorporated states that have people in them. So even without like adding education and healthcare, just to get like basic taxation up and running, you need to have so much bureaucracy that it's like how are you going to expand? Yeah,
and it also reflects if in one of the screenshots it shows that bureaucrats, scholars for the Qing dynasty holds huge amounts of influence, which makes sense because they did, and they had a huge Byzantine bureaucracy set up in the Qing dynasty. So there's obstacles from that point of view, and also there's political obstacles where you have this huge, political faction, which I imagine is pretty okay with the status quo, right?
Probably. So I think this is probably going to be the best China simulator we've ever gotten from Paradox.
And it's not even Sengoku 2.
No. I'm sorry for everybody who took us seriously when we said Sengoku 2 was going to be this weekend. Or those of you who are
March of the Eagles 2.
Yeah, or
March
those
of the Eagles remastered.
Those of you who
sorry. March of the Eagles remastered.
Right.
Remasters are all the rage nowadays.
Those of you who are really unironically hoping I was serious about the Gettysburg Armored Warfare to Cities Skylines save game converter. Really sorry about that one. So the other thing that makes me really happy is you're going to actually be able to have like functional socialism where like the workers own the factories and the workers actually get the dividends from the factories, which is technically how socialism's supposed to work. It's not supposed to be when the government does things that's socialist, and the more things the government does,
equals more
the more socialist it is.
That's also modeled too, right? I mean,
but you can do that well, and you don't have to be communist because there are there are a lot of statist command economies throughout history that didn't want anything to do with communism.
Well, I'm very interested to see how Japan's going to do that, because the Zaibatsu
the Zaibatsu,
it's hard to say if it was state controlled or not, but I mean they were certainly very integrated.
Or if any of you played Suzerain, which came out recently, which I would highly recommend to people who like Paradox games, even though it's more of a narrative game. Tarquin Sol, the Soulists in Suzerain are very much a non-socialist command economy ideology. So
So what about culture groups and stuff? What did you? They're getting rid of culture groups. Changing how they work.
This wasn't something they showed us directly. Martin just kind of talked about this a little bit in an interview that I had with him. But apparently cultures are going to be composed of multiple traits now, and like some of the ones he gave examples of were like heritage and linguistics. The way he described it to me is that like society, like, it's led by, white European descended Americans. If an English person moves there, they're going to face very little discrimination from the US's discrimination laws because they are European, which white Americans also have that European heritage trait, and they speak English, so they also share a linguistic heritage trait. So they can blend in very easily. A Hungarian would still have European heritage, but they don't have that English linguistic trait, so they would face more discrimination than someone from England would. And then if you're from, Africa or Asia, you will face even more discrimination. because you don't share linguistics or heritage, which is kind of interesting. I'm really looking forward to the dev diary to learn more about how that works.
I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's an exception
Yeah.
for the Irish because they speak English. And
what I would love to see is I would love to see it generate like melting pot cultures dynamically, like Irish American and Italian American. If
like in
those pops
CK2.
have been there for a couple generations, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
And that was
do
something
find
you
it
did
quite
start to see.
interesting.
Yeah.
I do find it quite interesting. A lot of the worry that you've seen regarding, before Vic 3 was announced, it was like, oh, they'll never make Vic 3 in today's climate and stuff. And it's like, they've turned racism into a mechanic, kinda. Americans are more comfortable with white British people coming to America than they would be for, say, a
Well, in the early 1800s,
Asians or Africans to come over, like that.
the mid 1800s was when they had a lot of people coming in from Asia, Chinese,
Yeah, they weren't
Japanese
really
later.
tracked very well, though.
No,
it led to a whole bunch of issues and things, and would be very interesting in a society simulator.
You're not shying away from. So there's some really awful things that happened historically, and they're not shying away from it. They're word. The word I'm looking for is
they're simulating it.
They're letting you simulate it and either run into it and have to fix it, or try and avoid it before it happens.
I mean, you can't make a game in the Victorian era without without having racism in it. I mean, Victorian era is rife with it.
Recalcitrant Jester in the chat says, "Shout out to the Chinese Exclusion Act." I think that's the first time I've ever read that sentence, and I hope it's the last.
Yes, yeah.
But yes, that will
it's
be
a
modeled.
banger of a joke.
It's a very good joke, and that will be modeled in Victoria 3. So
that's one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing, and hopefully in future
Yeah.
dev diaries, is the decisions you might be able to make as a nation, if that's unique, or if they're dynamic,
Thing like we haven't seen anything like a decision screen yet, so that might be.
I'd be interested if there is one, even.
Of some sort, I would think.
Yeah.
We were told there were going to be formables and releasables.
Right.
So
Yes.
you'd have to assume that they would be in some kind of decision area.
True.
Yes.
Yeah. Couldn't form Germany without a decision. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think every Paradox game has a decision screen, so it'd be kind of weird if it didn't.
Yeah.
It just
Even
forces you
Imperator
to do
had
it. You conquer enough of Germany, it forces you to be Germany.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be Germany.
No, you really need Germany.
Please don't make me be Germany, please.
Speaking of uniting Germany, you don't have to conquer everyone with force of arms now, because now we have the what they're called diplomatic acts,
plays. Yeah.
Plays, that's it.
So it's almost like the way I've been describing it is like diplomatic combat, and it's clearly an offshoot of the crisis system in Victoria 2, but this is just like for CBs. We really are in the era of no CB now.
The best era then.
Yeah, where
it sounds like our place.
You can put demands on the table. Your opponent can put demands on the table. You can maneuver. You can try to sway other nations onto your side. And ultimately, either one side can back down and give a small concession to the opposing group, or you can just let it tick over and go to war. Deciding when to hit the mobilization button is going to be a factor there, because that can... You could be more prepared than your opponent if you hit it early, but it also might make you look more threatening. So
they might back down.
Yeah,
roll intimidation.
Yeah, technically, you could conquer. Theoretically, if you had enough time and you were good enough at diplomacy, you could conquer the world without firing a shot.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. This is what gunboat diplomacy is supposed to be.
Right.
You send your gunboat there, and you go, "We've got a gunboat.
Yeah.
You don't want us to use it, do you?
The country. Stop having it be closed."
Yes. Well, you say that is a thing you can do, right?
You can.
You
Open market is one of the
Yeah, there's some really interesting ones. someone, I don't know who, made a great thread on Reddit. This is not in some person, maybe. It's Liana. Go check out her Reddit thread. It's really good.
I have a 6,000 word Reddit thread that was basically me listening back to my interview with Martin and writing down everything that I could possibly extract out of it. So,
it's very good. So there's a few great things of it. You can open get trade ports, which allows you access to markets.
Yeah,
amazing, right? So people, especially coming back to China, steal Shanghai, and you get access to the Chinese market, which is a big market. Great.
And you
can
don't have
open
to
people's borders.
Yeah, you don't have to spend a bunch of bureaucracy setting up a colonial state in China. You can just be like, I want this one province, and then we're going to come here and we're going to buy your shit and we're going to sell our stuff, and that's how we're going to do it. So
you can also force people to abandon slavery, which was like the pretext for a lot of British conquests. We did a lot of endless.
It was doing good for non-good reasons.
There were also good reasons. Let's be fair. We did spend an extortionate amount of money on the West Africa squadron. The people who are alive in Britain today who have paid taxes in the 90s were paying off the debt of that. So, I mean...
But, it could be interesting because obviously if you end slavery, I mean, this was another pretext where the British did it, right? You make a lot of consumers, right? Free people who can buy and sell stuff. It's good for the market, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to have a great area that has a lot of consumers, go there, end slavery, and whoa, you've got a lot of free population, so that might be buying your
You
consumer
do have to make sure they have money to buy stuff, or they're going to become Luddites. And
so you build some factories and you give them jobs making stuff.
Yeah.
You declare war on the French and you steal all their money and give it to the slaves. I mean, or the former slaves.
Yeah, exactly.
I see no issue with this plan. It's foolproof.
I mean, my favorite strategy in Victoria 2, which I've been assured you could still do this in Victoria 3, was to just make an absurd number of bullet factories, and then you don't go to war, you just foment conflicts elsewhere, and then suddenly, everybody needs a whole bunch of bullets. Oh, well, guess what I got?
So
I got a giant
war
sack of
profiteering.
bullets. Exactly.
I see no issue with this either.
I'm like, my people don't have to die. They just make the bullets and export them, and that's, everything is fine.
Your economy collapses because there's world peace.
Yes, of course.
Another thing I'm really, really looking forward to is the changes in revolutions. So in Victoria 2, you basically, if you remember, you had a rebel pop, and it occupied your capital or a certain amount of your territory, and then power you'd switch. And normally, if you wanted to be communist, you just let the rebels sweep over your nation and just go, fine, whatever. But now you actually get a civil war, and you pick the reds or the whites, and then other nations can come in and influence the side, basically. Say if you're Germany and Russia's having a civil war, you may want to be supporting the reds because it might weaken Russia and knock them out of a war. There's no historical precedent there at all, but
or you just don't want someone with a different ideology on your border, and
because socialism and egalitarianism and anarchism and all these ideas will spread from country to country.
And there goes your monarchy.
And if they reach 100% within your country, all of a sudden, poor people are going to decide that they deserve a higher standard of living. And if you can't provide that to them, they're going to turn into radicals. And then, you might start getting leaders of your interest groups who have the socialist trait. They're your interest group's socialist. So it's one of those things where you just have to, censor the papers and lock down the border and hope that nobody reads the bread book, because that would be bad. I think if you give them a lot of stuff, like that's the American method, is just make sure that they have more than their needs met, and they'll stay pretty happy, which is historically accurate.
I'm sure, like, if the Paris Commune got out of hand, the Austrians and the Germans probably wouldn't be too happy.
Probably, yeah. I mean, anybody will look for any reason to beat up the French in general. That's how
It's just good sport.
Yeah, yeah.
It is though. Vicky 3 will most likely start way after the French Revolution, though.
Yes, it does.
That would be interesting to see the pop system.
Well, the French had a lot of upheaval in this time period. Anyway, they went through. They had Napoleon III.
You can reenact Les Mis.
French heresy and commune revolt.
Yeah, it's actually very difficult for EU4 to model, but like the process of the French Revolution, I think a game like Victoria could model that a lot better. But hey, maybe EU5 will end up taking some cues
Or
from Victoria.
March of the Eagles remastered.
Yeah,
it's coming. It's coming.
It's definitely coming.
Believe me.
Do you really want it remastered, or do you want March of the Eagles 2?
I mean, I'd prefer to, but like it's the era of the remaster.
See, I would rather they just build March of the Eagles 2 into EU5. Like the late game is just March of the Eagles 2.
Honestly, I'd kind of prefer them to when EU5 comes out. I kind of want them to stop in the 1700s and have 100 years of, or maybe like 50 years for March of the Eagles 2 that sits very squarely between EU4 and Vic 2.
I've heard that. I've even heard people argue for splitting EU4 or EU into two different games, but
kind of needs it.
Yeah, we've got.
I mean, you'd have the beginning colonization, Renaissance period, and then you get into the Enlightenment era.
Yeah,
as a whole different game.
I mean, even warfare in early EU4 and late game EU4 is way more radically different than I have cannons now.
Yeah. Well,
I think it kind of needs to be split so we can model that.
But we will definitely be talking about the announcements much more in depth for Crusader Kings and Victoria on our next episode. Our regular time is every Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time on twitch.tv/NoCBcast.
Which is 9:30 p.m. CEST.
Yes. So definitely go give us a follow there. You can subscribe to the podcast basically anywhere that there are podcasts. We're on iTunes, Stitcher, Spotify, all that cool stuff.
We're also YouTube. We have Twitch VODs.
Yeah. So
we have a Twitter.
Yeah, we'll be talking. We had a limited time today, but we'll probably be talking for quite a bit about CK3 Royal Court and Victoria 3 on our next full-length episode. Yeah, you can see all of our individual social media handles here as well. Rose, what do you do on your channel right now that people might be interested in?
Play Crusader Kings 3. I'll actually be here on the PDX channel in about 24 hours again with the Stellaris panel. The CK3 Seven Seals event on Saturday, as well as a String of Kings, which is also here on the Paradox channel. Grand strategy games like that.
Lambert, what have you been up to on your channel lately?
I do quite a lot of Imperator Rome, hashtag save Imperator.
Yes.
And I will be going quite hard into Victoria 3 with going over dev diaries, theorizing, analyzing, all that good stuff. So if you want your Vic 3 news, follow me. Yeah.
And Father Loris, I'm seeing some people in the chat say they didn't even know you were the chapel guy. But
well.
Yeah.
Well, it's forbidden knowledge. Yeah.
Chapel comic, yeah.
I draw comics, yeah.
You have anything?
Be all right. Go check them out. Just go have a look at them.
Hashtag Save Imperator should be the next meme.
It should be. So I am all on board the same.
Somebody said it as a joke in one of my Twitch streams. I'm like, you know what? I'm taking that, and it's been on my the stream title every time now.
Nah.
Fantastic.
It's all about the Victorian era.
Fantastic. Lore Sworn Order is my channel. I haven't been streaming a lot lately, but I do play a lot of grand strategy games. Crusader Kings is also probably my favorite, but Victoria 2 might change that based on what we've seen so far. I stream over there generally every Sunday. Not this week, but yeah. thanks for tuning in. We'd really appreciate it if you would give us some follows, give us some subscribes, give us some stars, some reviews.
Ring some bells.
Stuff. Yeah, there's something about a bell. I keep hearing about this bell that you're supposed to ring.
Disabled bell.
What is a bell?
Presses the bell.
Yeah,
I do YouTube. The bell is actually really important. Please click it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we do get the YouTube up. The YouTube is just our Twitch VOD. So if you can't catch us live, but you want to see face cam and all that, it's on YouTube.
I don't do YouTube, so I can say don't press the bell. It's really annoying. You get notifications all the time.
Yeah.
Like it's the best of
Anyway,
time.
we gotta say goodbye.
And we hope to see you every Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of PDXCon.
Hello and welcome to Map Painters, designing game maps for map games. This is the panel where I've collected the best and brightest from Triumph and PDS to talk about game maps, both the historical variety and the randomly generated one. So let's go straight ahead and meet our panelists for this talk, and we'll start in the top left with Drikos. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Drikos. You might know me as Bratton on the forums. I'm a content design lead on an undisclosed project at PDS right now, but I've worked on the maps for Hearts of Iron 4 and Imperator Rome a little bit.
And then we have Emil in the middle.
Hello, my name is Emil Tisander. You might know me as Servancor in the forums, and I am the game designer on CK3, where I am also the designated map champion, where I have the sole responsibility of making sure that the map is as good as it possibly can be.
And then in our bottom left, we have Jacob.
Yeah, I'm Jakob Mattis, or Jacob is also fine. Yeah, Age of Wonders fans, or especially Age of Wonders 3 players, may know me from modding as Eomolch. After modding Age of Wonders 3, I joined Triumph for Age of Wonders Planetfall, where I became the, lead campaign designer, but really for the most time I was also the only campaign designer, so that doesn't say too much. Yeah, that's it.
And finally, in our bottom right, we have Henrik.
Yes, and I'm Henrik Lomander. I've worked on maps for EU4, Crusader Kings 2, India, and Imperator. And I'm now content design lead on CK3.
One of the things I wanted to talk about, and the reason we have Jakob here from Triumph, is the difference and the pros and cons between using a historical map that not everyone, but most people might have a reference to, versus the unknown or randomly generated maps that might change from playthrough to playthrough. And I'd be interested to hear a bit about what do you consider to be the pros and the cons of the map types you guys have been working on. And I think we can start with the maps that have a historical context. So this would be the PDS titles like Imperator, Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, and EU4. Gonna just push the question out there and see who picks it up.
I think that for historical maps, the advantage is definitely that the player sort of recognizes what they're working with, what they're playing on. It means a little bit more when you recognize, oh, this is that country, this is that country. Now I'm painting the map here, or that's an area that means something to me because of something that I've experienced in my past, and I want to conquer that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think like just the being familiar with what you're playing on plays a big part in how you like perceive the map by itself. But it's also the player will have expectations like, it's a map that I know. It's something the player thinks like you want the details for it, right? You have expectations for how accurate it should be and what things should be on the map, and it's something you'll have to work on when you make the map, I think, because it's like trying to meet those expectations that the player will want to have on the map in relation to like the time frame of the game and whatnot.
It's important to add perhaps that a special difficulty that exists when making maps like that is also for the areas where it's not very well known what was going on at the time, which can present some pretty unique difficulties in actually uncovering that.
Yeah, especially like for certain, like the further back in history, right, our games go, the less we might know about a specific region. And because we're basing it on, an actual physical map where at some point in time history has happened, there might be people that know a lot more about the area than we do, and to move through that must be a bit of a challenge. Like you told me previously that, in air quotes, like the stuff you spend more time on designing is probably the places where you know the least, because the larger, like, for lack of a better term here, historical areas, there's a lot of context to draw from, whereas if we're going to other parts of the world, there might be a lot less.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. A disproportionate amount of time is definitely spent on areas where there is a lot less documentation.
And this is not only with map work, this is also with all kinds of development. It's the stuff that you know the least of historically is usually the stuff that takes the most amount of time. Like minor nations in Hearts of Iron compared to major nations, you spend a lot more time doing research on the minor ones.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think like it's usually super straightforward and like, we're just gonna flesh out Europe on the map, or like in any context really, which is usually very well documented, so it's easy to know what to do and what to add. But the moment you actually move further away and go to a region that is well less documented, especially for our games that take place in way back in history, like CK or Imperator, where it's like trying to find what to put there can be a challenge at times.
Yeah, and it also means that sometimes we have to make compromises, I would say. Arriving at those is perhaps the most work.
I agree. I think like finding the right compromise is like, okay, what do we put here? Like, what names do we use? It's like just trying to make something fit the game. And it's also like, take CK for example. It has a time span of almost 600 years. It's like, how do we reflect the entire time frame? Do we just go by the settlements that should exist on like the bookmark on game start? Do we want to include stuff that becomes important later on, for example? There's a lot of like considerations and compromises.
Yeah, and we'll get back to some of that in a bit. Jakob has sat here patiently listening to you guys ramble on about historical maps. Now, the maps that are used in Age of Wonders Planetfall are very different, and it takes a very different approach as well. Can you talk a bit about the same, like the pros and cons, but also the approach to map making for Planetfall and what we consider or call in some cases like randomly generated maps?
Yeah, sure. So generally, good to know that Planetfall is a sci-fi game. So by default, the places that we reflect where are in the game world that is made up by ourselves. So it cannot be known to the player beforehand. And by randomly generated, we have two types of randomly generated maps, and there's one where RMG basically takes over entirely according to design rules, which is not what my specialty is, but what mostly programmers have been working on with special RMG designers. But then there's the second type, which was our Planetfall campaigns, which is basically using that RMG and feeding extra information into it and shaping it into something that is still random, but less random than the full RMG experience. It's a little bit like if you imagine that there would be advanced options in an RMG map, just they're a lot more advanced than what the player gets, and we use it to create a experience with a story baked into it. So it's also a series of missions that are connected and that have stuff carrying over from one to the next. And there's definitely advantages and disadvantages to this approach. So the most obvious advantage is if it's random and has more variety, then it means that replayability for the player will be higher because they also do not know what to expect, even if they played that map before. So there's something fresh to discover every time, even if the most important things maybe are designed in a way that it's still roughly the same. But also it means from a developer point of view that the maps are very flexible, because RMG is something that creates these maps every time they're generated. So if something crucial changes during development, like, for example, say the movement speed of all units suddenly doubles, so your maps, the flow would completely be broken if they're handcrafted and you would have to redo from scratch. But because it's RMG, you can just start adjust settings. You can say now the map size that we want is twice as big in both directions, and then there's some more things to adjust, of course, so it's not just one setting that you need to flip, but it's still something that you can adjust to. So in that sense, especially for a game that's changing a lot during development, it's a big advantage for the developer. Then maybe with regards to the cons, there's the con that I think players will call out first always, and that is that RMG maps can't fully emulate the charm and the atmosphere of handcrafted maps. So if you're designing RMG maps, you will hear sooner or later, oh, this is RMG map, just RMG map with some scripts. It's not really something special, because players, they, depending on what they go after, but some types of players really want that handcrafted, tailored experience that is especially more unique in a visual sense as well. So that's something that can't be reached, or you would have to limit the RMG in so many ways that all the disadvantages go away. There are some ways to counteract it a little bit, but I think we'll get to that later. Then another downside is that it's much harder to create a controlled environment when you make an RMG map, because also as a designer, you don't know how it's going to look exactly. So you can work towards making it controlled in ways that are important to the story or to the flow of a map. But reaching that control is a lot harder because you can't, or it's much harder to create choke points or control how fast player explores as an example, Age of Wonders 3 still had handcrafted maps, and there they often used impassable mountains to basically divide the entire map into pockets. So if you enter pocket 1, then there's gonna be a story bit 1, and if you enter pocket 2, then there's gonna be the next bit of a story. But that kind of flow is just not possible with RMG maps.
So hopefully we have an idea of the different types and the different challenges. I want to go back to the maps based on on Earth essentially, and pick your brain a bit about the idea of like, just because you have a map of Earth doesn't necessarily mean that it's fun to play straight away, right? Like it's not, you can't just take, oh, here's a map of Europe, let's do game stuff to it, and then it works. So what do you do to make sure that your historical map follows your game flow and is, for lack of a better term, fun to play?
I think on Hearts of Iron that kind of goes automatically, just by reflecting. I mean, the nature of Second World War is that it's a war about resources. So just in paying attention to the actual existing world map of the time and reflecting all of the resources that are relevant to the gameplay experience, you already create an interesting map in itself. You get natural resources like steel and oil and all of these things, but you also get simple things like infrastructure and industry and even population. All of these things make various areas of the map more interesting in certain ways. For example, the Baku oil fields, Venezuela with their oil, or Central Europe with the industry, population of China and India, these kinds of things. They give a little bit of a personalized twist to all of the countries that you play in those areas, because each has a very different approach. And it also makes certain areas of the map actual strategic targets during the war, as they historically were, such as, historically the German push for the Baku oil fields. And if you're playing Soviet Union in the game, you're also going to want to defend those because it is important to your war effort.
Yeah, I think like in a similar vein, we really don't have resources per se in Crusader Kings, but we definitely emphasize on having like variety play a big role. It's like certain places are gonna have less barony slots, for example, where you can build up your settlements, while other places, taking like Rome, for example, has like multiple baronies, and you are able to customize it to an extent, but really like emphasize like, yeah, this is a really good county. I can upgrade with a lot of buildings. I can emphasize and try to maximize the development to really have certain places stand out as, yeah, this is a worthwhile place to try to fight for. I want my capital to be here. We also like sprinkle the map with special buildings, for example, just trying to add another sense of variety and give the player like small locations of just trying to spot and like, oh, I can build a cool special building here. I want that in my domain to get these cool bonuses.
Yeah, and I would say EU and Imperator, they deal with this kind of thing by having the things like the permanent province modifiers for things like the Silver Mountains in South America, and even the fish market in Scania. And then we even try to place a few of these dynamically during a campaign with the spawn of institutions in EU. I would say that another thing to make things interesting is to make sure you find and identify all the interesting actors in each part of the map and make sure that they are there, because this kind of drives conflict and makes things interesting as well.
Terrain as well, right? Because all of our games have mountains, for example, and playing Switzerland in any of our games is a very different experience to, the Netherlands. Like as Switzerland, you might go, oh, well, France declared war on me, but, they're going to have to slog it out in the mountains where I have the advantage. And it's going to give you much more of a chance than if you're playing something that's just flat fields and you have no defensive bonuses whatsoever. On that note, one thing that I wanted to mention was the rivers and the river crossings on Imperator Rome, which are just such a amazing part of the map design there, makes it very interesting and compartmentalizes the map a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Egypt in Imperator Rome kind of captures a number of these things actually, because it has the rivers and it has better agricultural output and lots of pops, which just makes the whole region very interesting and also important to capture.
And once again, here to just get kind of like the other side of the coin here, when it came to Planet Fall, what were like the important things there that you discovered that you had to think about when it came to like designing these randomly generated maps and making sure that, you know, because it's no small task, right, to jump into a randomly generated map in a campaign or a story mission and make sure that like it's always interesting and always fun to play. Now, I'm sure some of them are going to be like there's always a degree of more or less interesting, but there's also like there needs to be a like minimum level of fun. Like how do you make sure that you get to medium level of fun at least? Preferably maximum fun levels achieved.
Well, yeah, I mean, the entire design process when doing RMG maps is of course very different, but one advantage that we actually have there is that the base RMG is also designed to be fun, right? So even before I start doing my job, there's already people in my team working hard to make the base game experience with RMG a lot of fun for the player. So basically, even if I don't add anything special, supposedly there should be already a decent level of fun for the player. But that said, of course, players expect something special when they play campaign. And I mentioned before that people, when they hear campaign and story mode, they have certain expectations. And it's important to, basically work on meeting those expectations where it's realistic. And to that end, what we do, or what we did in Planetfall, and what is the smart thing to do is to try call out all the things that you make special already before to the player. So if you're going to visit a desert world, then there's going to be talk about it being a desert world with a lot of dry, arid areas and with little access to food sources. Or on the other hand, if there's like a planet that has a special gimmick, like one big advantage of RMG, you can do crazy things. Like we actually had a planet that shifted its climb every few turns, so it was going through terraforming cycles. And then we called out in advance, oh, this is a terraforming planet where which just goes through different phases and can turn into arid or volcanic or anything really. So that's one thing. Then the special concentration on the starting area of the player, because when they start the game, they expect to see something unique and cool, and you have to provide that. You basically have to make sure they immediately see this is different from normal RMG. So that's the second point. And then the third point is, for at least the approach that we took for making the map stand out is that we had a tool in Planetfall, maybe first going back a bit, but in Planetfall the map is divided into sectors, and the sectors have like special features. Like one sector is always complete Arctic, another one could be desert mountains, a third one could be a swamp, barren area, which also has a big galactic senate in it, just because there's like a structure in it that is really important. And for the campaigns, we could design custom sectors, which basically always were guaranteed to have certain features, and we could place them on the map, and they became the anchor points of our map design. So we pushed them to different locations, and the whole story was centered around these locations too. And then we made sure that the player would encounter them in the best possible order, at least. So, for example, that could be by just making sure that a very important player that they are gonna ask to be scouted anyway, that in the middle of scouting, they just find this location because we placed it in the middle between the player and that other player that he was supposed to meet. So in that sense, it's really concentrating on the things that are unique and calling those out. And then the other other areas, they are still kind of fun to interact with, but more on the base level of fun. So that's really, you have to basically make sure that the efforts that you put in are seen and noticed.
Because and that kind of brings me to something you told me earlier that I hadn't really thought about, but the idea that because we kind of know where the player starts, and the further away from player start we put fun and interesting thing, kind of the less likely it is for the player to discover them, because you don't necessarily know how they're going to move around the map. And also there are probably other factions. Another faction might claim that sector before the player gets to it, which is why it's so important to make sure that, you know, like you said, the interesting stuff is in the path of the player, because it's a lot harder to, I'm guessing, predict where a player goes in an RNG map compared to, oh, the player decided to play as the Netherlands. Let's see where they go. Probably next door to Belgium. Maybe. Who knows? We don't know. It actually brings me to another point that I find interesting, that we haven't necessarily had a discussion. We haven't had a chance to talk too much before we got into the panel. But I'd like to see what you guys generally think of like map visibility or fog of war. Like when you're walking around in Planetfall, right? You don't know what you're gonna discover. You don't know most of the map. Whereas while that might be true generally, like in CK3 or EU4, if you're a map noob like me that don't necessarily remember where things are outside of Northern Europe, there's still some expectation where things are supposed to be, right? So how does, you know, visibility of what's happening outside of the player area impact the gameplay experience? Sorry, weirdly worded question.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I think it doesn't even relate too much, or like the problem isn't even that it's a historical map and so everything, you already know roughly where everything is. Like that doesn't mean that a fog of war isn't still useful. Like if you play something in Southeast Asia, for example, in Europa Universalis, and you progressively start exploring and discovering new areas of the world, and suddenly you notice that things have gone down in Europe, right? Like it's 200 years after the start of the game, and suddenly you notice that France is absolutely gigantic, and so are the Ottomans. Like you're still gonna get this sudden surprise, like, wow, what happened here, and how am I gonna deal with that, right? It's I think it can have an impact, even if it's historical.
I mean, I guess that's a fair point, because when general people talk about like fog of wars in a mode where like you discover things, what's kind of important there is you talked about it recently, like resources in the sense of, you know, just geographical space, whereas in a map that's kind of well mapped, that's known, when you have a big blue blob of France and you don't expect it, there's still there's a discovery mechanic that's not necessarily, you know, geographically based in the same way, but of holy shit, France has a shit ton of resources all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Which
it's even something as, it could even be something as simple as you haven't explored Europe yet, but you see England colonizing closer and closer, and you're like, okay, but is England actually doing really well on the continent? Am I in a lot of trouble here, or is this just like, you know, an England that has been half eaten by Scotland and it's trying to colonize its way out of trouble?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say that I think the same thing kind of exists even if you are playing in Europe and going elsewhere, and to see who actually dominates India or South America and so on, and also who got there first, perhaps. It's one of the great joys with exploration in EU, I think, that the map, even though it's the same, is still different when you get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think EU is a good case of it's a game that encourages exploring, but it also has like mechanics that ties into exploring. It's like not everyone can get to the new world, for example, and it's important to like, okay, I can start discovering it, and let's see who gets there first. And you might not even know exactly what it's going to look like, in the sense of where are all the native tags going to be? Has someone else gotten there before me or not? And that's kind of like makes it interesting and adds a sense of unpredictability. And even if looking at Crusader Kings or Ahoy, for example, it's like they don't have exploration in the same sense, but Fog of War is still very important, because we don't want the player to have full information on everything that's going on. Even if you can see like, oh yeah, I can zoom out and I can see that Germany has expanded, but I can't really see like where are their troops or what are they producing and those kind of things.
I mean, in Hearts of Iron, it's as simple as trying to see if you can navally invade in a certain area, but you don't see the troops there. You have to actually physically scout to see what troops are waiting for you there, and that adds another layer to that entire thing. There's also in EU, we have the Random New World, which ties in with the whole exploration thing, and this actually also ties into something that Jakob was saying earlier, that the downsides of a randomly generated map is that you can't craft it as well as a historical map, and it feels like you try to do both, where it's a randomly generated map, but it's made up of handcrafted little bits that just get randomly put together. But Henrik can probably talk a lot more about that.
I'm going to say that the Random New World is an interesting experience because, as you say, it's we have hand-painted landmasses that are then combined and rotated and flipped to create an unknown new world. The thing is, it kind of runs the risk when you do something like this of having the drawbacks both of being predictable and, essentially you have the risks of both the randomly generated and the hand-drawn maps, because while there are over 100 different landmasses that the Random New World is made of in EU, it's still not varied enough for some. And that's quite a common complaint about it. Still, I think it's an interesting approach to randomization and probably the best one for our games. One thing I also wanted to mention in relation to what we just talked about with exploration, by the way, is one of the ways we actually test our maps is we run games with just the AI, and we kind of have the same experience as the player do when they're exploring by just looking at what happened during the night when the tests ran to see who came to dominate each part of the world.
That's very true.
That's super interesting. We are running quickly towards the end of our time slot, but before we go, I have a question here that says, tell us about your favorite map hacks, which is also the question, pre-written question that has gotten the most comments, where the panelists are like, what the heck do you mean by that? So what I mean is not necessarily map hacks as in the cheat mode or something similar. I'm more talking about when you're map crafting and you're life hacking something, or you're adding a solution that you at first thought was like, this is not going to work, and then it's like, perfect, I've never created anything better than this. This is my Mappus Opus. Worked really hard on that pun, I'll have you know.
Yeah, my chuckle was indication of my appreciation.
So
yeah, it's
give me your map
question.
hacks.
I mean, I know of a couple in Ahoy. So one of them is that, for example, the entire island of Britain is a little bit further away from the continent as it should be, purely to give a little bit more space there and a space for a few more sea tiles, so that there's a little bit more strategic play going on there. And another thing that I did myself when I worked on the Dutch focus tree was that there's this causeway in the north of the Netherlands called the Afsluitdijk. It's about 30 kilometers long. It's just a causeway, very narrow, with a highway on top. There's literally no cover, no trees, very like maybe a building every couple of miles or something, but that's it. And in the Second World War, that was a very defensible position and a very hard one to attack. So to reflect that reality, I tinkered a little bit in the map files, and there's this one file that governs which provinces have access to other provinces, which ones are considered to be neighbors for movement and so on. And I just removed the neighborhood link between North Holland and Friesland. And then I pasted over the land bridge that was connecting them, I pasted what's called a strait, so that they would be forced to use a strait to cross that little area, to sort of try to indicate that it was a much more tricky prospect to cross that particular land bridge.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good compromise and a nifty solution to do it, right?
I was very happy with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we have like that many like actual map packs. If you want to call it that in CK3. We did have some like fun stuff during development in general, though, in the sense like early on we didn't have like proper impassables, for example, and at one point we wanted to make them like colorable so that you could actually get to colors. You don't have like these tiny spots of uncolored areas on the map as you conquer and expand your realm. And the problem was that initially all of these provinces were using the same province ID, which meant that as soon as you conquered enough of impassable areas, you would color all of them. So it's like, okay, how do we solve this problem? That is like, yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to go through the entire map and update them one by one and give them unique IDs, so that they actually are their own provinces, which kind of just like, it's like a time sink to do it properly, but it's something that we had to do at one point.
And the CK3 team was like, let's bring in the map champion to do this tedious, busy work.
Exactly. So that was a lot of fun. But which also reminds me, like, back when they were all the same provinces, we used to have this hilarious bug because before they were properly impassable, you could actually move your armies into it. But since they were all the same ID, you could literally teleport your army from any impassable province to another. So we just ended up calling that the Mountain Express, and you could move your troops anywhere at any time.
So
a lot of fun.
So it had the same feature as the teleporters in Planetfall.
I mean, essentially, yeah.
EU4 also had this, right? I remember like certain
kind of
provinces that were everywhere, and you could teleport between them.
I mean, it's a reoccurring bug actually in the random new world. Not one that's down to map design, but sometimes the thing that randomizes the land masses will use the same idea in more than one place, and then you can teleport between them. I think it might have been fixed, but I'm not sure.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah. It's pretty rare, at least.
Jacob, do you have anything for Planetfall?
Yeah, I mean, working with RMG feels a little hacky all the time, actually, because you never know exactly what's going to come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's one kind of funny hack that I remember which one of our programmers did. So in the beginning of development, there were only Pangea and continent maps, so only maps with a lot of water in them. And at one point, I was working on the first campaign map, and I asked the programmer and said, well, I want to make this a land map. Can you give me something? So he said, yeah, I think I have an idea. So what he did was he just used the Pangea logic and replaced all water maps with mountains, and yeah, put that in. So basically land maps in Planetfall still to this point are water maps, just using mountains instead of water. And it works surprisingly well.
So like it's perfect for those of us that rather go on a ski trip than go to the beach.
That's amazing.
We are quickly running out of time, but before we go, real quick, can you share some of your favorite feedback that you've gotten based on some of the maps you've worked on?
I think like just generally getting like a lot of appreciation for like the details and the tiny stuff you put into the game is pretty rewarding. It's like, oh, people actually notice, because our players tend to pay attention to the small things, and when they notice stuff like, oh, you did this really well, that's always kind of rewarding.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, on the flip side, it's also like you did something small. It's like I just made something to be done with it, right? And people like, aha, this holding over here could definitely use like this name instead, and then it provides you like with excellent examples or like good sources for like what it could be instead. That's also like really appreciative, because then we can always make the map better.
I should say that's actually the best kind of feedback to get, since we keep working on our maps. We've gotten some really good references over the years from players and from our beta testers.
Yeah, it really helps, because a lot of these people know a lot more about those specific regions than we do, and it's so useful to get those kinds of inputs.
So you heard it here. Well, you heard it here last. Send map references, everyone, to the PDS team.
I definitely want to echo what Servancore said. Like some of the best feedback has been like the really tiny things on Hoi, for example. Just adding Sedan, for example, really insignificant village, but it was the place that the German army punched through. And just having people go like, oh yes, now I know, I read about this, and now I see it on the map, so I know where this happened. Or, Operation Market Garden, having Arnhem added as a very small, insignificant victory point on the map, but just enough so that people see it and go like, oh yes, I know that name. I have some historical knowledge around that. It's really rewarding to hear that.
Yeah, especially when you spend a lot of time thinking about how to best represent something, it's nice to see when it's appreciated.
And now I'm unfortunately going to have to cut you off because we are out of time. Dricus, Jakob, Emil, and Henrik, thank you guys so much for talking about maps with me for 40 minutes. And hopefully you guys watching found it interesting. That's it for now. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right.
As you guys know, we are our own sponsors. This video was sponsored by our spin-off app project Flagmaker and Print, which allows Alt-History fanatics like us to print and design their own flags. We are also hosting a Kaiserreich flag design contest on the Flagmaker and Print Discord, the winner of which gets their flag printed for free. So swing by our Discord, links in the description. Enjoy the video, guys. What if Germany had won the Great War? Kaiserreich is a mod for a grand strategy wargame called Hearts of Iron, a game that allows players to replay the events of World War II from the perspective of any nation. Kaiserreich as a project is notable for its long development cycle. The mod was founded in 2005 and has seen releases across various games, with many ups and downs along the way. Today, the mod boasts over 600,000 downloads and has many spin-offs, such as this crowdfunded YouTube channel, dedicated to turning the rich world of the game into comic books, short films, audio dramas, and even an animated series. Kaiserreich is a complete alt history universe based on a single and simple premise. What if Germany had won World War I? My name is Vincent, founder of Kaisercat Cinema and designer of the Kaiserreich logo. For this video series, I collaborated with 3 generations of Kaiserreich mod developers to bring you the first chronicle of the history of the mod and project. Discover how technology and community have shaped this massive project, spanning across games and generations. Today, Kaisercat Cinema invites you to follow along as we uncover the past, present and future of Kaiserreich, 2 decades of alt history. In order to understand Kaiserreich and the unique origins of its universe, we have to explore what terms like alternate history and point of divergence mean. Alternate history, often abbreviated as alt history, is a subgenre of historical fiction. The Collins English Dictionary describes alternate history as a genre of fiction in which the author speculates how a historical event may have played out differently. This inciting historical event is what we call the point of divergence, or POD. This is the point at which the timeline splits from our own history, and the story is the far-reaching butterfly effect of that, often seemingly small, change. In Kaiserreich, the point of divergence happens in January of 1917, when Germany decides to not resume unrestricted submarine warfare. As a result, the United States do not intervene in the First World War. This leads to the collapse of the Allied front, eventually leading to a German victory in the war. Many of the states that would be wiped off the map by the Treaty of Versailles in our own timeline survive in Kaiserreich, and many fringe historical figures find their resurgence in this brave new world. The timeline of Kaiserreich presents the player with a vastly different reality in 1936. The victorious German Empire has managed to carve puppet states out of her territories won from Russia, and both Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire have survived the Great War, if only barely. France and Britain, however, have seen their colonial empires collapse after leftist revolutions at home. Rather than the communist ideology of our own time, Kaiserreich's timeline is defined by syndicalism, an offshoot of communist ideology that sprung up in the wake of Bolshevik defeat in the Russian Civil War. Kaiserreich opens with a famous 3-way Cold War between this new syndicalist internationale, the German-aligned Reichspakt, and remnants of the governments in exile of the Entente. Hundreds of other storylines play out in the vast and rich world of Kaiserreich. But for the sake of this video, we will focus on the core scenario. For those wishing a deep dive into all aspects of the world of Kaiserreich, the Kaiserreich Wiki and documentary series are a great source to learn more. The story of the Kaiserreich mod, however, begins in 2002 with a niche strategy game by a small Swedish developer called PDX Entertainment. In 1999, Swedish board game manufacturer Target Games filed for bankruptcy. Its video game wing, then the workplace of PDX founder Johan Andersson, was spun off as a separate company called PDX Entertainment. PDX Entertainment would become one of the first companies ever to dedicate large amounts of resources to the grand strategy map game. These games would follow in the board game traditions of war games such as Risk and Diplomacy, wherein players controlled a nation in history from the world map, making decisions and forging alliances against other countries. The passionate wargamers driving this community were called Grognerds, after the honor guard of Napoleon's army. Paradox developed many of the most well-known map games currently on the market, with several series spanning different ages of human history. One of these titles was Hearts of Iron, a World War II strategic simulator that allowed players to play out the events of the Second World War as historical or ahistorical as they wanted. Hearts of Iron became popular in a niche community and was well known for being very easy to mod. Hearts of Iron's modding scene started with popular historical mods such as The Great War and A Stony Road. As the game was a modest success, Paradox developed a sequel in 2004 called Hearts of Iron 2. Small user-generated content began springing up in the wake of the sequel's release. Hearts of Iron 2 brought many updates and user-friendly features to the hard-to-learn game, and the community grew leaps and bounds in the early 2000s. Back then, communities would meet on online message boards called forums. As the Paradox forums grew, they became a gathering place for old history enthusiasts. A popular tradition in these early forum days was to write a thread detailing what had happened in your game. These after-action reports, often abbreviated to AARs, became a hybrid of old history stories and pen and paper role-playing set in the politics of the 1940s. Our story begins with a user on a message board called sock.history.whatif, now lost to the sands of time. This user is only known under the nickname Sarmatia 1871, and he wrote the first chapter to the Kaiserreich story. In 2005, a Paradox forum user called Sarmatia 1871 was riding a train through Europe. A historical enthusiast and scholar, Sarmatia's travels inspired him to begin drafting a European history different from our own that would form the basis of Kaiserreich. Later that year, Sarmatia started work on a mod called All the Russias. In this Hearts of Iron 2 mod, Sarmatia envisaged a world where the Bolsheviks did not take over Russia after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, but rather governance fell to the democratic President Kerensky. Sarmatia founded All the Russias primarily to reimagine a typical game of Hearts of Iron. In the vanilla game, the USSR was overpowering, dominating much of every playthrough. Carving up Russia would make for an interesting alternative, and the foundations of Russia's democratic, socialist and autocratic paths were laid out early on. The mod was popular in the Hearts of Iron 2 modding community, and many players joined the project that would later become the universe we now know and love. Fans and contributors began further discussing and developing all the Russias on the Paradox message boards. This in turn inspired Sarmatia and a new generation of developers to draft up more and more ideas for inverting the normal power balance in Hearts of Iron. To change the core mechanics of the 1930s timeline, they imagined a world away from the black and white morality of a Nazi-occupied Europe and the victorious allies fighting them. Sarmatia drafted a world locked in a tenuous new world order, with Germany as an unstable and chafing hegemon, challenged by a socialist France and Britain. The notion of Germany winning World War I was not new. The concept was explored by historian Neil Ferguson in the mid-90s. However, many of these stories revolved around a fascist France or a very stable European order based around Germany. Sarmatia wanted to go further and build a world that was eerily unfamiliar. A timeline where many historical figures from our own time met their demise early, leaving unknown ideologies to rise in their wake. All of these ideas sprung from the point of divergence of Germany winning the First World War. In a German-dominated history, the Great War would be referred to in German as the Weltkrieg. This is why the project was eventually titled Kaiserreich, Legacy of the Weltkrieg. In Kaiserreich, Legacy of the Weltkrieg, the principles of game design mix with story to create a universe that is rich with lore and imagination. Many of the tropes defining the 20th century are inverted in Kaiserreich. Great nations are made to collapse, and fringe nations and characters rise to prominence. Using Hearts of Iron 2's event system, a player could respond to a political event with several pre-written options. These events would then lead to other choices and events. While this was playing out in your own nation, the AI would also receive events and make choices based on a probability written in by the developer of the country. This system, reminiscent of old text-based role-playing games, was used to great effect in Kaiserreich. These complex, interlocking scripts created vastly different outcomes each time a player started a new game of Kaiserreich. Syndicalist revolutions could spring up and alter the balance of power as nations flipped factions before the Second Weltkrieg even started. This unique tradition of long event chains continues to this day, and is one of the reasons why Kaiserreich is sometimes called a political role-playing game as much as it is a grand strategy wargame. To illustrate this point, here is a map showing a complex event and decision tree from Kaiserreich's China scenario. In the Kaiserreich timeline, the French and British colonial collapse has led to a vastly different scenario in China. This has greatly altered the power dynamics of the warlords ruling China at this time. In Kaiserreich, the German Empire supports an alliance of warlords in the south of China called the League of Eight Provinces. However, this warlord alliance is fragile and deeply corrupt, and an economic crisis will soon send the House of Cards tumbling down. As Germany loses her grip over southern China, Republican and nationalist forces step in to fill the power vacuum. Playing as Germany, a player may attempt to keep their puppet state and interests upright at the cost of a risky military intervention, or attempt to navigate the complex dynamics of China through a long event and decision tree. These effects in turn alter the possible paths of all other nations and powers in China, completely altering the dynamic of the game. In the world of Kaiserreich, this level of complex simulation does not stop at the major powers of the time. Here is a similar tree of events for Ethiopia, a minor nation in the Horn of Africa with only a limited industrial or military base. At the time of writing, Kaiserreich for Hearts of Iron 4 has events and focus trees for about 90% of the nations in the world. In Kaiserreich, the earliest developers crafted a world where syndicalism became the main left-wing ideology. Germany would be a leading power, and the US collapsed into civil war and anarchy. Building on the heritage of all the Russias, the power of countries is tied much closer in Kaiserreich, as powerhouses like the British Empire, the US and USSR are carved up by their troubles. Kaiserreich was in many ways a clever reversal of the entirety of Hearts of Iron 2. Rather than a railroaded path to an Axis versus Allies World War II, Kaiserreich offered a bumpy road to an unknown destination, every game turning out differently. Around this time, the principle of no cannon past 36 rose to become a pillar of Kaiserreich tradition. Kaiserreich lore does not dictate who wins in the Second World War. Your game and your story are as much true as anyone else's. In 2006, Kaiserreich released an alpha build on the Paradox forums. Sarmatia stepped up to lead the project and was supported by many historical enthusiasts and fans. He was joined by a designer and vexillographer known as T. Hideman, who designed the original Gear and Torch emblem, as well as many flags in the Kaiserreich world. However, not long after Kaiserreich transitioned into beta, Sarmatia would take his leave from the project. With a PhD and real life taking a toll, Sarmatia 1871 retired from the project, never to return. While development continued after Sarmatia left the project, the next 4 years would see a steady decline in progress on Kaiserreich. As players moved on to new games and interests, the initial spark that had kindled the universe was dying out. Before the advent of modern programming management software, all code had to be merged manually. This was a thankless and labor-intensive task that involved a lot of file checking and created a whole suite of issues. As the Kaiserreich team slowly burned out, Paradox released Hearts of Iron 3 to a tepid audience. the title turned out to be a much more hardcore approach to strategic simulation. This was loved by hardcore fans of the genre, but the title was overlooked by the larger audience. Notoriously, Hearts of Iron III was also the most unmoddable Paradox title ever released, with much of the game's features locked away. A Kaiserreich project for Hearts of Iron III was attempted, but never saw a public release. As the 2010s approached, the Kaiserreich forums slowly died out due to a lack of interest and development. It would have been the end of Kaiserreich, were it not for a revival from an unexpected source. In 2011, 2 years after the release of Hearts of Iron III, a spin-off sequel was released, Of Hearts of Iron 2. Many in the community preferred Hearts of Iron 2 to Hearts of Iron 3's complexity, and Paradox sponsored a team of passionate modders to develop their own Hearts of Iron 2 revival projects. In the next few years, 2 Hearts of Iron 2 community remasters were released, Arsenal of Democracy and Darkest Hour. One of the developers for Darkest Hour was also a developer for Kaiserreich, so the moment the project went public, the Kaiserreich development team was one of the first to be contacted. The few remaining Kaiserreich developers were reinvigorated by the promise of a greatly enhanced game on the horizon, and Kaiserreich developers joined forces to create a port of Kaiserreich for Darkest Hour. Thanks in part to this early notice, Kaiserreich for Darkest Hour was released the same day as the game itself. Darkest Hour became an acclaimed success and an improvement on the base Hearts of Iron 2 formula in every way. The Darkest Hour developers, passionate Hearts of Iron 2 players and modders themselves, had set out to fix many of the game's inconsistencies and issues, while adding much requested features. After the mixed release of Hearts of Iron 3, Darkest Hour revived the modding community as many mods ported over to the new remaster. Along with this revival came the migration to a new forum, this time hosted by a friend of the team, solidifying the return of Kaiserreich to the modding scene in 2011. Kaiserreich would continue her steady march forward for the next 5 years, slowly developing its world and universe. In 2016, the light dawned on a completely new and extremely successful Hearts of Iron sequel. When Paradox announced Hearts of Iron 4, Kaiserreich fans around the world knew that it was once again time for another Kaiserreich port. Gathering on new programming and community platforms, a new generation of modders closed ranks and began working on the most expansive version of the universe yet. In 2017, hundreds of thousands of players were about to discover Kaiserreich for Hearts of Iron 4. But what happened to Sarmatia? The original creator of the mod, since his departure in 2006, has never returned to Kaiserreich. In fact, nobody has talked to Sarmatia in over a decade. For this reason, I decided to seek him out and ask him more about his inspirations and the unique origins of the universe. I am then proud to present the first interview with Sarmatia in over a decade in part 2 of this documentary series. Until then, this is Vincent signing off, and I will see you for the next part, cats.
Kaiser Cat Cinema needs you! Back the attack! Share our content or dash over to our Alt History webshop.
I would like to acknowledge my fellow developers in the years this project has gone on. Kaiserreich is not only a mod or videos, it is also talking about the future of the project over schnitzels in Stockholm, debating the ramifications of nationalist victory in China during long drives to Berlin. I am proud to be able to share my passion for this project with such kind, intelligent and talented people. And I hope to meet many more Kaiserreich fans and developers as the project travels around the world. Special mentions: David Jurisve Bergström, one of the longest serving general chairman-elect of the Kaiserreich project, who wrote the first account of Kaiserreich history for PDXCON in 2017. Much of this chronicle is based on his work detailing the various teams and people that shaped Kaiserreich. I also want to thank Comrade Zem, Zankoas, Nijato, Strategia, and Flamefang for coming together and writing the most in-depth history the project has seen so far. We look forward to inviting you to the 4 parts of this documentary project. The next part in this series will be a 15-minute interview with Sarmatia, the original creator of the Kazuak setting. I would like to thank our top patron backers, Izil, Kicker, Mr. Knowledge, Davo, Wolfrunner, Alex, and Kingfish. This month we are also welcoming new patron backers, Polish Milk, top backer Rocket, Otaku, Andrei, Igor, and Elias Agen. As usual, you can support us by buying Alt History merchandise, buying your own custom country flag, or supporting us on Patreon. I want to thank you for your continued support, and I will see you for the next one, cats.
Five Builders, One City panel. I'm your host, Biffa, and I am here with Zardus. Hello, Zardus.
Hello.
And City Planner Plays.
Hello.
And the Timmeister.
Good day, good day.
Hello. And last but not least, Imperial Jedi.
Present.
Here, sir.
Here.
And just before we dive in, I was just going to ask you each one question, just to help our audience get to know you just a little bit. Zardus, what is your beverage of choice?
A coffee, of course. I have to have my coffee every day.
That is the long answer. City Planner. Everybody, everybody wants to know, are you a real city planner?
I am. I'm actually a certified city planner. Yeah, I've been a planner for about 10 years now.
Ooh, fantastic. Everybody's wondering now what I'm going to ask you. The Timmeister. Do I call you Mr. Meister or Tim? Or
you can call me whatever you like.
Oh, right. Okay. Excellent. I look forward to that.
Because I can guarantee you I've been called a lot worse.
Oh.
Fair enough. Well, we've got 40 minutes then to try and better that. And then Imperial Jedi. Are these the droids I'm looking for?
Yes, they are. Yep. Don't lose sight of them.
I'm in the right place then. Okay. So as we said, for the next 40 minutes, we're going to talk about 5 builders, 1 city. What is it? If you want to set it up for yourself, how are you going to go about that? We've got some technical info for you. What were the highs? What were the lows? All sorts of things to talk about. So
you didn't introduce yourself, by the way. We don't know who you are.
Biffa. Hello. And I had coffee for breakfast. There we go. Told you a little secret. Shocking. So to start off, what is 5 builders, 1 city? City Planner. Would you like to tell us briefly what it is?
Sure. So 5 cities, or 5 builders, 1 city is our multiplayer collaboration where the 5 of us built 1 region together. And we're passing around a save file, common settings, and building this area together, independently, but together at the same time.
Excellent. So I suppose you could say we're trying to put multiplayer in a game that doesn't have multiplayer.
Absolutely.
Definitely. You got a nice little slide there. Look at that. Amazing city. So Zardus, as our leader, our head organizer, how did you come up with this idea?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago on my Discord server, some of my community members really wanted to do something like this. So we
tried to put it together, and I had some videos that I posted where I looked at the city as we went along. But I thought it was a great idea, and then after meeting Timeister and Imperial Jedi at PDXCON a couple years ago, I thought, oh, it'd be great to do a collaboration with other YouTubers too. And so it kind of grew over the years. And then finally I thought, all right, well, I'll just reach out to these guys and see who wants to do it. And all of you wanted to do it. So I was really excited about that. Yeah.
And we all said yes. So what was the, I mean, obviously we said there's no multiplayer in City Skylines as we know. So technically, how did you go about making this work?
Yeah, so first we switched over here to the Google Drive. We use that to kind of share the save file with each other and some of the information that we needed, like what mods and assets that we were going to use, and kind of just keeping track of different things or screenshots and stuff like that. So Google Drive was really useful for that. And the other thing that's really important is to have good communication. And so we had a document in the Drive folder that really explained whose turn it was going to be and who was going to be up next and all of that, and which person was responsible for what area during which round and stuff like that. So that was also a very important thing to have. And then finally, we had good communication on Discord so that we could really get more in-depth on different topics, because you can't really chat very well on Google Drive, but Discord is really good at that. So for saving the file, it's really important also to upload it to somewhere that you can share it, and then the next person downloads it, and they have to put it in the folder on their local drive where you have all your save files. And you can find a link to that, I believe, on the City Skylines wiki, the official one. You can find where your save games are if you don't know where.
Excellent. So, I mean, good communication was absolutely 100% necessary, wasn't it? I mean, we're in different time zones. So, yeah, making sure we're all on the same page and knew what was going on. We obviously all run YouTube channels, don't we? So, I mean, did anybody find it a particular challenge sort of getting into this way of playing the game?
No, it's kind of neat. I feel like it's a fun option. Like, the game doesn't necessarily need multiplayer. I think it's fundamentally a single player game at its core, but it was just really fun to kind of just come together and work on it together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in terms of challenges, I think that anytime you introduce more players and more different configurations, that is a challenge. So as you're going through and loading up a save from one of the other builders, you can certainly run into challenges if certain mods were not enabled in the previous save, or if you forget yours on. Themes, I think in particular, were a challenge, because if you don't enable a theme, then buildings can disappear. So that's it's probably the main challenge. That, and you don't have control of actually building all of the infrastructure. So I know in a couple of my rounds, we had massive death waves because of building that had occurred with other builders. It was something that I didn't anticipate, but it made for a unique challenge, something that you wouldn't have on your own in that same way.
Definitely. I mean, talking about sort of mods and assets and all that sort of thing, we kept it quite under control, didn't we? We didn't sort of have we didn't start off with a huge list of assets.
No, but some snuck in there by accident.
The Timeister, what happened?
Well,
not blaming you.
No, no. Well, what happened when it was my turn, I loaded up the game and it was taking forever to load, and I hadn't noticed yet that about 8,000 separate mods and assets just kind of snuck their way into the save. And
just
what happens? Yep, just 8,000. Nothing there.
Just a few.
Yeah, just a few. But anyway, the way that we kind of went around that, when you load up the game and you go into your save game menu, you can actually enable all of the necessary mods and assets to run a save. So the simple fix for this was just to unsubscribe to all of my mods and then just to subscribe to the mods or assets that are necessary to run the game. So then we went back down to maybe a couple hundred assets or something like that.
Yeah, I think we're at like 130 right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So how did we solve it? How did we get from 8,000 back down to 130?
Just like that. So in my case, anyway, I use multiple Steam accounts, and one of my Steam accounts was dedicated directly to the 5 Builders One City series, and I had some assets that were previously subscribed for another series, so I just unsubscribed to everything, subscribed only to the mods necessary to run the 5 Builders One City map, and then loaded it right back in, and all was good.
That is a fantastic tip. I've been doing that recently as well. I mean, there's mods that will help you sort of juggle your mods and assets list, but having more Steam accounts takes the stress out of it a little bit, unless you log into the wrong one and add.
Yeah, it's the same. That's right. The wrong one.
Yeah.
Mention no name. So that was one. That was one challenge. Was there any other challenges that we faced during the? I mean, how long has it been? It's been months. How many months has it been?
Yeah, I don't know, like 40 episodes or whatever now. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember one of the big problems we had early was it the Harmony mod update, which kind of threw everything into to whack.
Yeah, when that happened, I had to stop using the workshop version of which one was it? Network Extensions. And so then I switched to a local copy, but when I passed the save on, I forgot to tell City Planner that I had done that. And so he loaded up the save, and Network Extensions wasn't enabled because I hadn't been using a workshop version. So he had a little bit of trouble
blue
there,
roads
but-
that come in.
Yeah.
It just immediately crashed every time I tried to load in the entire game. So I was trying to figure it out.
I suppose that comes back again, that good communication that we had between us, despite the time zones, we could quickly sort things out, couldn't we? Because, I mean, if you're doing this at home yourself, you're not going to be on a schedule like us. We're running YouTube channels. We've got videos to put out, schedules and stuff. But so getting problems sorted out quickly was quite important. How did you find, as you were building on the map, how did you find not having full control over the whole map and the whole city yourself? Because I don't know about you, I've never done this sort of thing before. So how did you get on with that?
I think the main thing is just to sort of take some time to study the condition of the map at the time and just sort of adapt to whatever the city needs, whether it's, not enough power, not enough water, or
Yeah, it's more organic that way, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Because you hop into it not really knowing what you're going to expect, like what you're going to be doing for a particular episode.
So I think it's that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
One of the other things that I would think about towards the end of the series anyways, as I was about to pass off the save, I didn't want to leave any catastrophic things like kind of looming for the next builder. And, when I'm playing by myself, I wouldn't ever think of anything like that. I'll just load back in and figure it out. But knowing that if I'm going to pass it off and I know that there's going to be some sort of major power situation, I don't want to leave that for someone else and surprise them. So,
yeah, put out those fires before you pass on the save. Right?
Well, I think it was good too that we all tried to balance the demand as best as we could, so that the next player would have a little bit more freedom as to what they wanted to do. Because if you pass the save along and there's no residential demand, then the next person has to build industrial. And while that can be a nice little challenge to have, it also kind of limits the next creator.
I feel like that's also why we did the unlimited money, just to kind of give us some more options.
So you mentioned that's actually one of the things I found difficult, as we've spoken about before, because I always play, to me, City Skylines, I love the challenge, I love the milestones, I love that, we've unlocked something new, now we've got a new challenge, which I've never done multiplayer City Skylines before. So suddenly having what I would call creative mode, unlimited everything, things unlocked, was a real, it's a different way of playing. Which is why you end up with things like an IT cluster in the middle of a field. It looks nice. that was me trying my best at being creative.
Worked out well, though.
It did, and almost forever, it stayed there in the field looking nice on its own. But
that was you giving a kind of leaving a nugget for the rest of us, though, to try. It was like towards.
I was passing the baton.
Yeah, we just weren't taking the bait for a while. So.
Exactly, we missed. Yeah, exactly.
I think you were trying to wind me up.
I kind of found it fun to have them in the middle of nowhere for a while, just as a little like joke a little bit too. And like, oh, the city decided to get overzealous with their skyscrapers out in that field.
It's like the more episodes that came out, the more comments that started being like, what's going on over there, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So talking about comments, actually, that leads us on to the community. So obviously we've all got different audiences used to different play styles from us. So how did our audiences react to what we did?
Well, I think the biggest thing was that, let me go to the next slide here. We had, in the first round, you can see we had, everybody was divided out into different areas. And we were trying to stick in our own area with the idea that eventually we'd come together. But we all,
at
I
least
think,
for
in
round
all
one,
of our
we were sticking
communities.
together.
Yeah, round one. And everybody was getting comments of like, well, I thought this was going to be everybody building on the same thing. So so that was why we tried to take that into consideration and tried to figure out what to do with that. And we came up with the idea of switching in round two to having people and like switching to other people's areas, or Biffa called it the switcheroo for round two.
Great
You
name.
know what? That helps so much too, because like my audience was so happy that I finally switched how I did my pipes thanks to City Planner. Like it took me this long to realize it too, how bad it was, but oh my god.
Sorry about the meteor strike.
No, don't we start on that one? Oh my god. No, but yeah, now that I do the pipes under the roads, like it's such a different way for me to play, and I feel like it's just it's made it more enjoyable just doing the pipes.
Yeah, I think we all learn from each other in some kind of way. Which was
Definitely.
awesome.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing, you know, watching your videos on YouTube and seeing how you do things. It's an entirely different thing being able to, you know, in inverted commas, walk down the street and see exactly how you've made or designed
that's my
something.
favorite, yeah.
Well,
Like seeing what you guys did before I start my recording is I love it so much. It's so cool.
And I think round two forced us to do that a little bit more because we were looking directly into someone else's area and what they built. And
Right, yeah.
And you also don't want to mess it up, right? So
yeah. Unless you're striking it with a meteor.
Well, of course. That's always
maybe that's
allowed.
not messing it up though. It's kind of fixing things, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it was one of the things when I sorry, go on.
Yeah, you know, when I started working in round two, I started to build really close to the Biffa belt that you had built. And some of the comments right away were like, don't touch the Biffa belt. And it's like, I encroached on it a tiny bit. But so it was also interesting to see the different communities and how loyal they were to each of us on some things. Like, don't touch the work that my favorite creator has done. But
yeah, I feel like the audience,
it was
had like different expectations in a way,
Mm-hmm.
like from like each of us, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, because I do city fixing, I'd be getting a lot of comments saying, oh, you need to go and fix that thing, or you need to fix the other thing. And I found that quite difficult. You know, it's somebody sends me in a city to be fixed. They're asking me to fix their city. But you guys, you know, you're building the way you want to build. And it's a sandbox game. You can build how you like. And people are saying, oh, you know, you need to go and fix Imperial Jedi's road that he's done ever so slightly wrong, you know? And it's like, oh, man.
Oh, yeah, I got a ton of comments like that, too. Oh, man, what did you build there? Biffa's going to have to come out next round and fix all your stuff.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe that was intentional, right?
Yeah.
Actually, hands up, that was me. That was my comments on all my different YouTube accounts.
Oh my god!
Sorry, no, but I mean, yeah, you know, you're all very cool about it, which I do appreciate. You know, because I don't want to come across as feeling like I'm saying you've done it wrong. It's just the way that I do it. We all do our own things in different ways, don't we?
No, I think that's the beauty of the game. We all play it differently, and like when we come together and like the heads kind of mash and we come up with something that works, I think that's fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, what would you say was the most enjoyable thing out of this whole experience? What did you each enjoy the most?
I think I enjoyed just working with everybody else the most, and seeing all the different communities come together, and just really interacting with all of you. I think that was the best part of the entire project for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And seeing everyone, like, there's so much crossover between the communities, and there's so many unique viewers too, which is so fascinating.
I would completely agree with that. It's been really great. I mean, I'm the new one here. I think I've had a channel for 8 months now. So
veteran, what do you mean?
So being able to get to know you guys has been the best part for me. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well,
Just
good having you.
connecting with everybody and chit chatting, and also just loading up the map and looking what everybody else has built and
Yeah, I literally love that. I know I said that before. Just so much fun to get lost in what you guys have been building. It's so cool.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. After we've done a group hug between us all, obviously socially distanced, it's been fantastic working with everybody. Because I mean, we all know each other. We've all we all comment on each other's videos, might swap a message in Discord, but actually getting together and working on a project together it's been great fun. I've really enjoyed it. What would you do differently if we did something like this again? What would you change?
Schedule more time.
Well, I think your problem was that you moved across the country when, like, in the middle of.
Yeah, that took 1 week longer than I thought it would, and just all the
and
extras
so
to
if
go
we
with
were
that.
to do this again, you're not going to move across the country again.
No, I don't think so. Probably not. once in a year is fine.
I think for me, the round one where we were kind of really separated, I'd probably skip past that part because round two and round three in particular, round three where we were all kind of just building wherever we wanted, trying to accomplish common goals. You can kind of see it in this map.
Oh, that's
we
a
were
great
all,
breakdown, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, we were all over the place, and I think that was a lot of fun. And you could see different development patterns occurring as a result of that all over the city, rather than 5 different cities that were developing
I feel
independently.
like round one, it was good though because we could each kind of show what our style was like uniquely, and then it was neat seeing them get blended. I know what you mean, some kind of hybrid almost of this would be kind of cool, but yeah, but before we do the switcheroo, I thought we would kind of stick to the round one format and just keep on expanding our own area, and then by last round we'd be like, oh, I'll draw one street over here, connect it all up.
Yeah, and I think that was the original intent, but then the community really wanted to see us interact so much more that we just had to.
Yeah, the
we had to make
community
people happy.
shaped so much more than I thought how it would unfold.
That's one of the big things I find with City Skylines viewers. They want to get involved. I think much more than any other games I've ever done in the past. They've got everybody's a backseat gamer. They've got so many suggestions, but they love being involved in what's happening. And something like this with all of our audiences, that's a lot of people that wanted to get involved and give their ideas and good comments, bad comments. I like this, I don't like that. It all helps. And definitely.
I feel like it did because a lot of comments got imported into the builds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
and obviously the format got changed because of the comments too. So comments are very important.
Yeah, feedback is really important.
Definitely. Tim Meister, what would you do anything differently if we did this again?
I think I agree that eliminating the separated zones at the start would probably be something that I would change. What I would have done differently is maybe everybody start in the center of the map and just sort of dynamically expand outwards. It would make the city kind of grow in a natural way.
More organic. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be quite cool to see.
That'd be cool with milestones instead of the unlimited budget.
Yes,
it'd be fun.
So that would probably be something I would add. Not having unlimited money. I like the challenge.
Yeah, I was saying make it more challenging because this is pretty easy for the sandbox perspective.
But then for the first time doing a multiplayer type thing in City Skylines, I think it went really well.
It definitely did. Yeah,
I think so.
Doing it this way,
especially with the curveballs that we got thrown.
Yeah. I mean, it could have quite easily have gone off the rails, couldn't it? But despite the problems, I mean, next time I quite like the idea of all starting in one place and building outwards. You can literally pick a direction each and just build.
It's a battle royale. You got to build for space.
Yeah.
That would be great. Then you could get communities to vote on vote on the build. Whoever gets the most can have, you can have 10 votes to use next time. Zardos was fantastic. You get 15 votes. and then see where that takes you. You're allowed one school, and that's it.
Hunger Games, let's go.
It does sound like an interesting idea. We'll have to jot that down.
I say someone taking notes.
Yeah.
To write these things down. What about map wise? I mean, this was generally quite a flat map. Would you change anything about a map if we did it again?
Ideally, just because I moved somewhere. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Zardos.
One thing. Yeah, I was just going to say one thing I liked about the map is how much water there was, and so it was flat, but there still had a lot of terrain that you had to work with because you had to deal with the different water features and stuff like that.
Definitely, yeah. Imperial Jedi?
Well, I was just going to say, just because I moved to somewhere that's got way more mountain ranges and all that stuff, I'd love to see way more hills. Because using terrain, especially when I did that little hill spot, it's a lot more fun than I thought it would be. And it's a fun challenge, too.
Yeah, excellent. What about you, Tomeister?
I think I agree. Adding some more hills, perhaps. I do like maps with a lot of water. Actually, I should say that I like maps with a variance of everything because it allows you to tap into every aspect of the game. So it's good to have some water because then you can maybe get into some fishing industries and some hills too, just for creating nice backdrops.
A good waterfalls too.
Yeah,
is nice.
Yeah, for sure. So a nice dynamic map with a bunch of different features is usually what I look for.
What about the sort of the technical side of things? Is there anything you'd change if we did it again, just to make things easier, run better?
I think we did pretty well.
Yeah, I think we were smart because we didn't use too many mods or assets. Obviously, we had a few that snuck in by accident, but I think for the most part, we had a good solid game plan going into this.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning curve. We definitely found little tricks here and there to make it a smoother transition between us, but overall, it went really well.
We could just start with 8,000 assets at the beginning, and then and then there's no problem.
Just take all the assets.
Sure, let's go build a NASA computer, right? Yeah, let's go ahead.
That was one problem with the global collaborations that Paradox has run is that a couple of times...
that's a good point.
They, those groups were like heavy detailers. And so you would end up that by the time it's your turn, there would be 10 or 15,000 assets and all of them were in use on the map. And so it wasn't something that you could really pare down, but you'd also have really bad frame rate issues. So
yeah, I remember having to film at like 15 frames per second and then speed it up for the global build off.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But they were so fun to do that. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, super fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the big things I've done, with my own videos, my own cities, because I've been taking people's cities to fix, and some of them, I do what you said to Meister, do the load all assets used on this map, and it can literally be thousands, and the next map's got thousands, and so it goes on, and before you know it, my hard drive is crying.
Poor RAM, forget the hard drive.
Oh yeah. So I've just done the other month, complete wipe, start again. And that's actually quite nice, isn't it? When you start again and, what am I going to use this time? And it let's have a quick look at the workshop. See what's available.
It's a slippery slope, though, eh?
And then it all goes downhill again, in a good way, of course. So
yeah, the workshop, almost 300,000 items now. That's crazy.
Wow.
Let's not start with all of those next time. That wouldn't be a good idea.
No.
So
subscribe to all.
Just no, please don't, and then pass the save on. We'll know it's you. So, we've been sort of hinting at it a bit as we've been going along, but I'm going to hand over to Zardos because you do have a bit of an announcement you'd like to make.
Yeah, we are going to do a second one of these. We're going to call it 5 Builders, 1 City, Season 2. And so this past one is going to be referred to as Season 1 from now on. But in Season 2, we are also expanding it a little bit. So we're going to have 5 regular builders who will be in the regular rotation. And then we're going to bring in guest builders as well who can focus on things that are really their specialty, like if they are detailers or traffic fixers or things
Traffic
like that.
fixers, wink, wink. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they can come in and just do 1 or 2 episodes here and there. So we're really excited about that. It's going to start this week, right after PDXCON is over. So be sure to check out all of our channels. We'll be posting when it goes live on our community tabs. And yeah.
Very exciting.
Fantastic. Very exciting. You're going to have a curated YouTube playlist as well for all the videos so people can easily follow those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to try to have a published schedule so that you can go and look at the schedule and know where the next video will be and stuff like that.
So you're saying it's a little bit more organized than last time.
Learning from my mistakes.
Kind of lessons learned from the first time around.
Why not? Polish it up a little bit more. I mean, the community loved it, didn't they? And I'm sure they'll be very excited to dive into the second round. Can you mention any of the changes in personnel, or is that not something to talk about now? Or
yeah, we could probably talk about that now. So we'll have all 5 of us will still be involved in the project. Biffa and the Timeister are going to switch over to the guest build roles, and we're adding Imperator, who will be a guest builder, and we're adding Overcharged Egg and Lee Hawkins, who is a newer YouTuber too, that I think they will be great in that regular rotation, and I'm really excited to have more people involved. And
yeah, a lot of community requests for them as well, which is cool.
Yeah. It's going to be great. And because I'm actually in the role of every now and again popping in to do some fixing, I am going to be no holds bars. No
Our
hold.
traffic experts.
You know what I'm trying to say. Going to roll up my sleeves.
Yeah, you will be a traffic.
I promise to make some mistakes for you. Don't worry.
And Biffa, if I don't come back and see lots of roundabouts, I'll be disappointed.
Oh man, I'm going to brush off my roundabouts. I tell you. Well, that was the big thing.
So
actually,
the place I moved to, the roundabout game is strong here. Where I used to live, no roundabouts here. There's like 3 in my commute, and I love it.
The big thing. I mean, we didn't mention it earlier because we played sort of with this is just the way my terminology, sort of vanilla rules, so traffic despawning. Whereas when I fix a city, I just make it as hard as possible, and I turn off despawning using Traffic Manager, make it really difficult.
Oh, I love that.
And that's just my cup of tea, So it's been interesting seeing some of you build the vanilla way, and then as soon as I flick off despawning, it all goes to hell in a handbasket. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to that in the next round, definitely. So, anything else?
Yeah, my key takeaway comments
was
like lane mathematics.
Lane mathematics.
That was my key takeaway. Lane mathematics and like pipes. Sort of talk over you there.
On the pipes, yeah, definitely. So, is there anything else you'd like to say about 5 Builders, 1 City before we wrap it all up?
I don't know. I mean, I had a great time. I know that all of my community really loved it, and I'm sure all of yours did too. And I think it's been a really great project. I think it really shows a lot of potential for people out there to really play with their friends, and it shows that it can be done.
Yeah, it's really straightforward too, all things considering.
Yeah, it was really a fun project. I'd definitely participate in something like this again, and
Well, same here. Really, really fun project. Really, really fun to build with others, and I would highly encourage anyone else to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, it definitely makes your game stronger. Like your build will get better. And like the fact that we all play it so differently and then we build off of that, I think that's such a cool thing about this game.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd like to see if people out there in the community do this themselves. I'd like to see them post it somewhere so we can take a look as well.
Yeah,
follow along. So we've just had a viewer submitted question asking us to maybe think about who did some of the best builds on our map. So we're going to vote. We'll take a vote and upset each other. No, we won't. But first of all, just to start us off, who did the best IT cluster in a field out of all of the 5 builders that we've got?
I think you've taken you've taken the cake on that one.
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
that's so kind of you to say.
How about who did the worst IT cluster in the middle of a field out of the 5 of us?
That's it. We're out of time. I'll tell you what. To make it easier, Zardes, what was your favourite build of the other builders that are here? We'll do it that way.
The other builders, the thing that, as I'm thinking right now, that really sticks out, there were 2 builds. One was Imperial Jedi's giant roundabout that was really just a really fancy town square. I thought that was a lot of fun.
When it wasn't even 8-shaped or something. I don't even know what I called it. Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't know what you called it, but
yeah, that's what I did.
yeah, I thought it was a really cool build. And then also the Tim Meister's University. I thought those were 2 really fun things to look at. Yeah.
Fantastic. What about you, Tim Meister? What were your favourite builds on the map? And you can't pick your own.
No, I really liked City Planner's Quarry as a detailer.
Oh, it turned out so nice.
Yeah, it was awesome. As a detail-centric player myself, I like how he found a way to take some, very basic-looking assets and really integrate them into the terrain, and it looked really, really cool.
I love it when people take just sort of the straight-up vanilla assets and make something amazing that you've never sort of thought of before. It's like, wow, how did I not think of doing that?
Yeah,
I mean,
I feel like the DLC, there's a fair amount of stuff in there you can use.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of some of the creators that are coming on. I think we're going to see a lot of that, of, the assets that come with the game being made to look fantastic. What about you, Imperial Jedi? What would you pick out?
Oh, gosh. I was in the university campus. Definitely turned out really nice. I don't know. I loved all the harbor traffic. Just seeing all the boats and everything going too. Like it's tough to pick a spot, eh? Actually, I love how the road goes through the arch in that city that Zardes started,
Yes.
like the main one.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You took mine. That was the same one I was going to say.
Yeah, Zardes are one of the university.
Sydney Plan, have you got any others in mind then?
Well, I really loved Imperial Jedi's little. Well, first of all, that one's the best of the entire build. So, no, I did like that area. I thought it was really interesting. But that area that Imperial Jedi put together, his little downtown, is really an outstanding build in my mind. I really love that one.
Yeah, it's loosely inspired off somewhere where I would go do cottaging in the summer near Goderich.
I love that one.
Sounds very nice. Wow.
Yeah, it's
There
like
we
stepping
go.
back in time. That's their main square is like a little one-way octagon thing like that.
Oh, brilliant. Well, there we go. That is absolutely fantastic to hear. So we definitely all had fun, didn't we? It was a great idea for a project. Fantastic. And we're all looking forward to season 2 and the changes that are coming along for that. So watch out for that. And Zardes, thank you very much for coming up with the idea and inviting us all.
Yeah, I'm glad that you all wanted to do it, and I really appreciate all of you joining it. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. So I think that's going to be it. So I think we just have to say goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Great.
Thanks for listening. See you all. Take care.
to the PDXCON Remixed announcement show. Now entering the remix is your host for the evening, the CEO of Paradox Interactive, Ebba Ljungerud.
Well, this is different. I wasn't sure what to expect from a digital PDXCon, but now when I'm here, actually maybe it's not that different. I mean, it's different in a few ways. First of all, you're not here. I miss the energy from you, the audience, but it's also different in a nice way. I get to leave my house. I get to actually put on some nice clothes, not just walk around in my ugly activewear all the time. It's certainly been a year. We launched CK3 in the middle of this. I can't believe we actually managed that. It feels like just a couple of days ago that King Henrik and I were standing on stage in Berlin announcing the game. But here we are. No matter what it takes, and no matter what virtual worlds I have to travel to make this happen, I am so proud and happy to get to host this announcement show for you. I just love that we can present everything that we have to show here today. All of us at Paradox, we've been working hard to bring you the games that you love and to make PDXCON Remixed a reality, virtual or not. This is going to be a different show for sure, but I think you will like what we have got. I'm not going to go on for too long here in the beginning. I know you're eager to get to the games, but I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for joining this new spin of PDXCON. For me, PDXCON is really about three things, and I don't want us to miss any of those. The first one is the games, which we've got here today. So don't worry, we've got that part covered. The second part, that's our teams and staff. We've been working very hard all this time to bring games out to you. I have to admit, it has been a little bit harder than usual, but I also miss seeing everyone in the office chatting around the coffee machine. So I'm very happy to have some of you here today to join and talk about what you've been working on. Most importantly, of course, number 3, you, our players. As I said, it's better to have you here in person, and you've told us that one of the main reasons you come to PDXCon is to meet with us. We feel exactly the same way, just to bounce ideas and discuss what's going on. It's so fantastic. I'm glad we're able to do this as a digital event, but I do want you all to know that my goal and my ambition is that we can go back to having a live and physical PDXCon as soon as possible. I can't wait to see you all there. So, narrator, announcement person, where are you? Are you still there?
It's physically impossible for me to leave.
Okay, that's very concerning. But let's get this show on the road. It's time to talk about what's coming next for Crusader Kings 3.
Now entering the game director for Crusader Kings 3, welcome to the remix, Alexander Altner.
Hi, Alex. Welcome to our beautiful court.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So last time when you were on PDX Insider, you talked about Northern Lords, our first flavor pack for Crusader Kings. And now you're here to announce the first expansion. Can you tell us a bit more?
Absolutely. First, to recap, we have released the Ruler Designer, free for everyone who plays CK3. And as you mentioned, Northern Lords, where you got to experience life in Scandinavia and lots of Viking adventures. But now we are ready to announce the first major expansion that adds a new layer of gameplay and drama to the upper echelons of the ruling class.
So me being a bit of an insider, I have heard that there's a lot of both political intrigue and mysterious motivations in this expansion. And we also have a trailer to show just how involved life in court can be.
It is not enough to simply have power. One must display it. This wedding does not merely represent the union of two mighty houses. It's a show of power. Our court is a grand stage, a tribute to our might. Now the scene is set. Every player a pawn in this grandest of schemes. For when this day is over, our enemies shall taste their bitter defeat. Our revenge complete and no one will ever underestimate our bloodline again. You see, real strategy requires cunning.
Wow, that's amazing.
Indeed. So what is the most iconic image of a medieval ruler you can think of?
This room, perhaps?
Indeed. It's a ruler on their throne surrounded by vassals and courtiers. This represents the grandeur of the monarch, how powerful they are, who they can surround themselves with. So you will be able to enter your own throne room and interact with numerous systems, all to further your own political power and agenda. There will be drama between courtiers, there will be exhibitions of wealth, and you will be able to deliver justice and much more. To this end, we bring you Crusader Kings 3, The Royal Court.
The Royal Court sounds very, very good. And being able to sit in the seat of power, doling out rewards as the ruler of your very own court, that kind of sounds like a dream come true. Is that it, or do we have even more things in this expansion?
It is certainly part of it. So kings and emperors will have their own royal court, their throne room.
Yeah.
And in that, they can decide to hold court, inviting the vassals of the realm to air their grievances and come with petitions. And this has major impacts on the realm.
Okay.
But there is more. So the royal court is the embodiment of your power and grandeur and royal majesty. You will be judged by your peers based on its grandeur. What artifacts do you have on display? How much are you spending on your court in the form of lodgings or food or clothes? And the more you spend, the more interesting guests will want to visit your court.
Okay, guests. That sounds very intriguing. Will the guests, will they impact the court in very big sweeping ways, or is it more minute changes that comes from this?
So the guests will have something called an inspiration, which means that they want to do or make something, but they can't do it by themselves. They need your patronage.
Okay, and if I become a patron, how does that affect me as a ruler?
So there are different types of inspirations. For example, there are adventurers that want to go and hunt a mighty beast or find a lost artifact. But there are also smiths and weavers and scholars and many more. They all want to create something that you can either put into your inventory, your personal inventory, or into your court to further your grandeur.
Okay, very interesting guests indeed. If I understand it correctly, this expansion also contains a big overhaul of the cultural system.
Yes, I mean, what is a ruler without their subjects, after all? So this is likely the most exciting thing for a lot of players. Cultures, instead of being static, now have pillars such as language and heritage, and the traditions that set them apart from each other. They also have dynamic attitudes where happenings in the world will make cultures like or dislike each other. And as CK3 covers half a millennium of history, the cultures of old would be barely recognizable for us today.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And they changed and evolved over time. And to that end, we have introduced two new systems to represent this: divergence and hybridization.
I can't wait to get my hands on this, I have to say, and I know our community will feel the same. So is there a release date for this expansion?
Unfortunately, we cannot tell you when the Royal Court will be released.
Okay.
But know this, we're hard at work with it. First, we will finish the Azure patch.
And that's a free update?
Yes, released during this summer.
Okay.
And until the release of Royal Court after the Azure patch, we will have lots of dev diaries detailing Royal Court feature.
All right, very exciting. Good luck with this endeavor that you're on. I know that you also have a lot of stuff planned for this weekend, the PDXCON Remixed. Is there anything in particular that you want to highlight?
Yes, two things. The Trials and Tribulations panel and the Crusade Anything Q&A. Both of them have CK3 devs, so it will be very interesting to see what you will think.
That sounds good. Thank you, as always, for being here, Alex. Very nice to chat about Crusader Kings 3.
Happy to be here.
And we hope to see all of you in the community online, and we look forward to ruling our futures together.
Now advancing hundreds of years into the future to the city of Chicago. Entering the remix is the CEO of Romero Games and the director of Empire of Sin, Brenda Romero.
Brenda, hello. Welcome to our beautiful 20s Chicago.
Well, it's wonderful to be here on the other side of this floating monitor.
Well, welcome to the remix. How have you been?
Busy. We have all been hustling lately on updates and the new stuff we've put into Empire of Sin over the last few months. So our players have responded really well to changes like combat auto-resolve and the safe house changes and all the balancing and tweaks the team has done.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You mentioned at Paradox Insider that you're working on some really major changes. I have to say, I think this is one of the coolest things with our games, that when you think they're done and you think that there won't be any more additions, then the devs come back and they've done something completely new and it's almost a new experience.
Then if I were to tell you that we're about to make some more major updates to Empire of Sin, you'd enjoy that news?
Yeah, I think I would be okay with that, yes.
Awesome. So where do I even start? I guess, first of all, we're 100% committed to making Empire of Sin as great as it be, both to improve what's already out there and add some new exciting things that you haven't seen before. So it's great that I get to confirm both of these today. And let's take a look at our next big update for starters, because we're making some major changes in what we call the Precinct update.
Ah, nice. Tell me more.
Sure. So one of the central features of the game we're working to update in the Precinct update is Empire Management. And to do this, we're introducing a new concept to Empire of Sin called, this won't be a surprise, precincts. So precincts allow you to manage your neighborhoods in large areas rather than worry about each individual building. So you can upgrade several rackets at once with global changes, and precincts also help you set up supply lines and create a defensible perimeter.
Okay, so to me that sounds like a pretty substantial addition from a strategic point of view.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this means you can cut off your rival supplies and take over a precinct or two between theirs. So we really think it's going to improve how Empire of Sin plays, both in strategy and in Empire management once your turf starts to grow. So we're also proud to announce that Empire of Sin, with the Precinct update, is going to add a feature that makes Paradox players very, very happy.
Okay, so that must be sweet and overpowered.
I don't know how you know these things. They set up an outpost in Chicago. Absolute confirmed. Actually, it is mod support.
Ah, okay. Well, that's just as good. We love mods.
In Sweden. So
In Sweden.
the precinct update is going to open up modding for PC players, and we're eager to see how the community plans to tell their own stories and to make Empire of Sin their own.
Okay, yeah, that sounds amazing. So when are we going to be able to play this new update?
Well, we're planning on launching the Precinct update alongside something else we're excited about. And for that, I'd like to show you our newest trailer.
Okay, let's roll it.
Greed. It's the real lifeblood of Chicago. And there's always opportunities to make a buck in this town. A fixer. Need a loan or help smoothing over a little relationship problem? Want to make sure your competition leaves town quietly. In this city, you gotta take what you want. Go ahead, make a move. Just remember, you better make it count. Maya Lansky. At your service.
Yeah, so Make It Count is our first premium expansion for Empire of Sin, and it's going to bring a whiskey barrel of new content to the game. So the trailer's obviously just a tease, but soon we'll have much, much more to share with you. New missions, new items, new rackets, and more. So right now I want to introduce you to the game's new boss, Meyer Lansky. So Lansky was known as the mob's accountant. He succeeded through his financial know-how, and he even developed the criminal syndicates in Atlantic City. So he's as good with a gun as he is with numbers.
Very interesting. But so you mean that he's a boss that is actually better with the profits than the violence?
Well, he's definitely very good at both. He offers some new choices on how you might take over Chicago, and he wouldn't be a proper Empire of Sin boss if he didn't also have some vicious combat moves. So he's definitely got more than one way to close a deal.
Okay, Brenda, I really want to meet this guy. I also want to see the updates on all the other bosses. So tell me, when can we play this?
Make It Count and the Precinct update are both planned to debut later this year.
Okay, brilliant, Brenda. It's always a pleasure. Do you have anything else for our Empire of Sin fans that you want to share?
Yeah, actually, plenty more. So we've got all kinds of panels this weekend that the Romero Games team is helping out with, and I am especially eager to chat with our fans during our Q&A tomorrow. All the details, of course, are on the PDX Remix schedule.
They are indeed. Brenda, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to see you, and I hope to see you very soon again. There you have it. The first expansion and update coming for Empire of Sin later this year.
What use is a rifle without ammunition? And what use is ammunition in the hull of a sunken ship? A good general knows there is no strategy without logistics. For what use are 2,000 fit and well-trained soldiers if they're marching in the wrong direction? Over 5 years, millions of hours of gameplay have simulated every possible outcome of the Second World War. The tides have turned in all directions, and every capital in the world have seen a victory parade. But one thing remains consistent. Not one battle was ever won without the troops, the equipment, and the support being at the right place at the right time. On D-Day this year, we want to thank our players for 5 years of excellence. Looking ahead to future victories.
Welcome to the remix and happy anniversary to the game director of Hearts of Iron 4, Don Lind.
Wow. Yep, I can't believe it's been 5 years already, guys. It kind of feels like almost yesterday, but I guess time flies when you're having fun. I wanted to talk to you guys about basically how the game started, which was half of an email page that I sent to Johan and Fred for some feedback. And it outlined like the main things I wanted to do with Hearts of Iron 4. And for me, it was I wanted to focus on industry, and I wanted to focus on equipment. I always really liked those aspects of the war. I also wanted it to be a game where you focused a lot more on the big planning aspects rather than micromanagement and things like that. And also after the modding scene on HOI 3 didn't really take off, I wanted HOI 4 to be the Paradox game with the strongest, the best modding scene. So that was my focus. And thinking back a bit on development, I guess the only thing I really regret is the fact that we didn't get to use the whole marketing budget for Tank, because we did seriously talk about that, and I still haven't really given up hope. So maybe one day. It's been a pretty intense 5 years since release, and during that time we listened a lot, we updated a lot, and we focused on pretty much all of the aspects of World War II. So we've been expanding and updating both naval warfare, land warfare, air warfare, as well as adding new things like espionage, new alt history paths, and generally just more content. And also from a modding scene perspective, it is so big now. There's thousands of mods, there's a ton of really popular ones, and it's so great to see that, honestly. I still can't believe how big Hearts of Iron really has gotten, honestly, sometimes. Anyways, now that I'm here, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the developers who worked on the game for over years, right? There's many of us now. And I also want to thank all of the people in the community, the influencers, the modders, the players, because you are the guys that made the game great, and it's awesome. So, in fact, to celebrate that awesomeness for the anniversary, we got a bunch of cool planned activities. So, for example, we're going to be doing a really cool competitive multiplayer match with some famous influencers to see who is really the master of war there. And here at PDXCON, we're going to be running a bunch of cool panels as well, where you're going to be finding out both about the past and the future of Hearts of Iron. So I hope that's going to be really interesting. And that's actually all from me today. Hope this was interesting, and I'll see you guys later.
Wait, really? Okay, you know this is an announcement show, right?
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, we do have one more thing, actually. Roll the clip, guys. All right, consider that a little teaser for No Step Back, the next expansion for Hearts of Iron 4. It's going to be focusing on the Soviet Union. It's going to be focusing on the Eastern Front. You're going to be able to design your own tanks. You're going to be able to modify your military in new cool ways. And it's a brand new supply system using trains and railroads as well. So if you guys want to know more about this, we actually have several panels, and we'll be telling you guys a bit more details and cool stuff. So I hope I get to see you guys there.
Joining the remix is the community manager for City Skylines, Helena Grayson.
Hi, Helena, welcome.
Hello. Thank you. The city is awesome.
I know, it looks amazing, doesn't it? Great to have you here. Tell me what's going on with the cities these days. Any surprises?
Yeah, actually, we do have some surprises. We have heard the community loud and clear. You want more content for City Skylines. So we're here to give it to you. We've reached out to two incredible content creators who have created two brand new content creator packs.
Oh, cool.
It's exciting news, I know, but why keep talking about it? Let's watch some videos.
Oh, yeah.
This is Earl Gibb, and you're listening to Sunny Breeze. Kick back or sit normally and relax.
This is Jane Ace. You're listening to Railhawk Radio.
Train stations and bridges and piers. Very fun. When will I be able to play?
Well, that's actually the best part. Both CCPs are available right now today on all platforms.
Very cool. Can't wait to get home and play. Tell me a bit more about what's in them.
Sure thing. For train stations, we brought on Bad Peanut, who is a longtime community creator. He's actually so talented that he's now working with Colossal Order.
Oh, okay.
He created 12 stations and 4 hubs, both elevated and underground. They're super modern and super cool.
Great. What about Bridges and Piers?
Yeah, that one was created by Andres, aka Armesto. You might remember him from our City Builder series we did a while back. He created 22 unique assets that come in a variety of styles to fit any type of city's waterfront.
Cool, cool. And then you mentioned 2 radio stations?
Absolutely. We wanted to connect the radio stations to game content. Okay. So we took our inspiration for Rail Hawk Radio from our train station, CCP, and we have Sunny Breeze radio station, which is inspired by our Bridges and Piers, CCP.
Very, very cool. I am very much looking forward to this, and it sounds great. What about the future? Any other plans?
Yes, we want the community to know we are not done with cities. We will continue supporting our fantastic community with fun and engaging events. We recently concluded the Berlin build-off with the Stadtmuseum. We just finished our the last episode of our Meet the Expert series on YouTube, which if you haven't checked it out, you should. Our creative team did an amazing job. And currently we're working on an event with Red Bull. It's going to be a little bit later this year because we are working on a new approach.
Okay, so is this the competition you were hinting about when we were preparing before?
It is. We'll be inviting some creators to participate in challenges that we came up with. It should be pretty fun and interesting.
Okay, cool. We'll check it out. And what about this weekend, PDXCON Remixed? What do you have planned?
We have lots planned. I myself will be participating in our global build-off and the Where Are We live stream, but I'm also excited for the workshop on how to build assets, since we just worked on the CCPs. And I'm excited for the return of the Talk Cities to me.
Good stuff. Anything else you want to mention?
Mostly I just want to say thank you from the entire City Skylines team. We've enjoyed working on the CCPs, celebrating our 6th anniversary in March, working on the Berlin Build-Off and the Meet the Expert series, and now working with Red Bull on an event for the community. It's been incredible, and we're looking forward to making even more memories with this amazing community. We do it all because you are awesome.
Yeah, I could not agree more. The community and you guys, that's really the reason why we're here, I think. All right, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good show.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here, and good luck with the rest of the announcement show.
Thank you very much. All right, halfway through almost. How do you guys think it's going so far? Voiceover person, what do you think?
I'm contractually obligated to find this incredible.
Okay. Why did you sign a contract saying that?
It was in Swedish.
Okay. Even more, why did you sign that? But okay, I actually think this is amazing. I think we have a fantastic set. We've been working super hard to do this digitally, never before for us. So at least let's acknowledge the fantastic work that's gone into this.
I agree wholeheartedly with the opinions expressed by the CEO of Paradox Interactive, Ebba Ljungerud.
Oh well, at least I tried. Let's just move and remix to the next game.
Consider it remixed. And boom.
But wait, where am I now? Why am I in a desert?
This is but one environment available in our virtual set.
I know, but now why now?
Because I don't know what I'm doing.
Wait, are you controlling this as well? I thought you were the voiceover.
I can do more than one thing. Just hang on. All right.
Please, just get us to the right background.
I made a slightly different desert. Okay, look, this machine is complicated and the tutorial was vague.
Did you check the wiki? Have you checked YouTube?
I made the sand blue. That's cool. All right, look, I'm on the forums. I got a solution. This ought to do it. Okay. Nope, not fixed. 1 second.
Oh, okay, I seem to be back now. Great. You know what, voice in the sky? Everyone deserves a second chance.
Okay, first off, I know I ain't exactly been a model prisoner over the years. But that was the old me, from before all these new rehabilitation programs. Today, I feel like a new man. ready to live a law-abiding life. I promise. Really?
Now, breaking into the remix from Double 11, Natalie Wicks and Gaz Wright.
Welcome, Gaz and Natalie. Great to see you guys again for PDXCon.
Hey, Ebba, thank you so much for having us.
Hi, it's nice to be back with Prison Architect.
Exactly, Prison Architect. Tell us, what is Second Chances?
Yeah, so Second Chances is the 5th expansion from Paradox and Double 11, and it brings an evolution to the game's reform and rehabilitation systems. Many players in Prison Architect will play their games focusing on the inmates' low reoffending rates through their prison rehab and reform. So Second Chances introduces new rehabilitation programs, jobs, facilities to aid your prisoners' reintegration into society. But if you mess up, reoffending prisoners may now return to your prison, and when they return, they can be even more badass than before.
Ah, okay. New reform programs. Sounds good. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
Absolutely. The new programs are great. We have conflict resolution classes, which are led by former inmates who've been rehabilitated while serving time in your prison. There's also been meet and greet sessions where your inmates can meet and mingle with members of the public. And then there is my personal favourite, of course, which is animal therapy classes, where the inmates can spend quality time petting dogs.
Okay, I love the furry friends thing. Maybe if I'm lucky, my dog can be a little extra at some point. I hope so.
We'll talk about it, yeah.
Okay, about the program, how will they affect the reoffending rate?
Oh, great question. So prisoners who attend classes will see improvements in their behaviours. They'll also lose negative traits and reputations. And there's also new programs that enable prisoners to work in the new prison bakery and restaurant. Through good behaviour, prisoners can even reduce their sentence, but this now also means the reverse as well, so that if inmates commit crimes while inside, they'll see their sentences extended.
Okay, I understand. Gaz, to me this sounds like a really big change to the game's reoffending mechanics. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Every prisoner in the game has their reoffending rate, which is affected by how much you punish or provide for them as a player, and now it matters more than ever before. So once a prisoner is now released, if they reoffend on the outside, you can see them returning. But there's also rewards for wardens who release prisoners successfully. And that's not all. Second Chances will include new customizable wages for prisoners, new uniform colours, and much more.
Great. I know we have a lot of players who are going to want to get their hands on this. Do we have a release date?
Yeah, it's very soon. So on June the 16th on PC, Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and June the 29th for Nintendo Switch players. And we'll also have a free content update for players launching alongside, and this will add a new narcotics search order, wall panels to divide up your rooms, new policies, and much more.
Okay, so only about 3 weeks to go. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on this. Natalie, anything else that you guys are planning for this year's PDXCon?
Oh yeah, there's plenty more from us. Some of our amazing development team are going to be taking part in a meet and greet later on as well. There'll also be a stream from Larry Lawton, who's an ex-jewel thief who now runs a non-profit organisation dedicated to prison reform. He will be playing and showing off some of the amazing community-built prisons. There'll also be a host of other streams with other community members, including The Great Escape with Dre, Baron Von Games, and Blitz.
Those are some really cool names. Thank you so much, Gaz and Natalie, for joining us here today. I hope to see you soon again.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much, Ebba. Thank you.
Okay, and we actually have one more piece of exciting news for Prison Architect today. We have this. The Prison Architect Cardboard County Penitentiary game. This is, as it sounds, a cardboard game, and it's being financed through Kickstarter, so it's already live, so you can go on there if you want to check it out today.
The Remix is vast and full of wonders. Please welcome the game director for Stellaris, Daniel Moregard.
Hello everyone. A lot has happened with Stellaris in the 2 years since I last got the chance to talk to you like this. Among other things, we have announced a board game in collaboration with Academy Games, and the Kickstarter was fully funded within the first hour. So it's been really fun to see such excitement for Stellaris as a brand. We really want to thank our fans for making Stellaris bigger and better than ever. And I'm happy to announce that Stellaris has now sold more than 4 million copies on PC alone. And with the recent release of Nemesis, we also saw the biggest amount of daily active players ever, with a bit over 250,000. So again, a massive thanks to all of our community. So all right, let's talk some news. So first up, we have some news for Console Edition. We're happy to announce that Expansion Pass 4, which includes Federations and the 2.8 Butler update, will be available on June 17th. Let's check out the trailer.
For millennia, we studied the heavens. Only now is it clear. We were looking in the wrong direction.
I no longer agree to your terms. From now on, you will agree to mine.
We are born when the flesh fails and unlocks our true potential.
So, Console Edition fans, mark June 17th in your calendars right now. And on the PC side, this year marks a special occasion, as Stellaris is turning 5. It also marks a generation shift, with the recent release of Nemesis and the 3.0 update. And again, I really want to thank our fans for being such passionate and engaged people that are helping us by providing feedback so that we can make Stellaris a better experience. And now is perhaps the best time to get your friends to try the game, because it is currently free on Steam for the remainder of this weekend. On behalf of PDS Green and the entire development team, I want to invite you to celebrate Stellaris turning 5, and let's together look forward to an even brighter future. See you there.
The life I've lived, the things I've seen, sailing through the light of distant stars, to see what lies beyond the veil. To learn why we exist. What is our place in the galaxy? I've heard ancient echoes of voices long silent. I've seen creatures of completely different origin and form. And yet, it's only the beginning. For our greatest achievements lie in the stars ahead.
Now entering the remix is the product marketing manager for Surviving Mars, Liz Hirata.
Hi, Liz.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Glad to be here.
How are you doing today?
Doing really well, thank you.
And how's our game doing? How's Surviving Mars doing?
It's doing really awesome too. We're hard at work right now. If you didn't hear at PDX Insider, we announced that new content is going to be coming for Surviving Mars in 2021 from our good friends over at Abstraction.
I did hear, and that's very exciting. And we do actually have one of the devs with us today, Bart Vossen from Abstraction. Hi, Bart. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. Great to be here.
Great to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit more about your studio?
Abstraction is a game development studio based in the Netherlands, and we've worked with several other studios before on games like Ark Survival Evolved and Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And now we're super excited to work with Paradox and Surviving Mars.
Very cool. So are we. We really love Surviving Mars. I do know that you've already released a bit of content for the game, right?
Yeah, we've released a tourism update in March. It's always a bit nerve-wracking right before release, but it was super cool to see the fans' reaction and especially their excitement to the announcement of more content later this year.
Okay, all right. That's really great to hear. Tell me, what's up next then with this content this year?
We've got a bunch of exciting new plans to expand the game and add cool features in the near future. We can't wait to tell the players about it, but since we're still in development, we don't want to go too deep into it just yet. Instead, we did bring you guys a cool teaser image.
Looks very, very cool. I can't wait to see what's coming next, and I look forward to the gameplay going deeper. Liz, for this weekend, what is our team planning?
We've got a lot of things planned. Well, first and foremost, if you haven't tried Surviving Mars yet, first of all, why not? But second of all, we have a free weekend going on, just like Stellaris and Cities. So you can try out Surviving Mars all weekend if you want. Besides that, we've got a lot of community activities going on. So if you want to get to know the new devs who are going to be making the new DLC that's coming out in 2021, you're more than welcome to hop into those community activities. And then we're also doing something that I'm really, really excited about. So I don't know how much you love the Surviving Mars original soundtrack.
I do.
I love it a lot. And I also really love vinyls. So I'm really excited to announce that we're going to be starting pre-orders for the Surviving Mars original soundtrack vinyl, which you can go to vinyl.survivingmars.com and you can send in your pre-order.
Great. Is it true that NASA used the music for Surviving Mars when they did the stream for the landing a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's true.
No?
It's true.
That's also very exciting. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Bart. It was great having both of you on the show.
It was great being here. I can't wait to share more about Surviving Mars in the near future.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Wow, this has been quite an excitement for one show. I hope you've all enjoyed seeing all of it. From the distant past of Crusader Kings to the far future of Stellaris and everything in between. If you haven't seen everything Paradox has to offer, plenty of our games are available right now on Xbox Game Pass. This is just the beginning too. We've got a whole weekend of PDXCON Remixed to look forward to. So on behalf of all of Paradox, hey, why did you turn off the lights? I wasn't done saying thank you to everyone. Well, we might have just one more thing to share with you today.
Never before have the lives of so many changed so much, so quickly, as when the engines came to life for the very first time, with a roar that echoed over continents. In the soot and ash covering the streets, the people planted seeds of revolution. Visionaries of commerce and diplomacy electrified the world, and sparks of inspiration flew towards the sky. Up over the smokestacks, rose a promise. of a grand tomorrow.
It is my profound pleasure to welcome to the remix the game director of Victoria 3, Martin Onward.
So there you have it, Victoria 3 confirmed. But what, you probably are not asking, is Victoria 3? Well, Victoria 3 is a grand strategy game that takes place between the beginning of the Victorian Age in the 1830s to the early 20th century and a world that would have been entirely unrecognizable to Lord Melbourne. The 19th century saw the expansion of railways, the invention of the telegraph, mighty steamships, new weapons of war, and, most importantly, new ways of viewing the world. The abolition of slavery and serfdom, the fight for the emancipation of women, the trade union movements, the effects of nationalism and pan-nationalism, socialism and free trade liberalism. But you, of course, you already know all that. So what can you expect from Victoria 3? Well, for one, the iconic pop system that is so core to the Victoria franchise is of course back, deeper than ever. And we've also added political interest groups and a new, robust market system. We've also made changes to how diplomacy in war works, and I look forward to telling you a lot more about that in the future. Now, we recognize that Victoria has a special place in your heart, and we promise you we are not moving away from the detailed population management that is at the core of the series. We have learned a lot over this decade, and we want to use that knowledge to build the deep and immersive society sim that you would expect and that the fans deserve. But we also want to make use of that knowledge to make the game a bit friendlier to newcomers so that they too can enjoy the Victoria series. Now, it is way too early to be talking about a release date or even a release window. But keep an eye on our social media and official forums, including Discord, as we'll be posting regular updates and information as development progresses. We also have a few panels about Victoria 3 coming up right here at PDXCON, so I hope you're all looking forward to those. It is a profound honor to have been entrusted with the development of a game that so many people have been clamoring for over the years, and I very much look forward to telling you all about it in the months to come.
Wow, Martin, this is awesome. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's so good to finally be able to talk about this after years of just sitting there and going, you have no idea.
Yeah, it has been quite a while for you. And for us, all of us actually. I know you have quite a few things planned for the weekend. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, we actually have several panels about Victoria 3 coming up. Right after this, in fact, we're going to have a panel called Welcome to Victoria. We'll be going through the core game vision and the game's design pillars. We're also going to have a panel where our lead game designer, Mikael, will be talking about the economics of the game, the nuts and bolts of Victoria 3's economy.
Very important.
Very, very important, called Wikinomics.
Ah, good name.
And on top of all that, we're also going to have a panel that's called Together for Victoria, where me, Henrik Hansson Grugi, and Don Lind Podcast will be talking development history of the entire Victoria series, war stories from Victoria 2, and things like that. So I think that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that all sounds amazing. I, for one, can't wait to play the game. I wish you and the team best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I never actually thought I would be standing here and being a part of the announcement of Vicky 3. I have goosebumps. Thank you again, Martin, and thank all of you for joining us for this announcement show. Definitely stay tuned here to see more about Victoria, but until then, this has been so much fun. We saw the Royal Court coming to CK3, met the new boss for Empire of Sin with Make It Count, celebrated with Hearts of Iron and Stellaris, had a quick peer at Cities, got a second chance with Prison Architect, and looked into the future with Surviving Mars. I think that's everything we've got. Voice person, anything else?
PDXCON Remixed announcement show was made possible today thanks to the help of our friends at Razer, Discord, Easy Trick, Freaks for You Gaming, Xbox, AOC, Recaro, Twitch, and Night Team 4.
A huge thanks to all of our partners. You are helping us make PDXCon what it is. And thank you, my friend in the sky. You've been quite loud.
It's my only marketable skill.
Okay, well, from all of us at Paradox, we can't wait for you to get to play these games and make some new stories. Stay tuned for more PDX content.
Oh, yikes.
I'm allowed one stupid joke. Anyway, this has been amazing. Thank you and enjoy the weekend, everyone.
Hello and welcome to Victoria. My name is Sanna and I'm part of the community team for Victoria, and I will be your host for this lovely panel. We will be taking a closer look at the design pillars for Victoria 3. We will not be going into the nitty-gritty details because there will be other panels during this weekend as well, but we will be taking a look at the more of the vision and the broad concept of the game. And with me, I have two extraordinary guests. We have our game director, Martin Anward. Welcome, Martin. And we also have our lead game designer, Mikael Andersson. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, how does it feel to finally be able to talk about Victoria 3? Because it's huge.
It feels amazing. I've been waiting for this for several years to finally be able to talk about what I'm working about. And I'm really looking forward to all the panels, dev diaries, and everything else that we have coming about the game.
I am new to the world of Victoria, but I know the huge legacy that the brand has. And it's been such a hard secret to keep. Mikael, hasn't it been really hard to keep this secret?
Yeah, no, it's been a journey, and it feels very strange to be here, but I'm very excited.
It's so strange to not have to hide all of this. It's really, really cool. Yeah. So game pillars, Martin, can you talk a bit about what game pillars are?
Of course. So game pillars or design pillars is something we use for pretty much any game we make at PDS. Paradox Development Studio, that is. Game pillars forms the very much core vision and are often developed very early during concepting. You set down what is the game supposed to be? What are supposed to be the central themes for it? And what is it supposed to be? And more importantly, not to be. And then when you actually build the game and you design all the features and whatnot, you constantly refer back to the design pillars and you look, we have this cool idea, but does this follow the design pillars? Because you don't just want to throw every cool idea you have into the game. You have to consider what game you're trying to build and whether those ideas will work together.
Yes, of course. So the first design pillar we're talking about today is national gardening. What is national gardening?
National gardening is the principle we set out that the main experience of Victoria 3 is aimed towards the player's country and what's going on inside the player's borders. Now in Victoria 3, as in, for instance, Stellaris, you're playing a country. But in a lot of our other games, most of what's going on outside your borders can be just as important as what's going on inside your borders. And of course, we still have all of these countries, everything going on in the world, just like our other grand strategy games. But Victoria 3 is more inwards focused. What's happening with your politics, with your economy, and with your pops is more important than interactions with other states.
Mikael, Martin mentioned POPs. What are POPs?
So POPs was originally an acronym. It stands for part of population, and it's basically a demographic, right? It was introduced in the very first Victoria game and has become a beloved part of many PDS games since. In Victoria 3, we continue to use the Victoria POP system. So it's our most detailed POP simulation system yet. Actually goes even deeper than in previous titles. And this is the way that we quantify your population in your country, because having millions of people can be really hard to keep track of, and they all need to have an impact on your country. So we split them up into these demographic chunks that all have their culture and religion.
Martin, this game, you're describing it as a society builder. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. So much like in a city builder, it's all about what kind of city you want to build. Victoria 3 is all about what kind of society you're building, either because you're aiming for a specific goal or you're just following the political currents, the movements, and the will of your population. So there's a lot of different societies that are simulated in Victoria 3, everything from agrarian feudal states to modern social democracies. And your country, of course, will end up being shaped over the course of the game by both your actions and the will of your people. And in the end, which society you end up with and how your country changes and how it looks towards the end is the most fundamental part to how this is as a society builder. And Mikael, we actually coined this concept. I'm not sure if it's been used otherwise, at least not for us, because we were trying to sort of describe what is this game ultimately about? What are you aiming to do?
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the things to consider also when we think of a city builder, usually the goal is to make the biggest city, right? And that is not really the goal here. We have to accommodate all kinds of different utopian societies and dystopian societies, for that matter, right? Because that's what this game is about. It's about setting a goal. What do I want my Britain to be, or my Brazil to be, right? And strive towards that goal. And I think the payoff really for the player is seeing like how well am I able to do that and also secure my place in the world.
Yeah, and I really think the Victoria Pop system here is something that actually very much allows us to do this because of its considerable detail and just how many different states of being for your population it can simulate.
But Martin, it sounds like it's very much about your country, not so much about the rest of the world. War is not a huge thing in this society builder.
No, and I mean, of course, I want to emphasize that all the countries in the world, of course, have this going on. And you can't just ignore everyone else all of the time. It naturally depends on your strategic situation and so on. But one of the aims we had going into this game is that we didn't want war to be the main source of enjoyment, the main source of strategic and tactical decisions. War should not be driving the gameplay. This is not a map painter. So one thing we set out to do is that you should be able to play the entire 100-year campaign, never get into armed conflict, and still have a grand old time.
For me, as a new player of GSGs overall, I think that sounds great, because I'm not that war-oriented. The whole idea of building my own society appeals much more to me, I have to say, so that makes me really happy.
Yeah, I feel like, personally, I started dipping my toes into this with Stellaris and its different ethics and so on. And for me, it is really interesting always what's going on inside the player's country, with the player's population, and the feeling that you're really shaping a unique society. So it has been a big draw for me in designing and building this game, and something I think I will, or I know I personally enjoy when playing.
And that really ties in to the next game pillar that we're talking about. Mikael, can you talk a little bit about diplomatic eminence? What is that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's important to consider that just because war is not central to the enjoyment of the experience, of course, the threat of war is clearly a major theme in the era, and something that we have to simulate, right? Because power comes from the barrel of the gun, and so building up your military and using that as a means of getting your diplomatic goals through is still something that you need to be doing. So in terms of this game pillar, diplomatic eminence, the important thing is that everything that you can get from war, you should also be able to get without going to war. If you can create the right situation where you can get the right people on your side to push the balance of power in the direction you want. And diplomacy should always include these kind of standoffs between countries, and should always be tense diplomatic sort of negotiations rather than just simple interactions.
So a little bit more like, say, a game of poker or something like that.
Yeah, we have a mechanic for this called diplomatic plays, which is essentially what Mikael just described, is that it's a lead up, or rather, it's an attempt to get something from someone that can result in war, but if you play your cards right, you can get what you want, be it a state, to force someone to open their market, a port in a strategic location, or a whole host of other things without a gun ever being fired.
Do you have any great historic examples of this sort of thing? Because this feels very true to life.
Well, I just mentioned opening a market, and I think a pretty good example is the opening of Japan by the United States Admiral Perry. I think he was an admiral, and his black ships, where he essentially sailed to Japan, parked his black ships there with their big imposing guns, and said, I want you to open up the country. And of course, the US was not the only ones ended up involved in this. There were other great powers, but there was nobody really willing to back Japan against the US. So ultimately, Japan figured, okay, it's better to open my market and not be invaded.
Mikael, great powers is something that we mentioned in this section. Do you need to be a great power, or what's the end goal here for you as a player?
Sure. I mean, becoming a great power, I think, is a very common default goal for a lot of players, and advancing up the rank of prestige in the world is definitely something that you'll be spending a lot of time doing. But you don't have to be a great power in order to enjoy the game. You should be able to start as a really minor power and just try to become a locally powerful nation, for example. But then you have to contend with the fact that there are these global empires in the world that sometimes can push their weight around, and you have to decide sort of what power block do you want to be a part of if you're not able to become a great power yourself.
Moving on to the next design pillar here, and this is my favorite one, I think. Everything is political. Martin, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very edgy.
It does.
But ultimately what it's about is that politics is very core to Victoria 3. And everything in the game is supposed to in some way flow from and or tie back into politics. Your pops are supposed to have an opinion on things like whether you're at war, diplomacy, the economy, of course, very heavily ties into politics. And nothing is supposed to be, politically agnostic, because you're simulating a country full of people with opinions about everything. And they generally convey those opinions through what we call interest groups.
Okay. Michael, can you tell us a little bit about interest groups?
Sure. So managing politics in a nation of millions of people is tricky, right? So the pops lend their political strength to these sort of political avatars or factions called interest groups. So each country has about 8 of them active at any time. And they represent different interests in your country. So you might have the landowner interest groups that prefer for things to be aristocratic and conservative, or the industrialists that would prefer a more open economy, but still enjoy the stratification of society. So there are these 8 factions that can be different between different countries. But they represent the same sort of niche. And depending on the pops, how wealthy they are, what kind of job they have, where they work, things like that, they will support one or the other of these groups. And that's what determines really what the political power balance of your country is, and what the pops in your country are driving towards in terms of what kind of reforms they want to see from you.
Yeah, I mean, judging by your clothes, I think I might be more in the landowner's direction. What would you say you would belong to, Mikael?
I'm in the trade unions.
Disgusting.
But it all really boils down to pops, really, Martin, doesn't it?
Of course.
Yes.
In the end, interest groups get their political strength from pops. And of course, it's not as simple as that just every pop belongs to an interest group. It depends on things like literacy, cultural and religious discrimination, and a multitude of other factors to determine whether pops lend support to a particular interest groups or whether they get involved in politics or are allowed to be involved in politics at all.
And that is kind of steered by politics in the end.
In the end, everything is political.
It really is. What if I, as a player, dream of just having a fully unified country that just backs me up at every decision? Like, will I achieve that utopia?
I would say you would find that, I would not say impossible, because our players keep surprising us about what is and isn't impossible, but I would say it would be extremely difficult.
Also, not very realistic at all.
No. Precisely, because, you're not going to get everyone to agree. You're not going to get every single person in your country agreeing that this is the way to go. They're going to have different opinions about things, and sometimes, even though you, of course, know what's best for your pops, they might not agree. And you might have to sort of drag them kicking and screaming and fighting you all the way into the glorious future you're envisioning, while, reasonably everyone should just agree with you.
But Mikael, maybe you can tell a little bit more about this. The interest groups, what is it that really makes the power shift between them over the time as you play?
So POPs gain political strength depending on how wealthy they are and what kind of voting franchise you have in your country, if any, and a number of other things. So the POPs will support different interest groups with their political strength. So as an example, right, you mentioned that can you ever get this unified country? If I wanted to create like a social democratic laborer's paradise, then I need to create a lot of jobs that are well-paying jobs for people in industry, probably, and create the kind of legal expectations that they would have. As a result, I will then get rid of a lot of my aristocracy, and maybe with the right economic system, maybe even a lot of the capitalists in the country will disappear, and I will have something akin to my laborer's paradise. But there's always going to be some part of the population, right, that oppose this.
Yeah, to give an example, if you have a heavily industrialized country, but you're a repressive oligarchy, then your wealthy people, your capitalists, the ones in the upper strata, will have a lot more political power than they would in a country with universal suffrage or even a more limited voting franchise and a more equal distribution of resources. But that, of course, might backfire on you because people generally don't like being poor and starving and might expect a better life than your stratocratic oligarchy is giving them. But ultimately, this is what it comes down to when we say everything is political. There are so many factors feeding into this and the political distribution of your interest groups.
Yes, of course. Speaking of how things change over time, the next design pillar we're talking about is an era of change. And Mikael, can you tell us a little bit more about the era of change? What does that design pillar mean?